A colossal, red-scaled dragon head bursts from a dark void, ready to devour a lone rookie warrior. Even with god-tier physical strength, the challenger is pushed back, his boots dragging deep trenches into the arena. This is the ancient shell of an outer god, a world-level threat unleashed as a basic exam. But this rookie is no ordinary beginner, and he is about to do the impossible. To understand how a simple student gained the power to slay gods, we must travel back to the day the world ended. Look at that massive tower piercing the clouds. Something tells me things are not going great for the home team right now. The text says it all. No one dared to say it because once it was spoken, the nightmare would finally become true. They finally admit they lost. Seeing those legendary swords just stuck in the dirt is a major gut punch. That is a heavy way to start a story, but it sets the stakes immediately. The survivors look out over a wasteland, wondering if there is any hope left for humanity. One guy tries to keep it light, telling the others not to get all mushy since they are done for anyway. Real optimistic. A massive golden staff slams into the ground, vibrating with enough force to shake the earth. Meet Sun Ogong, the great sage, heaven's equal. He's looking pretty beat up, but he still has that defiant fire in his eyes. He refuses to die, shouting at the top of his lungs that it is not over yet. Pure main character energy right here. Hercules, the literal hero of Olympus, is not so sure. He asks if Ogong can really keep acting so mighty in front of the outer gods. Hercules knows their time is up. He warns that the enemies are going to discover their hiding spot any second now. A glowing blue orb floats down from the sky, radiating an eerie light. Guess they have already been spotted. The orb touches down right in front of them with a blinding flash that illuminates the whole area. Out steps Kim Yuan, looking surprisingly calm for someone standing in the middle of a literal apocalypse. He makes it back to the cliff and casually mentions he thought he was going to die, just a regular Tuesday in the tower. Ogong realizes Yuan is the only one who returned. That is never a good sign. Yuan does not even have to say it. His face says it all. He is exhausted, mourning, and completely drained. The realization hits the group like a ton of bricks. Merlin, Asura, Vishnu, all the heavy hitters are gone. It is a total wipe. They finally confirm everyone is dead. A final, somber confirmation as the sun sets on their world for what might be the last time. That blue orb starts humming with a weird, vibrating energy. Something is definitely up with this thing. Ogong is ready to swing, demanding to know who this bastard is. Then we see the title of the enemy. Wait, hold up. That glowing ball is actually one of the outer gods. That is terrifying and awesome at the same time. Hercules and Ogong look completely stunned. Even these legends did not expect an outer god to show up like this. Yuan clenches his fist hard, blood dripping from his hand. He is finally realizing the harsh truth. He admits the unthinkable. The inners cannot beat the outers. The gap in power is just too massive. He stands there in the shadow of his own defeat, confirming there is absolutely no way to win this fight. Suddenly, a massive blue portal tears open behind him. It looks like it is time for Plan B to go into effect. Yuan looks back at his remaining friends. This is their only option. Meet Kronos, the divine being of time. He has gears for a halo and tells Yuan to return to the old timeline and start over. Yuan asks if Kronos will cease to exist once the clock starts. The god basically tells him not to worry and just go fix the timeline. Kronos hands over a massive gear. This thing is the literal clock movement that can rewind time itself. Yuan stares at the device, wishing he could have just finished things here instead of doing the whole time travel routine. He looks at his surviving allies one last time. They need someone to go back, specifically the one with the highest potential. A high shot shows the handful of legends left. They are all putting their hopes on this one last gamble. Yuan realizes everyone is looking at him. He expected it, but it is really going to be him. Ogong laughs it off. He says even though he was a likely candidate, Yuan is the right choice because he entered the tower last. These legends forged their own myths and gained divinity, but they hit their limit. Yuan has not. Hercules explains that high-level beings are restricted from interfering in the lower floors. That is a classic RPG rule right there. They tell him he is their only choice. No pressure or anything, Yuan. Just the fate of the entire universe on your shoulders. Ogong tells him that even if the past versions of them do not recognize him, he should just let it slide. He even tells Yuan to knock some sense into them or just kill them if they are being stubborn. True friend energy right here. Yuan cannot help but chuckle. These guys never shut up even when they are about to vanish from existence. He activates the clock gear in his hand, mumbling about how bullheaded they all are. The gear starts glowing with intense arcane power, surrounding Yuan in a vortex of blue energy. The world dissolves into a sea of spinning gears and blinding light as the timeline starts to unravel. Yuan wakes up staring at his hands in confusion. He is wearing a hoodie and has no idea where he is. He looks completely dazed, trying to figure out if the crazy time travel plan actually worked. He tries to stand up, but his body feels incredibly heavy. All those god-tier stats and arcane power are completely gone. He realizes his body was not sent back. His literal time was rewound. He is back in his old, weak human body. Suddenly, a fist comes flying at his face. Someone is trying to jump him while he processes his existential crisis. Yuan slides his foot back and dodges the punch with total ease. Muscle memory is a hell of a drug. The blonde bully looks shocked that Yuan actually withstood the attack. Little does he know who he is messing with. This guy has no idea he just tried to punch a dude who was literally fighting cosmic gods 5 minutes ago. Yuan looks at the guy's jacket and reads Chongseol University. It is all coming back to him now like a bad dream. He remembers he was a college student before all that happened. Talk about a massive power level downgrade. The upperclassmen start screaming about respect and acting tough. Dude, you are talking to a literal legend. Yuan is not in the mood for talk. He throws a counterpunch that definitely has some world-class technique behind it. The bully hits the floor hard, looking absolutely bewildered. He probably did not expect the quiet kid to hit back. Yuan leans in, looking cold and efficient. He mumbles to himself, trying to remember what day it is. He asks for the date, offering to forgive the guy because his weak punches did not even really hurt. Talk about a savage roast. He basically told the guy he hits like a toddler and is not even worth the effort. The bully loses his mind, screaming about honorifics and lunging forward for one last desperate attack. Yuan finishes the fight with a brutal kick to the ribs. That is one way to end a conversation. Yuan walks away without looking back, looking like he has already moved on to much more important things. He pulls out his phone and stares at the screen, declaring that it is time to start. The clock reads 3 in the afternoon on December 31st. The countdown is officially on. 9 hours until the tutorial starts and the world as he knows it ends. Fast forward to 8 in the evening in Hongdae. The streets are buzzing with people getting ready for the new year, completely oblivious that this is their last normal night. The bars are packed to the brim. Everyone is having a good time while the apocalypse countdown ticks away in the background. Enter Kim Young-hoon from the physical education department. He has that high school bully anime look down pat. His buddies spot him and start yelling for him to get over there, asking why he is so hard to reach. He finally makes it to the table, and they immediately start grilling him for being late. An hour late means he is paying up for the drinks. Myung-hoon just takes a swig, looking like he has had a rough day. He tells him to cut the crap, clearly not in the mood for jokes. His friends will not let it go, asking if he was out blowing some steam on that kid Yuan from earlier. Myung-hoon just wants another drink to forget the embarrassment. They keep pushing, wanting the details of what he actually did to Yuan. Oh, if they only knew. Myung-hoon stares into his glass as the name rings in his head. That interaction definitely left a mark on his ego. Flashback time. He remembers the cold, terrifying grip of Yuan around his throat. It was a total reality check. The image of Yuan standing over him in the gym is burned into his brain. He knows something about that guy is not normal. Back to reality, Myung-hoon is fuming. He tells his buddies that Yuan deserves a hard time and that there is not much time left. Accurate, but not for the reason he thinks. He starts bragging, claiming he beat Yuan so hard he will not be able to crawl. Classic bully cope right here. He even goes as far as saying no one cares if Yuan croaks because he has no parents. Wow, this guy is a top-tier piece of work. Seriously, resorting to the parent insult. This dude is straight-up villain material. Anyway, the group brushes it off and raises their glasses. Cheers to ignorance, I guess. The clock is ticking. 10 minutes until the world ends. The tension is starting to ramp up. The Hongdae streets are still crowded, everyone hyped for the new year. They're even suggesting a third round of drinks. Myung-hoon is getting sober and wants to hurry if they're going to keep drinking. He hates wasting a good buzz. The group stumbles out onto the street looking for the next spot. They think they own the night. Suddenly, someone stops in their tracks. A suitcase wheel rolls by on the pavement. And would you look at that? It is Kim Yuan, casually strolling through the crowd with a massive suitcase in tow. The bullies cannot believe their luck. Their victim is looking way too fine for someone who supposedly got beat to a pulp. Myung-hoon drops his cool act and decides to confront him. He is looking to reclaim his pride in front of his friends. The whole squad starts following Yuan, surrounding him like a pack of wolves. They have no idea what is about to happen. Myung-hoon bellows his name, stopping Yuan dead in his tracks. The group encircles him, looking for a fight and asking what he is doing here. They are really pressing their luck now. Myung-hoon is front and center, glaring daggers. He really thinks he's in charge of this situation. Yuan just stands there, surrounded by bullies in the middle of a crowded street. He does not look bothered at all. He casually checks his watch, noting that it is almost midnight. He is not even looking at them. He tells them to enjoy their last 3 minutes because after that, it will be hell. He says it so calmly it is chilling. Myung-hoon is losing his mind at the blabbering. He reaches out to grab Yuwon, thinking it is just more crazy talk. But then he sees it. Something about Yuwon's expression, or maybe what is in that suitcase, makes him freeze. Yuwon flips open the suitcase, and it is packed with knives, hatchets, and tools. My man really brought the whole hardware store to a street fight. Talk about being prepared. The crowd around them starts noticing the commotion. People are shouting, telling Yuwon to apologize or asking what is going on. Yuwon does not care about their opinions. He grabs a hatchet, ready for what is coming. He hoists his backpack, noting that Hongdae has the biggest population in Seoul. He mutters that there are plenty of people, which sounds ominous as hell. He stands there, hatchet in hand, as the atmosphere in the entire city suddenly shifts. Something massive is happening. It is finally here. Yuwon's eyes are cold and focused. He has been waiting for this exact second. Glitchy blue screens start manifesting in the air. The watch lies on the ground, a relic of the old world. The countdown hits the final second. Humanity's normal life is about to tick away. Midnight strikes. Happy New Year to the end of the world. Suddenly, glowing spears of light rain down from the sky, impaling people in the crowd. This is definitely not a fireworks show. The entire area is covered in holographic grids and digital chaos. The world is being reformatted in real time. Yuwon turns his back on the bullies, telling them their 3 minutes are up. He is done playing games with these small-time thugs. Myung-hoon's face is a mask of pure terror. He is finally realizing that Yuwon was not bluffing about the hell part. System messages pop up everywhere, announcing Sector 2031. The tutorial is to survive the zombie horde for 30 minutes. Zombies start crawling out of the shadows, and the screaming starts. This went from a party to a horror movie real quick. Yuwon analyzes the situation. High population density means high difficulty. Hongdae is basically a death trap right now. Zombies are lunging at the terrified partygoers. The tutorial is less of a lesson and more of a massacre. Yuwon stands in the middle of the chaos, perfectly calm. He knows exactly how this system balances the sectors. Blue barriers slam down, locking everyone into their sectors. No running away now. It is kill or be killed. Zombies are lurking everywhere. There is literally no place to hide in this crowded urban jungle. Yuwon grips his knife, and the system recognizes it. New item acquired. The system gives everyone weapons, which are basically just garbage like sticks and broken pipes. People are panicking, and rightfully so. Yuwon thinks back to his past life. Surviving used to be enough, but this time he is aiming much higher. He flips the knife with a practiced flick of his wrist. He is not here to survive. He is here to dominate. He lunges forward, a blur of motion in the chaotic street. He whispers that it is time to go. That look in his eyes is from a guy who has already finished the game once. With a single, lightning-fast strike, he decapitates a zombie. The speed is insane for a level 1 character. A message flashes for the first kill in the area. He gets a massive point and XP boost. Talk about starting strong. He stands over the fallen zombie, blood splattered on his coat. He is already miles ahead of everyone else in this tutorial. The level up screen is the only light in this dark street. He can feel his body getting lighter as his stats begin to recover. This is the first step on his long road back to the top. He glares at the next pack of zombies. This is just the beginning of his new myth, and he is not going to lose this time. Yuwon is absolutely tearing through these zombies. The system can barely keep up with the amount of level up notifications popping onto his screen. Another one down. Every strike is precision engineered to maximize efficiency and XP gain. The notifications are literally layering on top of each other. Most players would be struggling to survive, but for him, this is just speedrunning. He strikes with a flare of blue energy. His body is quickly regaining the strength he once had. The crowd of survivors can only watch in awe. Some wonder if the zombies are just weak, while others get pumped up to try and copy Yuwon. This blonde upperclassman grabs an axe and rushes in with a war cry. He's about to learn a very painful lesson about underestimating the system. He swings with everything he has, but the axe just thuds into the zombie's shoulder and gets stuck. Not quite the cinematic kill he was expecting. The zombie does not even flinch as blood spatters everywhere. It is like trying to chop wood that tries to eat you back. The guy is paralyzed with confusion. He expected the zombie to go down just like they did for Yuwon. The zombie lunges and grabs him, letting out a horrific screech. Yuwon knows you cannot accomplish anything here with just normal human strength. Yuwon's face remains cold and analytical as he watches the carnage. He knows the mechanics of this tutorial better than anyone. The zombies are slow, but they are tireless, feel no pain, and their bite is a death sentence. It is a numbers game, and the humans are losing fast. He sends a zombie flying with a powerful kick. Only a few will survive this and climb the tower. He strikes another one, but clicks his tongue in annoyance. It seems his initial stat advantage is starting to wear off. He plunges his knife straight through a zombie's skull. Efficiency is key, but he's looking for something specific. Even though these monsters are hard to kill, Yuan remembers they have a glaring weakness. It is just a bit unconventional. He pulls out a couple of small vials and tosses them into the air. Time to see if this old trick from his previous life still works. He dashes through the horde, his blade tracing glowing blue arcs as he mows them down like grass. He recalls a conversation with an old survivor from his past. The guy told him he got lucky by discovering a cheat code during the very first tutorial. The old man was a salt farm manager before the tower. It turns out that professional knowledge was his greatest weapon against these specific zombies. They are weak against salt. Yuan is surrounded by blue light as he applies this secret knowledge to the battlefield. The system rewards his genius. He unlocks an unbelievable achievement for killing 100 zombies in 10 minutes, and nets 3 free stat points. The tutorial concludes, leaving Yuan standing in a sea of corpses. He is already thinking ahead to how he should spend his newly earned points. The system confirms he has 3 points to distribute. These are precious resources that can permanently boost his combat capabilities. He hovers his finger over the status screen, debating, but discipline wins out, and he decides to save them for later. He turns his back on the screen and keeps moving. He knows he should not waste such valuable points on something as trivial as zombie fodder. With 13 minutes left on the clock, the city is a smoking ruin. He needs to find a strategically advantageous location for the next phase. More growls echo through the dark streets as more zombies emerge. They never stop coming, but Yuan is ready for them. Over elsewhere, Myung-hoon is getting absolutely mauled. The sound of his screaming is probably a great dinner bell for every zombie in the district. A zombie with hollow eyes stares right into the camera. It is enough to give anyone nightmares for a week. Myung-hoon is spiraling, unable to understand why Yuan can cut through them while his own attacks do nothing. The jealousy is real. He manages to kick one away, desperately wishing he had Yuan's weapon. Yeah, buddy, it is definitely the gear, not the 1,000 years of combat experience. The zombie snarls, its face twisted into a mask of pure hunger. These things are genuinely unsettling. Myung-hoon delivers a desperate kick to another zombie's face, barely keeping them at bay. The aerial view shows the grim reality. They are being totally swamped. Myung-hoon's cronies are starting to panic as their leader gets overwhelmed. The group realizes they are in deep trouble. They look around frantically for Yuan, hoping his luck will rub off on them if they just stick close. They are shouting his name like he is their savior, which is pretty rich considering how they treated him. Myung-hoon's eyes are wide with the realization that he has been left behind in the literal apocalypse. Reality is hitting him like a freight train. One of his guys yells a warning just as a zombie lunges from the blind spot. Myung-hoon spins around just in time to see a rotting face inches away from his own. He freezes up. That split second of hesitation in a fight is exactly how you end up on the menu. A gray hand reaches out, fingers clawing for his throat. This might be the end for our favorite college bully. The swarm collapses on him. The screen is filled with motion blur and the sounds of a struggle he is clearly losing. Wait, something is falling from the sky. The zombies are suddenly distracted, looking up at whatever just dropped into the middle of the horde. The blue lights in the sky are intensifying. It looks like some kind of orbital bombardment, but it is much more precise. Yuan's hand is glowing with blue energy as he releases a massive amount of whatever it is. Myung-hoon looks at his hand, stunned. It is salt. Imagine being saved from certain death by the world's most aggressive seasoning. Yuan drops into the center of the swarm like a meteor, his blade a blue blur that cleaves through multiple zombies at once. The XP from that massive multi-kill just skyrockets him even further ahead of the pack. He spins in the air, his movements fluid and deadly. He is finally feeling like his old self again. He lands with a heavy impact, the ground cracking beneath him as the last of the nearby zombies are dispatched. The first tutorial officially ends. Out of everyone in Seoul, only 4,000 survived. Yuan looks at the notification with a heavy heart. He takes a deep breath, letting the exhaustion wash over him. That is a lot of lives lost in just 30 minutes. The summary screen lists his insane achievements. Over 1,400 kills and unbelievable achievements. The rewards are massive. Another survivor is celebrating his 3,000-point haul, clearly thinking he is the top dog of this district. Oh, you sweet summer child. Yuan checks his own status. Level 16 with over 3,000 points. He only had 10 points at this stage in his past life. Talk about a glow-up. He does not even get a break before the next nightmare begins. No rest for the wicked. A voice booms across the district, congratulating the survivors. Yuan's eyes narrow as he listens to the announcer's condescending tone. The voice expresses shock, that so many people survived. You just know this guy was hoping for a higher casualty rate. The survivors look around in confusion, trying to locate the source of the mysterious voice. It is like being trapped in a giant, deadly reality show. The announcer mentions a lackey and claims someone has already reached the threshold. Yuan knows exactly who they are talking about. The crowd starts getting rowdy, demanding to know how to get home. The announcer ignores them and starts explaining how to use their points. People are panicking, realization finally setting in that they are not going back to their normal lives anytime soon. The tutorial store is revealed. You can buy items that are literally beyond your wildest imaginations. Time to spend that hard-earned cash. You can also use points as currency for trading with other survivors. Capitalism survives the apocalypse. Yuan stares out over the ruined city. He knows the store is the key to becoming a god in this world. Money is power. He knows the real struggle starts now. It is going to be a non-stop battle for levels and points from here on out. The map of Hongdae glows with a sinister light as the announcer tells them it is time to start struggling again. How encouraging. A safe zone is being created in the center of the district. Sounds nice, but in this world, safe is always relative. The system tells them to enter the zone to receive a passive point income. It is basically a trap to force everyone into one area. And just like that, the second tutorial officially begins. Yuan adjusts his grip on his knife. Round 2, let's go. The system is not giving anyone a break today. It casually asks them to enter the safe zone like this whole thing is just a friendly neighborhood stroll. Round 2 is officially live. The second tutorial starts now, and things are about to get way worse. The survivors are all huddled together as this weird neon light starts taking over the streets. One guy is looking at the bright area like it is a trap. Honestly, in this world, that is a smart guess. Myung-hoon is having a full-blown existential crisis over here. Yeah, join the club, pal. He looks around for his buddy Chang-ho, but the news is not great. Someone says he probably bit it already. The lackey starts praising Chang-ho, saying he was fighting like a beast. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon is looking for someone else entirely. He spots a familiar dark-haired guy walking away from the group. Oh look, it is our boy Yuan, and he clearly has better things to do than stand around. Myung-hoon starts sprinting toward him, screaming for everyone to get out of the way. This guy's ego is actually incredible. He slams a hand on Yuan's shoulder like they are best friends, asking where he is going. Yuan just turns around with the coldest look ever, knife already out. He asks if Myung-hoon heard they are supposed to stay in the safe zone. Myung-hoon puts on this smug grin, thinking he is being a hero. He offers to look after Yuan. Yeah right, you just want a human shield. Yuan hits him with a simple confirmation. He has places to be and legendary loot to find. He does not have time for this clown. He casually brushes the hand off his shoulder. The look of pure shock on Myung-hoon's face is priceless. Yuan basically tells him to sit down and be a good boy in the corner if he wants to survive. Look at those eyes. Absolute Chad move right here. Yuan walks off into the darkness, leaving Myung-hoon screaming like a toddler who just lost his toy. The bully is fuming, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles are probably turning white. Myung-hoon tries to cope, convincing himself the safe zone is obviously the better choice. Spoiler alert, it is not. He reaches the edge of the light and realizes it is blocked off. The invisible wall of doom is already up. The system drops the real bomb. There is a very specific capacity allowed inside. The safe zone is packed like a sardine can. People are panicking because they can see the threshold is full. 2,000 people. That is exactly half of the people who made it through the first round. The math is not in their favor. Outside the barrier, the carnage begins immediately. Blood is flying everywhere as something starts picking off the people who did not get in. Myung-hoon is sweating buckets now. He is stuck on the outside and he just realized what a massive mistake he made. Giant mutant earthworms burst through the pavement and start snacking on the survivors. This is nightmare fuel. One of the worms gets a green energy slash right through its disgusting body. Yuan is right in the thick of it, looking way too calm for someone fighting a giant toothy slug. He looks back at the chaos like he is checking a grocery list. He knew this was coming. Another first for Yuan. He gets 300 points for being the first to bag an earthworm and gets 2 random stat points to boot. His strength and dexterity both go up by 1. He is building a monster build while everyone else is just trying not to be lunch. He explains the mechanics. These things hunt by digging underground, so you cannot even see them coming. Great, invisible giant worms. He reaches for that high-level sensory perception. He stands perfectly still in the dark alleyway, listening to the vibrations in the ground. There it is, a faint tremor right under his boot. He has the timing down to a science. The ground starts cracking apart as the worm prepares to breach. It thinks it is the predator, but it is about to be prey. He leaps into the air right as the massive mouth bursts from the concrete. He brings his blade down in a heavy arc. moving with speed that is definitely not human. A clean slice right through the head. And there is another level up notification. Efficiency is his middle name. He is leveling up fast off these things. He walks up the stairs, noting that he leveled up even though he only killed 2 of them. These worms are XP gold mines. He is looking for the mother lode now. He enters the local subway station. In an apocalypse, the dark underground tunnels are usually the last place you want to be. He explains that these things live underground and build nests. He is not running away from the worms. He is looking for their front door. Look at that determined face. Welcome to the danger zone. He looks down the tunnel and sees a whole tangled nest of them just waiting to be harvested. System ping. He found a hidden dungeon and gets a free 100 points just for showing up. Look at all those teeth. Most people would be running, but Yuan is just seeing a buffet of XP. He draws his knife and prepares for a massacre. He lunges into the nest, a knife in one hand and a hatchet in the other. The worms let out a piercing screech as they realize their lunch is fighting back. He is a whirlwind of steel down there, slashing and hacking through multiple worms at once. Green blood is flying everywhere. He is clearing the nest with surgical precision. He is moving through the horde like it is nothing, but then he spots something glowing in the remains of one. A glowing purple marble falls out. Yuan's eyes go wide for a second. He snatches it out of the air. This is a rare drop that definitely should not be here in a basic tutorial. He examines the loot with a smirk. These worms seem so much more appealing now. Yeah, those worms are officially in trouble. Meanwhile, back at the surface, it is a total horror show. A guy's head just got crunched like a grape. The people inside the safe zone are watching the outside die in the most brutal ways. The trauma is hitting hard. System message pops up. 3 hours have passed, yielding passive income in a death game. The survivors are starting to realize that these points are the new world currency. 100 points sounds like a lot until you see the store prices. Then the red system message of doom appears. The red region will be deactivated. The glowing border on the street starts shrinking. Oh boy, here comes the musical chairs part of the tutorial. The system basically says if the safe zone is too full when it shrinks, people get randomly expelled. The panic level just hit 100. The invisible hand of the system is literally tossing people to the worms. The counter is dropping fast. People are screaming as they are pushed out into the dark streets. 3 hours left on the clock. Outside, the worms are having a literal feast. It is total chaos out there. The streets are paved with blood, and the survivors are realizing no one is coming to save them. Inside the shrinking zone, it turns into a riot. Everyone is shoving and fighting just to stay an inch away from the edge. It is the worst of humanity on full display. Myung-hoon jumps up onto a ledge and bellows for everyone to shut up. He is taking charge, but not in a good way. The crowd goes silent, looking up at him like he is their savior. Yuan is probably rolling his eyes somewhere deep in the subway. Myung-hoon's face goes dark as he tells them they need to decide who to kill in order to live. And there it is. From high school bully to orchestrating a death match in record time, truly judgmental cat hours. Myung-hoon is officially losing it. He is telling everyone they need to decide who dies so the rest can live. Talk about a villain origin story. He is sweating bullets, terrified that if he does not act first, he will be the one tossed to the worms. Fear is a hell of a motivator. He has completely crossed the line now. There is no coming back from this mindset. He lunges into the crowd, grabbing an innocent older man. The people around him are horrified, but no one is stepping in to help. He stares down the old man with a look of pure, cold desperation. Seriously, what is wrong with this dude? Picking on an old man is just next level pathetic. He does it. He actually kills the man to secure his spot. The safe zone is not looking so safe for everyone's humanity right now. Meanwhile, Yuan is busy doing actual work. He is down in the tunnels, carving up giant earthworms like it is his day job. A worm tries to get cute and lunge at him, but Yuan just slams his foot down on its head. Sit down, squirt. He stands ready, dual-wielding blades in the dark. This guy's combat flow is just something else to watch. A whole group of worms swarms him at once, but Yuan is just a blur of steel. He is taking them all on without breaking a sweat. The notifications are practically a disco light show at this point. He is scaling way faster than anyone else. Level 20 achieved. He reaches into his bag and sees a bunch of those glowing purple marbles he has been collecting. Jackpot. A new system message pops up, announcing a new stat has been unlocked. This is where the real fun begins. He takes a breather, wiping away some sweat. 3 hours of non-stop grinding is exhausting even for a pro like him. Check out those stats. Level 20, strength at 28, and a fresh arcane power stat sitting at 13. He is becoming a walking raid boss. He looks at the boss worm looming in the distance. He knows the real rewards are hidden behind that massive monster. Time to spend those unallocated points. He does not hesitate, knowing exactly where to put them for the biggest impact. He confirms the distribution, and a surge of energy flows through his body. You can almost feel the power-up through the screen. His arcane power jumps up by 5. For Yuan, this is the most important stat for everything he is planning in the future. Now he is sitting at 18 arcane power. Most early participants start with 0, so he is already light years ahead. He looks at the dead worms littering the tunnel. Starting with a base of 12 was a great move. Saving those points paid off big time. He continues deeper into the station. He knows exactly what he needs next to clear this tutorial with top marks. Yuan stops and looks up at the dark ceiling, knowing someone has been spying on his performance. He repeats himself, staring right at the shadows. Talk about being aware of your surroundings. Something starts to manifest in the darkness above. Even the observers are surprised he could sense them. Yuan casually explains that he is a bit flashy, so watching him is way more entertaining than the boring stuff elsewhere. He is not wrong. A voice echoes from the ceiling, admitting that he is right. It seems our protagonist has earned himself an audience. A small, masked figure drops down, thanking him for making a dull job entertaining. Meet the administrator's lackey. He is genuinely impressed that Yuan already hit level 20 in the second tutorial. Yuan just plays it off as being a bit lucky. The lackey laughs, saying the scariest people are the ones who attribute their skill to luck. The lackey asks if he wants to buy an item. Yuan's answer is a flat no. He is not interested in simple items. He wants to buy some skills. The lackey is taken aback by that request. The lackey opens up the shop menu, noting that Yuan is probably the first person to even buy a skill on the second tutorial. Yuan starts browsing through a massive list of skills. There is so much junk to filter through to find the real gems. He keeps scrolling, his eyes scanning for something specific that will help his build. The lackey asks if he found what he wants, offering to help him find something specific. Yuan does not give anything away. He knows that asking too many questions will only attract the wrong kind of attention. He settles on a skill called Monkey's Eyes. The lackey is skeptical, claiming it is not even that good of a skill. Yuan drops 2,000 points without a second thought. Skill unlocked. He ignores the criticism, simply saying he thinks the name is cool. Pro tip: do not let the shopkeeper talk you out of your build. Next, he buys a basic arcane sword for another 1,500 points. He is burning through his wealth, but it is all an investment. The lackey admits it is an excellent choice. Yuan's new blade is already humming with power. The lackey disappears back into the shadows. He leaves with one final parting shot, saying he has great expectations of him. Yeah, no pressure. Yuan realizes he is now a special administrative target. Being watched by the admins is a double-edged sword. He starts walking again, unfazed. As long as he follows the rules, they cannot touch him. He is playing this game perfectly. He thinks about the item that let him return. The clock movement is a heavy secret to carry. Flashback to the legends who made it: Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. The price for using it was incredibly high. Kronos had his entire existence erased just to give Yuan this one chance. The administrator should not be able to link him to it. He starts to think about what would happen if someone notices. His goal will not change. He activates his new skill, and his eyes start to glow with a brilliant golden light. Close-up of those glowing golden eyes. He is starting to tap into the legendary power of the Monkey King. The determination in his gaze is terrifying. He is not just playing a game. He is on a mission to rewrite destiny. He walks past the carcasses of his previous kills. Now he needs to quickly raise the proficiency of his new eyes. Some worms are still twitching on the ground. He is moving through a literal graveyard of his own making. He stops in his tracks. He senses something much bigger approaching. The atmosphere is getting heavy. The timer shows just under 30 minutes left. Plenty of time to deal with the final obstacle of this tutorial. Yuan draws his new arcane sword, and it crackles with blue electricity. Time to test out his new gear. A massive shadow looms over him. He knew the boss of this tutorial would be hiding around here somewhere. Enter the mother worm. She is huge, purple, and looks absolutely livid that someone has been killing her babies. The mother worm slams its massive body down, trying to crush Yuan like a bug. The entire station shakes from the impact. Yuan dodges with ease, watching the monster's movements carefully. This thing has eyes all over its head. He notes that for a human-eating monster, it has a surprisingly strong attachment to its offspring. The beast roars in rage as a swarm of smaller worms rallies around it. It is a full-on boss battle now. Yuan has already found the winning strategy. It lacks intelligence. The mother worm lunges forward with its massive, toothy maw wide open. It is a terrifying sight. Yuan leaps incredibly high, soaring right over the monster's head. He is completely taking control of the vertical space. He falls back down toward the beast, his arcane sword glowing with intense blue light. Yuan is literally a blur of motion as he dances around the motherworm. He is not just using a knife anymore. He has a heavy hatchet, and he is putting all his strength into the next blow. He plunges the blade deep into the monster's flesh. The thing lets out a pathetic screech as green blood sprays everywhere. The motherworm's massive body slams into the floor, shaking the entire subway station. Yuan is riding this thing all the way down to the ground. He is standing on the dead carcass, looking like an absolute boss. The boss is dead. Long live the new king of the station. Yuan looks back with those glowing orange eyes, totally unfazed. He asks the observers what they will do now. The view zooms out, showing him standing on the head of the colossal worm. He clearly anticipates its next move. He grips his glowing blue blade with both hands, readying a finishing move. He dives back in, stabbing right into a weak point. The worm is thumping against the concrete in agony. Close-up of those intense glowing eyes. He is not done extracting every drop of value from this fight. Blue lightning crackles all over the mother worm as it thrashes around. Yuan is holding on tight, waiting for the perfect moment. He focuses even more arcane energy into his blade, pushing the limits of his current level. A final eruption of green blood signals the true end of the motherworm. It is a total gore fest down here in the tunnels. Yuan leaps away as the massive body finally goes limp, thanking the monster casually. He stares at the remains with those piercing eyes. Spoken like a true hunter who just finished a successful day, a pillar of blue light shoots up from the corpse. Looks like the system is about to hand out the loot. Meanwhile, the scene in the safe zone is getting ugly. A guy is on his knees, begging for his life as the wall shrinks. Myung-hoon is literally kicking people out of the zone to save his own skin. This dude is actually a psychopath. He stands over the crying victims with a knife. He has decided that some people are just expendable fodder. The people being pushed out are understandably furious. They are yelling that they never agreed to this twisted lottery. Myung-hoon looks completely deranged, basically telling them to stay outside and die. The timer is ticking down. Only 30 seconds left before the safe zone deactivates. The area outside is a sea of monsters. People are watching the timer in horror. The countdown to death is almost over. A giant worm lunges out of the ground and snatches someone just inches away. It is absolute horror. Myung-hoon stands at the very edge, holding his ground. He is sweating buckets. Close up on his face as the pressure hits a boiling point. The final seconds of the countdown feel like an eternity. The timer freezes right there. Everyone is holding their breath. The survivors are looking at each other in total confusion. The system announces they passed the second tutorial. Myung-hoon looks shell-shocked. He survived by the skin of his teeth. People start cheering and hugging each other. But check the timer. There are still 15 hours left. Yeah, they are alive for now. The second tutorial is not technically over for another 15 hours. Back in the subway, Yuan is calmly wiping blood off his hands. The lackey is back, hovering over the motherworm's remains. He asks if Yuan wants to be healed, but our boy just says he can fix minor stuff by raising his stats. The lackey is actually clapping, completely surprised. A normal human got this far. Yuan thinks to himself. It has only been 30 minutes since he bagged the boss. He is well ahead of schedule. He realizes the lackeys did not expect the motherworm to be killed. There is no preset reward, so it is time to negotiate. He sits on the dead worm and looks the lackey in the eye, asking about his reward. The lackey mentions most people do not even know about this. He is talking about a very special kind of reward. The lackey agrees, his mask hiding whatever he is feeling. The negotiation is about to start. He tells Yuan he can pick between 3 options. Option 1 is to skip tutorials 3 and 4 and jump straight to the 5th. This comes with all the rewards from the skipped rounds. Yuan sees right through it. They are trying to fast-track him to the end. Option 2 is a massive pile of points. Yuan does not look impressed yet and asks for the third option. The final one is a direct connection with Olympus. A massive glowing temple appears behind the lackey. The lackey explains that the tutorial is just the start. The real power in the tower lies with massive organizations like Olympus. He mentions godlike beings who rule over everything. Yuan's eyes narrow as he listens to the pitch. A vision of powerful gods appears. These are the beings Yuan once fought alongside and watched die. Yuan's hand is visibly shaking. He is thinking about Kronos, who was once a ranker for that faction. He thinks about how borrowing their power would make his climb safer and faster. But he does not hesitate and picks the second option. He picks the points. The lackey is absolutely floored. Notification confirms he obtained 10,000 points. The lackey starts panicking, waving his hands around and offering to let Yuan change his mind. Yuan just stares at him. The lackey is sweating bullets, begging him to make a wise choice. Yuan calls him out. He knows exactly what is going on here. He tells the gopher to do his job. He realizes the Olympus offer was not from the official administrator. The lackey was acting on his own. The lackey is trembling, totally busted about how Yuan knows about the administrator. Yuan starts walking away, thanking the guy for spilling information he was not supposed to. He pulls up a hidden menu, requesting a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points. He hits pay without skipping a beat. Suddenly, the entire subway station starts shaking with a massive, booming force. A notification flashes, confirming the administrator approved his request. Yuan's plan is coming together perfectly. Close up on that approval. Yuan looks ready to face whatever giant shows up. Blue energy starts swirling around, warping the space around him. The atmosphere just got 10 times heavier. A massive armored foot steps onto the ground, laughing that a mere 1,000 points got a meeting. Yuan introduces himself properly. He stands his ground against the giant. The giant lets out a deep laugh, asking if Yuan is the one who killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. Meet the tutorial's administrator. He is a towering, bearded warrior with an aura of pure power. Things just got serious. Dust and debris start raining down from the ceiling as a presence so heavy it literally warps the air begins to manifest. The poor lackey is shaking like a leaf as the system confirms Yuan's insane kill count from the first round. The tutorial administrator himself steps out of the shadows. Talk about making a big entrance. He is genuinely curious how a mere participant knew he existed, let alone how to call for a private meeting. Yuan hits him with the literal rulebook, explaining that participants have to get their own info, not just wait for handouts. The administrator just stands there. He knows Yuan is not lying, because he can literally sense truth in his domain. The giant is starting to take this kid seriously, and that is a dangerous place to be. Yuan does not back down. He points out that the interference he is talking about is happening right here, right now. He drops the bomb that Olympus was trying to bribe him through the lackey. The little gopher looks like he is about to have a heart attack. The administrator's eyes glow a terrifying red. He is absolutely livid at the corruption in his own ranks. He slams his fist down, obliterating the corrupt lackey in a single blow. He thanks Yuan for helping him cut away the rotten parts. Note to self, never try to bribe an administrator's staff. Now he brings up the second law. Every massive achievement deserves an equal reward. Yuan is about to get paid. The giant leans in close, his gaze heavy with expectation. This kid is officially the most interesting thing he has seen in ages. Yuan points out that he used his own points to bring the admin here and help him clean house. Bold strategy. He asks the giant what he thinks about that. Standing that close to a literal god-tier being and acting casual shows nerves of steel. The administrator admits his people checked Yuan out and found no irregularities, just pure skill, which is honestly weirder. He lets out a dark, booming laugh. He has decided that Yuan has earned something truly special. He acknowledges that even if Yuan did not kill the lackey himself, he orchestrated the downfall of a near-ranker-level being. He notes it was due to a mere participant. It is half insult, half praise, but Yuan just takes it as a compliment. The giant starts scrolling through his hidden administrator options, trying to find a prize that fits a monster like Yuan. He notes that Yuan is already rich in points, so a cash prize probably will not cut it. He is looking for something better. He taps his fingers, thinking hard. You know you have done well when the guy running the game has to think this hard. Finally, he smirks. He has found the perfect gift for our time-traveling protagonist. Yuan waits patiently. He knows whatever is coming next is going to be a total game changer for his build. The administrator reaches out, stating, Yuan deserves at least this much. It is time for the legendary handoff. Their hands meet, and a torrent of blue arcane energy starts flowing into Yuan. Yuan feels the power surging through him, but even now, he is critiquing the process. Then it hits. A new skill is unlocked. Master of Mana is a top-tier passive that most players will not see for years. Full awakening mode. His arcane power jumps by 5 points and his mana sensitivity goes off the charts. He is literally glowing now. His hands are wreathed in blue flame as the skill integrates into his system. He can feel every atom of mana in the room. His eyes glow with a cold blue light. He is starting to look less like a college student and more like the legend he used to be. The administrator is satisfied, knowing he just handed over a nuke. The giant starts to fade away, saying he has to go handle his subordinates. He promises they will meet again after the third tutorial. Yuan is left alone in the ruins of the station. He looks like the only thing alive in a dead world. He stares at his hand, feeling the new skill humming under his skin. It is a lot to process. He checks the stats. It basically gives him absolute authority over mana. In a tutorial, that is just cheating. He clenches his fist, and the air itself starts to vibrate with power. He is testing the new flow of his arcane energy. A massive aura of blue energy erupts around him. He is realizing this is more important than anything else in the tower. He generates a sphere of pure mana in his palm. It looks like a miniature sun. Mana Blast. It is an advanced technique that normally requires high arcane power, but he is doing it with 26. Absolute monster. He stands there with the orb, looking like he is ready to level the entire city block. The energy is swirling and crackling with a terrifying intensity. One wrong move, and the whole station is gone. He releases the blast, and the entire tunnel is consumed by a massive blue explosion. He looks at the destruction he just caused. He is impressed with himself. He admits it is still a bit unstable, but it will do for now. He is definitely not thanking Olympus for the help, though. He clenches his fist again, his resolve hardening. He needs more than just his old strength to become something even greater. 13 hours left on the clock. He is not going to waste a single second of it. He is going back for more kills. He is looking at a fresh horde of worms like they are just extra credit on a test. He leaps into action, a blur of motion as he mows down everything in his path. The grind never stops. He is hacking through worms with his new arcane blade, gaining XP at an insane rate. He is on a whole other level now. Fast forward to the save zone with 10 minutes left in the tutorial. The tension is reaching a breaking point. The crowd is arguing about whether the government will come to save them. Spoiler alert, they are not coming. A group of people is begging for more time, but they are being ignored by the people in charge. Myung-hoon is back to being a total jerk, grabbing a guy by the shirt. He is trying to force people out to find supplies, threatening to toss them out personally if they do not comply. Peak cowardice. He is really embracing the whole might makes right thing. Suddenly, the whole group goes silent. They see someone walking toward them through the ruins. It is a lone figure, casually strolling through the monster-infested streets. They have no idea who they are looking at, wondering if he is brave or just crazy. Someone yells to watch out as the ground under Yuan starts to shatter. A giant earthworm bursts from the pavement, its mouth wide and ready to swallow Yuan whole. Yuan does not even flinch. He just raises his foot, looking bored more than anything else. He kicks the worm's head straight into the ground, obliterating it in one move. Green blood sprays everywhere. The survivors are absolutely speechless. They are staring at him like he is a literal alien. Myung-hoon looks like he has seen a ghost. Yuan just tells him to ignore him and keep playing King of the Hill. He walks past them, covered in monster guts and looking like a total nightmare. He does not have time for their petty drama. Check out those final stats for the round. He is officially a monster. Myung-hoon looks absolutely livid, trying to act tough while Yuan's presence ruins his whole vibe. Yuan just stands there with a deadpan look, telling them to keep their conversation going like he is not even there. He casually rests his foot on a pile of monster guts, mentioning he just stopped by to collect the clear reward while Myung-hoon screams his name. He gives a slow side-eye glance. "We heard you the first time, loudmouth." The safe zone is barely holding on. Yuan thinks about how a bunch of nobodies are trying to act like they are in charge. Myung-hoon puts on a fake smile and acts like he was worried. "Bro, you just wanted to carry you." Yuan's expression does not shift an inch. He sees right through the nonsense. The survivors are whispering in the background, wondering if the monsters are getting closer. A group returns with scavenged bags of food, looking pretty beat up from the supply run. Myung-hoon tells them to get inside, acting all generous after sending them out to risk their necks. Yuan calls him out immediately for forcing them to go get supplies. Myung-hoon tries to justify it, saying it is for the greater good. Yuan knows something is fundamentally wrong here. The tension between the two is thick enough to cut with a knife. He leans in real close. Oh boy, here comes the survivor speech. He tells everyone that if they want to survive, they have to be cowards. Real inspiring stuff. He starts preaching about how laws and morals are dead. This guy has watched way too many post-apocalyptic movies. He gives a smug grin, really thinking he is a philosopher. Yuan just gives him a blank look, totally unimpressed. The timer finally hits 0. The second tutorial is officially over. The system announces the end of the round. Everyone in the safe zone gets a tax of 500 points. Yuan tells them if that is how they want to survive, fine, but he is not playing their game. He turns his back on the group, telling them not to cross the line. Consider it a final warning. Myung-hoon is left standing there, totally baffled. He really does not get it. The system does not give them time to breathe. Round 3 begins. The announcement flashes across the screen. No rest for the weary in this tower. The goal is to kill 50 monsters and collect 50 essence. They have 72 hours, but the clock is ticking. New monsters are revealed, and the system warns that the entire sector will be destroyed if they fail. A massive portal starts opening up. The exit gate will not even activate for another 70 hours. You are locked in with the monsters. A swirling vortex of black and green energy tears open right in the middle of the street. Panic ensues. People were hoping the safe zone was a permanent home, but now the monsters are literally spawning on their doorstep. Myung-hoon looks at the objective like it is just another game quest. He looks at the terrified crowd, already planning to use everyone as labor. Myung-hoon really thinks he is the CEO of Survival Inc. now. Good luck with that, bud. A single mana essence orb floats in the air, glowing with a soft pink light. Cut to Yuan, who already has over 100 essence. He has been grinding while they were debating ethics. He decapitates a monster with a single, effortless slash. The difference in efficiency is just staggering. He is a whirlwind of steel down in the tunnels, taking on multiple enemies at once without even looking stressed. Huge rats and centipedes are crawling everywhere. Yuan wonders if he will be able to reach 1,000 kills this time. He is staring down a horde of undead while most people are just worried about getting 50. He starts channeling mana into his hand. Something big is coming. He stands perfectly still as the monsters surround him. His Master of Mana proficiency is slowly ticking up. He concentrates a massive amount of energy. He wants total mastery. The energy in his hand is humming with enough force to shake the walls. He releases the blast, and the entire area is illuminated by a blinding blue light. Yuan grinds his teeth as he manages the recoil. Even for him, this much power is a lot to handle. The blast waves rip through the subway tunnels, obliterating every monster in their path. He stands in the smoking crater he just made. He has officially added Mana Blast to his skill list. He examines his hand, noting it drains all his mana and is hard to control. But once he levels up, this will be his ultimate trump card. Using Mana Blast is apparently the standard way to measure control, but he is already planning to do more. He tosses a mana orb back and forth, noting that it is not his style. My man is such a perfectionist. Giant rats with yellow eyes and massive teeth snarl at him. They clearly have not learned their lesson. He finds another pack of rats huddled on the stairs. They are terrified of the literal monster walking toward them. Yuan draws his blade again, not wanting to waste the time he has left. His eyes glow with a cold, golden fire. He is in the zone now. More blood spatters against the floor. 22 hours left on the timer for the second day. Fast forward to the end of the second day. The environment is looking even bleaker. A group of survivors is exploring the lower levels, wondering if they went too deep. Meet Han Junho and Kang Sayong-chun. They mention they are down to only 400 survivors out of 1,400. That is a brutal casualty rate. They are wondering if Hongdae Station was always this massive and creepy. Lim Juyeon spots something in the distance. A fully stocked convenience store looks like a miracle in the middle of a war zone. They start running toward it, already dreaming about ramen and filling their inventory with food. One of them points out they do not even have water to boil. Way to kill the mood. Junho does not care, but look above him. A giant spider is already lowering its fangs. A giant pincer slams down on the guy in the red jacket. That is definitely not ramen. The others freeze in pure terror. Their miracle just turned into a slaughterhouse. The mother spider and a pack of giant rats surround the remaining three. They back away, weapons shaking. It is a total ambush. Joyeon is having a breakdown. She tried so hard to survive, but her level 10 stats are just not enough. A rat monster lunges straight at her face. She is paralyzed by fear. The impact sends her flying. The difference between her and a professional like Yuan is night and day. Suddenly, a silver flash cuts through one of the rats. Someone finally stepped in. But it is too late for the other guy as a rat is already tearing into his arm. Another survivor tries to hack at a zombie, but it is like hitting a wall. The monster lets out a guttural scream, lunging forward with its jaw unhinged. It sinks its teeth into the guy's shoulder. Things are going from bad to worse in record time. The spider is hovering over Juyeon while rats swarm the others. It is a complete wipeout. She grips her tiny blade, tears in her eyes, not wanting to die like this. The rat monster leaps from the ceiling, ready to end it. A pink crescent of mana slices the rat in half before it can even touch her. Juyeon looks back, blood splattered on her cheek in total shock. Who just saved her? A single mana blast clears the entire hallway, sending spider legs and rat fur flying in every direction. A voice echoes from the shadows, complaining that they are too noisy and woke him up. Only one guy in this whole tower is that arrogant. Yuan steps into the light, casually popping open an energy drink. Pink lightning is dancing all around him. Juyeon is completely frozen. Blood from the monsters Yuan just pulverized is everywhere. Look at her face. She is practically having a mental breakdown seeing a guy casually stand in a sea of gore. Yuan is just standing there over the remnants of what used to be a threat. He finally speaks up, telling them not to be so loud when someone is trying to sleep. Talk about a rude awakening. He is holding a can, looking like he just finished a workout instead of a life or death battle. The pink mana is still pulsing though. Joyeon is processing the reality. She gets that stats are a thing now, but this is on a whole other level. She is realizing that the gap between them is not just a few levels. It is like a toddler versus a tank. Did he really just finish that thing off with a soda can? Peak disrespect. He is clearing out everything in the hallway with minimal effort. A monster gets absolutely wrecked. The impact force is actually insane. Yuan takes a combat stance, ready for the next wave. He is not even breathing hard. He dashes forward, a blur of motion against the next beast. He slams his foot into a monster's face. Sit down, buddy. He is midair, looking totally in control of the battlefield. Another one bites the dust. He is just farming at this point. He stands amidst the carnage, the hallway finally silent. He finally takes a second to catch his breath. Even for a legend, cleaning house is work. He starts walking past the stunned survivors without saying a word. Juyeon and Junho finally snap out of it and stammer out their thanks. Song-chan is still clutching his arm, groaning in pain. He took a nasty hit before Yuan showed up. Yuan keeps walking, acting like he has got somewhere much more important to be. He suddenly stops and tosses something back to them. Juyeon catches it, looking confused. Yuan asks for her constitution stat out of nowhere. Song-chan is looking rough. Yuan warns him that while he will not die, he might lose the use of that arm if he is not careful. They start applying the ointment. It probably stings like crazy, but it is better than being a one-armed survivor. Yuan stretches his neck, mentioning he slept for about 6 hours. Flashback to the grind. He admits he pushed himself quite a bit in the last few days. He even bought scentless powder from the shop just so he could catch some rest without monsters sniffing him out. Big brain plays. He did not expect to be disturbed during his nap, but here we are. Joyeon calls out as he turns to leave. She warns him that there are more monsters here than above ground, and he might run into subterranean snakes. Yuan just looks back calmly, stating he does not plan on staying here because this is just his resting spot. He tells them his actual hunting ground is much further down. These guys are terrified, and he is just looking for the buffet. The view shows the stairs leading into the dark abyss of the lower levels. You can practically feel the dread coming from that staircase. They cannot believe there was a whole other dungeon level below them. The scale of this place is starting to sink in. Song-chan asks why they came here knowing the dangers. He clearly did not realize how high the stakes were. Yuan explains that things above ground have turned into a literal hellhole, with people killing each other over essence. The group follows him deeper into the tunnels. At least following the monster is safer than being alone. Yuan reminds them that they almost died down here, and they only survived because of him. He is leading them into the unknown, his steps confident and rhythmic. Song-chan hears something in the shadows. The atmosphere just got a lot heavier. Song-chan is sweating. Yuan's tone shifts, getting cold. Yuan stops walking and gives them a look that sends chills down their spines. He tells them there is no guarantee he will not just kill them and take their essence. Well, that escalated quickly. Juyeon is absolutely terrified. Her savior just turned into her biggest threat in 5 seconds. She tries to argue that he probably has all the essence he needs already. Nice try, kid. Yuan asks, what if he just wants more? Greed is a powerful motivator in the tower. He bluntly tells them that even if he does not kill them, they are dead meat in this place anyway. Joyeon's brain is racing. She realizes something is off about how he is acting. If he really wanted them dead, they would be dead. So what does he actually want from them? Yuan lets out a small, mysterious smile. He has a plan for these three. He promises it will not be a bad proposal. Yeah, I have heard that one before. Suddenly, a massive snake monster bursts out of the darkness. Talk about bad timing. Song-chan screams as the beast lunges. This thing is nightmare fuel. Xiang-chan is crying, asking if this is part of the proposal. Yuan just asks if his legs still work. Yuan looks totally unbothered by the giant reptile currently trying to eat his new business partners. Run. That is the whole plan. I thought we were getting a tactical briefing. He gives them one simple instruction with a smirk. Run. The snake strikes while they scream for help. These guys are way out of their league. Yuan leaps into the air, drawing his blade as the snake's mouth opens wide beneath him. He cuts through the beast like it is made of paper. The purple mana is dazzling. He lands with a heavy thud, the ground cracking under his feet. One boss monster down, many more to go. He turns his attention to a pair of red-scaled lizards. They look like they want a piece of him too. He is a blur of steel and mana, slicing through them before they can even react. He decapitates one of the red monsters with surgical precision. The survivors are panting, barely able to keep up with just the running part of the plan. Junho is staring in awe at the unbelievable hunting speed. Yuan is moving so fast the survivors can barely see him. He is a whirlwind of death. Essence orbs start dropping everywhere. It is like a jackpot at a casino. Julian realizes the drop rate down here is much higher because the monsters are stronger. High risk, high reward. Yuan picks up one of the orbs. He already has 50 essence in just 2 hours. That is insane. He looks at the glowing purple marble in his hand. This is the currency of the new world. The survivors can only watch as Yuan stands amidst a mountain of monster corpses. Dude is carrying the whole team on his back. That is a certified win. Yuan picks up those glowing essence marbles like they are just loose change on the sidewalk. He makes this look too easy. The survivors can barely keep their jaws off the floor. They have been struggling for days, and he is just cruising through. Yuan stands there, leaning on his blade, covered in monster blood. He looks like he just finished a casual hike. Songchan is totally dazed. He has completely lost count of Yuan's kills. Yuan mentions there is one more and tells Songchan to keep it. He is handing out essence like it is candy. He tosses the glowing orbs over. The speed at which he is farming is just unfair at this point. Songchan wonders what level Yuan is. Honestly, buddy, you probably do not want to know. It will just make you depressed. Yuan ignores the question, looking off into the distance. He mentions Julian is a bit late but should be back soon. Songchan thinks Yuan should be leveling up at light speed with that hunting pace. Little does he know, our boy's requirements are a lot higher. Yuan admits his leveling has slowed down. He says he will wait for the next tutorial to really level up properly. That is a massive flex. He gives Songchan some free advice. Levels and stats are personal info. Do not ask, and definitely do not tell if someone asks you. Julian returns, looking a bit worse for wear but still in one piece. Yuan tells her she should worry about raising her own level and gathering essence, not just wandering around. Harsh but true. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the tunnel as Julian calls out for Yuan. A massive monster bursts out of the shadows, towering over everyone. It is a motherworm and it looks hungry. The survivors are panicking, but Yuan does not even move. He casually notes that they are here. The motherworm lunges, its giant maw wide open. This thing is straight up nightmare fuel. Yuan is a blur as he leaps into the air, his blade glowing with blue energy. He brings the blade down in a massive arc, slicing right through the monster's thick hide. Songchan yells that he killed it, looking shocked that he actually contributed. A level up notification pops up for him. The group celebrates their win. They are finally starting to act like a real team instead of just baggage for Yuan. Yuan picks up another essence orb. He is always looking for that loot. He asks them if they are all done. Julian confirms they are finished. He confirms that they can keep the essence from the kills they made. He hands Julian the essence she needs to hit her quota of 50. She cannot believe her luck. She is practically crying from gratitude. They only had 20 before meeting Yuan, and now they are set for the round. Yuan's hunt became 50% more efficient because he used them as scouts. He definitely has a practical mind. He checks the timer showing almost 3 hours left. Time to wrap things up and head back to the surface. He leads the way up the stairs, leaving the monster corpses behind. Julian and Songchan are relieved to be going back up. They have had enough of the subway for one lifetime. They wonder if it will still be chaotic outside. Yuan bets it has become worse, spoken with the confidence of someone who has seen the future. Songchan is genuinely worried for the people who stayed outside the whole time. A massive red vortex is swirling in the sky above Hongdae. It looks like a literal portal to hell. The entire area is packed with survivors, all staring at the glowing gate waiting for it to activate. Yuan notes that everyone is secretly hiding their weapons and trying to act normal. The tension is reaching a boiling point. He checks his own essence count and sees he is almost at his target for the round. One guy whispers to his buddy that it is faster to just kill other humans for essence. Yeah, people are trash. Their plan is to steal and dash as soon as the gate activates. Suddenly, the crowd starts to part. Someone is walking right toward the main group. The thugs get nervous as they notice a leader watching them. The leader is coming right for them. They realize they have been spotted by the local big shot. Long time no see, it is Myung-hoon. He is looking more smug than ever with a crowd of goons behind him. He gives a mock greeting, still acting like he owns the place. Myung-hoon is practically looming over the smaller group. He warns them that a bloodbath is coming once that gate opens. The thugs realize Myung-hoon has gathered a whole small army in advance. He has been planning this power move for a while. Myung-hoon asks how much essence they have, claiming he has so many mouths to feed. He leans in, his face twisted into a menacing grin, demanding a massive tribute of about 700. Joyeon and Songchan are floored. They do not even have half that amount. Myung-hoon clenches his fist. He is clearly not asking, he is telling. This is a total shakedown. He demands 400, trying to act like he is being generous by lowering the price. Shang-chan is fuming. He knows if they refuse, it is an all-out war they cannot possibly win. The thugs are completely outnumbered, 50 to 20. The math is not in their favor today. Suddenly, someone pushes through the crowd, asking to come through. The crowd goes silent as a familiar dark-haired guy steps into the clearing. It is Yuan, and he is carrying a massive cardboard box. He sets the box down right in front of Myung-hoon. His name rings out through the street. Myung-hoon asks where he has been for the last few days. Yuan just says he had things to do. Myung-hoon asks if he gathered enough essence. Yuan just gives him a blank look, stating, "It is obvious." He flips open the lid of the box, and a blinding purple light spills out. The box is literally overflowing with essence orbs. It is a mountain of legendary loot. The entire crowd is shell-shocked. There have to be thousands of essence orbs in that one box. People are losing their minds. This is more essence than the entire district has gathered combined. They realize there has to be at least 1,000. Yuan is officially the richest man in Seoul. Myung-hoon is fuming, his face turning a bright shade of red. He cannot believe how badly he just got outclassed. He tries to regain his composure, reminding himself he has 50 men behind him, numbers against a box of essence. He looks back at his squad. They are all staring at the loot with greedy eyes. Loyalty is about to get tested. Yuan starts walking toward the box, totally ignoring the 50 armed thugs surrounding him. He tells them to look closely at the floor. Myung-hoon is confused. There is a faint black line drawn in a circle around Yuan and his group. Yuan holds up a single glowing orb, asking the crowd if they all need these. He tells them he does not need them because he already has more than enough. The crowd starts yelling for him to share. The crowd is starting to surge forward like a tidal wave, demanding some for themselves. Yuan's face turns cold as ice. He tells them it is not free, and just like that, the mood shifts. 100 points each. A fair price for your life, do you not think? He draws a large circle on the ground with his sword, telling them to ask for his permission before entering if they want to buy. The survivors are complaining that it is too expensive, calling it highway robbery. Myung-hoon cannot believe the audacity. He points out that the shop does not even sell essence, so they have to buy from Yuan. He starts calling Yuan a selfish bastard for not just giving them away for free to save lives. Oh, the irony. Myung-hoon is looking way too confident for a guy standing across from a literal godslayer. Yuan just stares back, cold and calculated. He is not intimidated by some 2-bit college bully and his squad of lackeys. The view pans out, showing the absolute scale of the crowd. Yuan says it is a strange question because he is not forcing anyone to buy anything. He makes it clear that if you want to buy, you pay up front. No credit, no installments. He even offers to trade for items or stats. Points are points, and he is not picky about where they come from. Myung-hoon's eyes go wide. He is finally realizing he might have a way to save his own skin after all. But his ego takes back over immediately. He starts yelling that Yuan must have stolen all that essence and calls him out for being a thief. Yuan just asks if Myung-hoon has any right to call others out on stealing. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. The survivors who were with Yuan in the tunnels finally speak up. They defend him, pointing out that they would all be dead if it were not for his skills. The crowd is starting to whisper. They are realizing Myung-hoon does not know anything about the person he is trying to shake down. Myung-hoon is fuming. He is losing his grip on the group, and he knows it. He signals his men, asking what the 3 of them can do. It is about to turn into an all-out brawl. Myung-hoon gives the order to kill them all, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The whole squad lunges forward with weapons drawn. They are banking on their numbers to overwhelm Yuan and his friends. Suddenly, a blinding silver flash cuts through the air. Yuan is moving way faster than anyone in this crowd could possibly track. He is a whirlwind of steel, effortlessly parrying and counterattacking multiple thugs at once. It is a total masterclass in combat. Yuan's voice is low and menacing as he tells them they crossed the line. Myung-hoon is frozen in place as a fountain of blood erupts right next to him. He just realized he is in way over his head. Thugs are flying everywhere. The safe zone is becoming a very dangerous place for anyone with a death wish. Yuan stands in the middle of the carnage, his offer still standing. He is perfectly calm while people are dying around him. He warns the survivors to buy their essence and stay inside the circle if they want to live. Anyone else crossing the line with bad intentions is fair game. He activates his basic arcane sword, and the blade glows with a terrifying blue light. Myung-hoon is screaming for his men to kill Yuan, but he is backing away himself. Real courageous leader you got there, boys. The thugs are getting absolutely pulverized. Yuan is slicing through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. He does not even look like he is trying. It is not a fight. It is a chore he is completing as quickly as possible. A massive top-down view shows the scale of the massacre. Bodies and blood are scattered all over the street. Myung-hoon is having a total breakdown. He forgot what kind of world they are living in now. His eyes are wide with the realization that he is the one who is completely outmatched. The prey has turned into the apex predator. He starts to scramble away, looking for any escape route. He thinks he can make it. He thinks he is safe. He really thinks he is getting away. Oh, you sweet summer child. You do not walk away from the main character like that. Yuan is suddenly right behind him, his blade already in motion, stating he memorized all their faces. He is looking down at Myung-hoon from a weird, inverted angle. It is a chilling, predatory gaze. Myung-hoon is paralyzed with terror. He is finally seeing the monster behind the college student. A final, decisive strike. The world goes blurry as Yuan finishes the job. He stands over the body of the once smug bully. The threat is officially dealt with. Yuan starts walking back toward his group, his boots clicking on the blood-stained pavement. He looks around at the survivors who are still frozen in shock, casually calling it a mess. He picks up the box of essence, his eyes scanning the crowd for anyone else who wants to test their luck. One of the survivors, Dushik, is staring at the mountain of bodies. He has never seen anything like this. He cannot believe one person caused all that slaughter. The overwhelming strength of an individual is a terrifying concept. Dushik's face is a mask of pure, concentrated dread. He realizes his entire worldview was just shattered. He admits he thought he was adapting well, but seeing Yuan in action made him realize he was totally mistaken. Yuan just reaches into the box, looking bored. He is ready to get back to business. Dushik approaches cautiously, stating he will buy the essence. He is making the smart move. One of his buddies is shocked by the price. Dushik points out that he can sell his knife to a lackey for points to make up the difference. He tells his man to think about it. All that essence was gathered by one person hunting alone. That is who you want to be buying from. He wonders how many monsters Yuan had to kill to become that strong. He notes that Yuan did not steal essence from the people he just killed. He established himself as a lawful trader in his own twisted way. Yuan looks at the man with a tiny, respect-filled nod. Finally, someone who gets it. The survivors start lining up, their points ready. The laws and rules of this world are being written by the strong. Dushik steps up first, asking for 7. He is leading by example. The trade is confirmed. Business is booming. The news spreads through the crowd like wildfire. If they buy essence, they can skip to the next tutorial right away. Suddenly, everyone is yelling to buy some. The desperation is palpable. People are begging for points, promising to pay them back later. Yeah, good luck with that. The administrator's lackey is actually helping with the trades. He notes that some items are a bit damaged, lowering their value. One guy is arguing about a price. Buddy, Fairness left the building when the monsters arrived. Lackey explains the breakdown. It is a terrible deal, but desperate people do desperate things. Yuan keeps raking in the points. He is building a massive war chest for the upper floors. He watches as people sacrifice their hard-earned stats just for a chance to skip ahead. He knows they will realize how valuable those stats were later on. His total point count hits an astronomical figure. He is officially the 1% of the tower now. He picks up his box, which is now significantly lighter, noting that this haul will definitely help him reach his goal. Jo-yeon and Song-chan look dejected as he turns to leave, asking why he has not gone yet. They beg him to take them along as pawns or whatever he needs. Yuan just stops and looks at them, his face unreadable. He has never been one for group projects. He gives them a final, blunt rejection, telling them not to expect anything from anyone if they want to survive. He drops the empty box, casually stating he is not going. The survivors are totally confused. He turns his back on them and heads back into the dark subway tunnel. Yuan decides it is time to part ways with the survivors. He gives them some parting wisdom about not relying on anyone else. He makes it clear he is not heading for the gate yet. He has other plans, and they do not involve safe zones. The survivors are stunned, having no idea what he is talking about. They are basically looking at him like he has grown a second head. Yuan casually strips off his hoodie, revealing he is completely out of essence. He gave it all away to the crowd earlier. He tosses the empty container aside like yesterday's trash. Jo-yeon is panicking, asking how he is going to survive without any essence. She really thinks he just signed his own death warrant. He repeats he is not going. He tells her he knows exactly what he is doing. He warns them to leave immediately because this place is about to turn into a total madhouse once everyone starts fighting for the exit. The survivors share a worried glance. They know he is right. Humanity's worst side is about to come out in full force. Seong-chen puts a hand on Ju-yeon's arm, urging her to move. They have to save themselves. They start heading toward the ominous red gate, leaving their savior behind in the dust. Yuan watches them go, his mind already on the next phase. The fourth tutorial is all about defense, and he is preparing for a siege. An older guy stops him, desperately asking if he really sold every single essence he had. Yuan just gives him a blank stare, confirming he did. The man looks like he is about to faint from the sheer absurdity of it. Yuan starts walking in the opposite direction. He knows he needs to find a shop before the next timer hits 0. Behind him, the crowd is already turning on each other. This place is officially a battlefield for essence. He walks through the ruins of the city alone, a tiny figure against the backdrop of a world falling apart. He checks the clock, showing only 1 hour left. He calls out for the shop, and the system responds to its VIP customer. Suddenly, the entire street starts to rumble. Something much bigger than a standard shop menu is coming his way. A massive pillar of white light erupts from the ground, blasting through the pavement and lighting up the whole district. Yuan narrows his eyes. He recognizes this specific flavor of dramatic entrance. A huge shadow manifests inside the light. This is not your average lackey showing up to trade. The tutorial administrator himself steps out of the glow. Talk about customer service. Yuan looks more annoyed than impressed. He asks where the regular lackey is, claiming he did not mean to summon the big boss. The admin reminds him they are short-staffed because someone decided to kill one of them earlier. We see other lackeys working overtime in the background, trying to manage the chaotic crowds at the gates. The admin notes that progress in other sectors has slowed to a crawl because they are having to deal with Yuan's influence. Yuan just shrugs it off, asking if a lot of business is a good thing. He is basically the economy's biggest whale right now. The admin gives him a stern look, asking if he really does not understand the gravity of what is happening. Yuan knows he is now a special administrative target. Usually, admins let things slide, but he has pushed the system a bit too far. The system confirms he finished the tutorial with a staggering amount of points. The admin warns that his power could topple the entire ecosystem. Yuan is not worried. He tells him that is what he wants and that he will use the shop. He is here to break the game, not play by the rules. The admin cannot help but respect the hustle. This is the first time he has met someone like this. He waves his hand, and a golden spark of light ignites in his palm. Time to open the legendary black market. He tells him to say what he needs. The admin opens a holographic inventory packed with gear that definitely should not be in a tutorial. Yuan starts the shopping spree by dropping points on a mid-grade personal inventory, essential for any serious loot hoarder. The system revitalizes the item, giving him much more storage space. No more carrying heavy cardboard boxes for this guy. Next up is the Arctic Steel Sword. It glows with a freezing blue aura that looks deadly as hell. The admin notes that it is a difficult item to use, but Yuan does not look like he is looking for easy mode. He keeps going, grabbing a pyromancy robe and a magic nullification shield. He is burning through points like crazy. A puff of smoke later, and Yuan is fully geared up. He looks like a high-level player who accidentally wandered back into the starting zone. He notes that this gear is normally reserved for the upper floors. He is building an absolute tank of a character. He adds 4 ice crystals to his cart. Preparation is key to survival. Finally, he asks for one last item, a well-sharpened sword. The admin looks a bit surprised by the modest request. It is a simple, elegant blade for just 2,000 points. Sometimes the classics are the best. The purchase is confirmed. Yuan's point total has dropped significantly, but his power level just tripled. He admires the simple blade, noting he likes this one. He still has some points left for snacks or whatever. The admin admits that with this gear, no other participant will be able to even challenge him. That robe is basically impenetrable to them. The admin clarifies that no one only refers to other participants. He has high expectations for Yuan's performance. A pillar of purple light consumes the administrator as he prepares to leave. He vanishes, leaving Yuan standing in the middle of a deserted street. He turns his head, staring at the digital timer floating in the air. The final seconds are ticking away. The countdown hits 00, and the air suddenly feels a lot heavier. A system message heralds the end of the third tutorial. But in this game, the end is always just a new, more brutal beginning. The blue screen hangs in the air as the world begins to change around him. A series of views show the total destruction of the city. The red vortex in the sky is intensifying. Yuan looks up at the blood-red sky, noting it has been a long time since he has seen that sky. He knows exactly what this weather means. He adjusts his new pyromancy robe. It grants him immunity to fire and boosts his magic resistance. He is going to need it. The heat is rising fast. He can feel the robe protecting his body from the blistering temperature. Nearby, we hear survivors screaming for help. Not everyone is wearing fireproof robes. Yuan starts walking toward the screams. He notes that there are only about 3 people left alive in his immediate vicinity. He finds the 3 survivors he helped earlier, cowering on the ground. Joyan looks up at him with tear-filled eyes, shocked he is still here. Yuan stares down at them from under the hood of his robe. He looks like a grim reaper standing in the middle of a furnace. Suddenly, the entire ground begins to quake violently. Something massive is trying to break through from below. A massive explosion of fire and asphalt erupts right in front of them. The survivors are sent flying. Flames are everywhere. The screams are deafening as the city block is consumed by hellfire. Yuan just stands there, perfectly calm while everything around him melts. He is focused on the creature emerging from the flames. A message flashes across the screen announcing the annihilation is now beginning. This is not a tutorial anymore. It is an execution. Looking down from above, the entire street is a glowing lake of lava and fire. It is pure chaos. A giant skeletal hand made of green energy reaches out of the fire and grabs the edge of a building. A colossal demon made of bones and fire drags itself into view. This thing is the stuff of nightmares. System Tag identifies it as a trash class demon. Even if it is trash class, it is still 10 times bigger than anything they have seen yet. Yuan draws his Arctic steel sword and raises his shield. He is not backing down from a literal giant. He looks up at the massive skeleton with a cold, analytical gaze, greeting it as if they are old friends. He remembers this specific event from his past life. It was a total wipeout for everyone else. Suddenly, a second, even more terrifying presence manifests. The real boss of the block has arrived. Looks like our boy finally found a challenge worth his time. Let us see how that new deer holds up. This level of chaos is exactly why this phase is called an annihilation. It is essentially a countdown to total destruction. Out of the blue, the system drops the name of their opponent, Sarutra, a low-class demon. This fiery giant has just entered the chat. Yuan, however, looks completely unbothered as he greets his old adversary. He is standing on the shattered pavement, ready for a fight. He even flashes a calm smile, completely unfazed by the mountain-sized threat towering over him. Talk about confidence. Yuan remembers that during Ragnarok, Sarutra was as big as an entire mountain range. In this tutorial, however, the giant is only about the size of a large house. The demon lets out a deafening roar of rage, sending shockwaves through the ruined street. Things are heating up fast. The official system prompt identifies this titan as Surtra's descendant. Even a minor descendant of the Norse flame giant is a world-level threat. A small, pink-haired figure lounges on Sarutra's shoulder, mocking the giant for being too emotional. This kid really has no fear. Sarutra ignores the teasing and narrows his burning eyes at Yuan. He immediately notices something very familiar in the human's gaze. The giant growls that he has the same eyes as the legendary monkey from Mount Huaguo. The titan steps forward, questioning if Yuan will actually manage to escape this place alive. The pressure in the air is heavy. The demon slams his massive weapon down, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave toward the approaching skeletal horde. A swarm of fiery skeleton warriors rushes forward, forcing Yuan to jump into the fray. He swings his blade with clinical efficiency. He cleaves cleanly through a blue-boned skull warrior, refusing to let them surround him. The moment a skeleton falls, its body erupts in a violent, fiery explosion. Yuan is caught right in the middle of the blast zone. Sarutra watches the explosion, thinking the human has been incinerated. He assumes the fight is already over. The thick dust and smoke start to clear, revealing a figure still standing tall in the rubble. The system confirms that the pyromancy robe successfully negated the intense blast. Sarutra is stunned to see a human walk out of the fire completely untouched. Yuan gives a wry smile under his hood. He thinks to himself that nothing beats paying to win, appreciating his high-tier gear. He leaps off the building, diving straight into the sea of fire below. He did not buy all this equipment just to hide from the boss. Sarutra is insulted by his attitude, calling Yuan's words arrogant and impudent. He challenges the human to actually reach him first. Yuan lands gracefully, bracing his magic shield and drawing his blade. He taunts the giant for sitting back and letting his minions do the work. Yuan mutters that the giant talks too much, his yellow eyes flashing with focused determination. That look means the grind is officially on. He's about to turn this entire battlefield into a massive XP harvest. He walks calmly toward the massive army of skeletal warriors, completely outnumbered but entirely in control. He tears through the front lines, the system flashing a level-up notification as his sword carves through the bony skulls. Another slash, and another prompt appears. He is gaining experience at an absurd rate by farming these high-level minions. He stands amidst a heap of shattered bones, his red robe catching the embers. He's making a mockery of this so-called annihilation. A massive, fiery explosion erupts directly in his face as multiple skulls detonate at once. The heat is intense enough to melt steel. Thanks to the magic nullification shield, he manages to deflect the worst of the concussive force. Without missing a beat, he continues his march forward, looking like a literal boss walking through fire. He blocks another heavy strike, the impact sending blue shockwaves radiating from his shield. He cannot keep this up forever. The effort pays off as he levels up once again. The system grants him increases to his dexterity, constitution, and arcane power. He takes a brief moment to review his newly boosted stats, checking how much closer he is to his goal. Even with the pyromancy robe protecting him, 2 hours of fighting in this extreme environment are starting to wear him down. He notes that while the skeleton explosions do not deal lethal damage, having to absorb them head-on is a major hassle. Using Mana Blast for ranged combat is too expensive to sustain. On top of that, his shield is rapidly reaching its structural limit. Looking closely, he can see massive cracks running across the surface of his shield. Taking over 1,000 explosions will do that to any gear. Deciding he is done with the warm-up, Yuan calls out to Sarutra, inviting the giant to step down and fight him directly. Sarutra slowly descends from his flaming throne, acknowledging that Yuan's gear is indeed extraordinary. He looks down at Yuan, questioning how a mere tutorial participant managed to acquire items normally reserved for the upper floors. Yuan does not offer any explanations, turning the question back on the giant and asking if he feels ashamed for terrorizing beginners. Sarutra scoffs, claiming this event is simply a necessary punishment to weed out those who are not worthy of climbing the tower. However, the giant admits that Yuan has proven himself worthy. He has the potential to become a powerful ranker and rule over the tower. Sarutra asks why such a talent is risking his life here, wondering if he is sacrificing himself for his comrades. Yuan replies that he is only here to hunt. The demon bursts into booming laughter, finding the idea of a mortal hunting him absolutely hilarious. He readies his colossal blade, deciding it is only fair to face this arrogant challenger with his full strength. Yuan braces himself, gathering his fiery energy and preparing to clash with the embodiment of flame. He channels all his power into his sword, determined to make this strike count as he charges forward. The giant's sword crashes against Yuan's shield with a deafening impact, sending blue sparks and electricity flying everywhere. Another massive swing from the Titan forces Yuan back, the raw power of the blow threatening to shatter his guard. In a brief flashback, we see Sun Ogong asking Yuan if he wants to know how he obtained his legendary eyes. A massive explosion rocks the flashback scene as the great sage explains that the secret lies in a very specific method. The voice repeats the question, building up to a massive reveal. Ogong reveals the shocking truth. He actually failed his own third tutorial in order to obtain them. He explains that the failure was entirely intentional. He needed to trigger the annihilation event to face the fiery trials. The sage explains the exact conditions required to evolve his sight. Back in the present, Sarutra looks at the battered battlefield, noticing something incredibly strange about Yuan's tactics. He realizes that the human purposely chose not to dodge his fiery strikes, taking the brunt of the heat head-on. The demon is completely baffled, unable to understand why anyone would willingly subject themselves to such intense flames. Sarutra stares in disbelief as Yuan slowly stands back up, his body radiating heat but his spirit completely unbroken. Yuan recalls how the combative Monkey King picked fights with him hundreds of times in their previous life. Out of all those countless duels, Yuan only managed to win a handful of times, mostly due to a few unique factors. From his infinitely extending staff to the legendary cloud, the great sage possessed unparalleled tools. He even possessed infinite arcane power after consuming the legendary peaches of immortality in the heavenly realms. But the absolute biggest reason why the sage was so incredibly difficult to face in combat was his eyes. At that exact moment, the system announces that Yuan has fulfilled the necessary conditions for the evolution. His monkey's eyes have officially synchronized with the demonic fire, evolving into the legendary Cinder Eyes. This grants him massive fire resistance. Talk about a massive upgrade. Facing a giant in a sea of lava suddenly sounds a lot easier when you are literally immune to fire. With his new legendary eyes officially unlocked, Yuan is finally ready to show this giant why you do not mess with a returning ranker. Yuan finally catches his breath, feeling the extreme heat radiating from the floor. Even with top-tier defensive clothes, the ambient temperature in this place is practically trying to cook him alive. Sarutra stares down at him, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the glowing yellow eyes. The giant realizes Yuan's physical constitution is completely breaking every logical rule of the tutorial. Yuan reaches into his personal inventory and pulls out his 2 secret weapons, the Arctic Steel Sword and a handful of ice crystals. He silently thanks Sarutra for pushing him hard enough to unlock his potential. With his equipment prepared and his sight evolved, he takes a solid combat stance. He is finally ready to stop playing defense and start the real hunt. Sarutra let out a mocking laugh, calling the human's resolve completely ridiculous. He sneers at Yuan, questioning what a battered mortal can possibly do to a giant in this state. The giant really thinks he has this in the bag. Little does he know, our boy is about to use the ultimate cheat code of the shop menu. Without hesitation, Yuan pops an ice crystal directly into his mouth to lower his core temperature. The system immediately registers the item, starting a steady decline in his internal heat. The blue screens confirm the ice crystals are working, neutralizing the severe burn status effect. Even better, the absolute zero energy of the crystal is now infusing directly into his arcane power. The pavement under his feet begins to freeze over, frost rapidly spreading across the charred asphalt. The blistering heat enveloping the area is quickly suppressed. Yuan exhales a breath of pure frost, his eyes locked onto the towering demon. He notes that his body is actually starting to feel freezing cold. He points his glowing sword at the giant, telling Sarutra that he should know this feeling best. The freezing aura wrapped around his blade is the polar opposite of the giant's hellfire. A massive clash of elemental energies erupts as the freezing frost collides head-on with the demon's flames. The resulting shockwave tears the road apart, creating a blinding explosion of steam and sparks. Yuan pushes forward through the intense heat, the system notifying him that both his pyromancy robe and his newly evolved cinder eyes are working overtime to resist the flames. His body temperature continues to plummet as his evolved sight absorbs the residual heat, keeping the deadly burn status at bay. Sarutra roars in frustration, unable to comprehend how a mere human is resisting his absolute authority over fire. Yuan launches himself into the air, unleashing a crescent arc of blue-white mana directly at the giant's massive shoulder. He closes the distance instantly, landing right in front of the giant's chest to strike at close range. His icy blade bites deep into the demon's arm, causing Sarutra to scream out in pain as steam hisses from the wound. The titan swings back in fury, yelling at Yuan for daring to strike him. Yuan calmly readies his shield, confident that he can read the giant's movements and survive the counterattack. A massive pillar of fire erupts from Sarutra's weapon, consuming the entire street in a brilliant purple and orange blast. Sensing the sheer danger of the attack, Yuan shifts his footing to dodge, realizing a direct hit could shatter his defense completely. A special notification flashes. The battle prediction sub-skill of his Cinder Eyes has successfully activated, mapping out the trajectories of the flames in real time. With the attack's path laid bare before him, Yuan weaves through the fiery pillars, narrowly evading the massive explosions. He immediately counterattacks, his sword flashing with raw mana as he slices through the giant's defenses. He lands a short distance away, breathing heavily as sweat and condensation run down his face. To keep the heat from overwhelming him, Yuan consumes another ice crystal, triggering a frostbite warning but successfully keeping his core temperature down. Sarutra is starting to slow down, his massive, fiery limbs growing heavy under the constant pressure of the absolute zero aura. Yuan knows he cannot maintain this high-level gear usage forever. He needs to bring this battle to a swift end before his body gives out. He charges back in, delivering a heavy downward slash that cuts deep into the giant's torso. There is no longer any point in conserving his energy. Yuan activates his arcane sword skill, his blade humming with brilliant blue power. He unleashes a massive horizontal slash, the concentrated mana carving a clean line across the giant's side. Sarutra recoils violently, letting out a pain-filled roar that shakes the surrounding ruins. The demon glares at Yuan with pure hatred, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of a mere mortal. Sarutra begins to channel his own mana, preparing a devastating close-range mana blast to finish the fight once and for all. The two massive forces collide in a blinding flash of light, elemental fire and ice grinding against each other with terrifying force. Yuan is blown back by the impact, his hood flying open to reveal a blood-stained face and glowing crimson eyes. Using the momentum of the blast, he vaults high into the air, descending like a shooting star directly toward the giant's head. With a two-handed grip on his sword, he pours every remaining drop of his mana into one final, decisive strike. The blade pierces deep into the giant's forehead, sending a shockwave of cold energy throughout his massive skeletal frame. The giant struggles to stay standing, cursing the human brat who has not even entered the tower yet. With his final breath, Sarutra unleashes a massive wave of residual heat, attempting to drag Yuan down with him. The system screens warning of the rising status effect of the burn flash across Yuan's vision. He has exhausted every single defensive countermeasure. Despite the searing pain, Yuan refuses to let go of his sword, gritting his teeth and pushing further into the flames. The heat resistance stat ticks up by 1 as his body adapts to the extreme temperature. He whispers that he will be the one to win, driving his freezing sword all the way through the demon's skull. A colossal pillar of blue energy shoots straight up into the sky, completely shattering the giant's fiery aura. The ice energy completely freezes the giant's core, stopping the fiery explosions once and for all. The massive demon finally collapses to the ground. The system officially announces that Yuan has defeated the annihilation of the tutorial. His blood-covered hand slides off the sword hilt as he takes a deep breath. A level-up notification appears shortly after. Yuan sits down in the rubble, completely exhausted but letting out a soft laugh. He actually pulled off the impossible. Defeating a low-class demon boss in the tutorial sector is an absolute legendary play. That is a certified W for the history books. He looks up at the sky, smiling through the dirt and blood. He mutters to his old comrades that this really is one hell of a journey. As the dust settles, a mysterious silhouette of a grand administrator looks down from the clouds, observing the mortal who broke the system. A final system screen appears, announcing that because Yuan achieved an inconceivable feat, the calculation of his massive rewards will be delayed. Yuan slowly opens his eyes and sits up, catching his breath. Even with his top-tier pyromancy robe, he feels like his skin was practically being cooked alive during that clash. He looks down at the massive, frozen corpse of Sarutra beneath him. The cold mist is still rising from the frozen giant, serving as a quiet reminder of the battle. Inspecting his charred hands, Yuan notes that his burns are still fresh. That means he was not knocked out for very long after the boss fell. He slowly stands up, stretching his limbs to check his physical condition. Despite some residual cold energy circulating through his veins, his body is in remarkably great shape. Thinking back to the fight, he admits to himself that he came incredibly close to dying. The massive struggle was worth it though, as it allowed him to evolve his sight. Looking at the frozen giant, Yuan remarks that the demon looks remarkably plain without his intimidating flames. Still, he knows there is a long way to go, so he decides to stop complaining and get back to work. He walks over to Sarutra's head, knowing that high-level demon corpses always contain valuable loot. He starts climbing up the massive frozen skull, searching for the core of the giant's power. Since this was Sarutra, there should be something truly special hidden inside. His eyes narrow as he spots a bright red glow emitting from a crack in the frozen bone. Found it! He reaches into the crevice and pulls out a massive, glowing red gem pulsing with raw elemental heat. A system description identifies the item as the giant's heart elixir. Consuming this rare artifact permanently grants the user the raw physical strength of a giant and a massive boost to their mana reserves. Though he wants to consume the elixir immediately, Yuan realizes his current physical stats are still too low. He needs to significantly increase his stamina and base constitution first, or his body will not survive the massive influx of energy. Suddenly, a familiar gruff voice calls out from behind him. Yuan stops in his tracks and glances back over his shoulder. The tutorial administrator drops down, looking highly annoyed. He asks if Yuan is finally done, clearly exhausted from dealing with his rule-breaking antics. Yuan just smiles and jokes about meeting the boss once again. The admin sighs, complaining that the balance of this entire tutorial sector has been completely thrown off. He explains that because of Yuan's actions, the other floor administrators have been constantly chewing him out for the system irregularities. We get a quick glimpse of the chaos behind the scenes, where the lower lackeys are running around in a panic trying to manage the broken tutorial sectors. The admin explains that he will be transferring Yuan directly to the final tutorial area. The fourth tutorial has already concluded for the other sectors, and they are about to begin the final phase. Yuan asks how much time is left before the next phase officially starts. The admin replies that there are roughly 4 hours left, which is more than enough time for Yuan to prepare. The admin reaches out his hand, congratulating Yuan for completing the hidden trial. Shaking his hand, the system immediately begins registering the rewards. A massive list of achievements flashes across his screen. Yuan receives a hefty bonus of 10,000 points, a permanent boost of 3 points to all of his core stats, and a brand new skill. The notifications continue to pop up, officially adding the new skill, Heaven-Slaying Star, to his status window. Yuan reads the name in confusion. Despite his extensive knowledge of high-tier skills from his previous life, this is the very first time he has ever heard of this specific title. The skill window explains that Heaven-Slaying Star is an A+ rank trait that scales in power based on the strength of the opponents he defeats. Though currently incomplete, the passive stat increases alone make it an incredibly valuable acquisition. He closes the system window, noting that while the skill is not fully completed yet, it is still exceptionally useful for boosting his overall combat capabilities. The completion rate sits at exactly 0%, meaning he will need to slay some exceptionally powerful foes on the upper floors to unlock its true potential. Turning back to the admin, Yuan asks to buy a lesser scarlet medicine ball from the shop to help accelerate his physical recovery. He spends 10,000 points on the recovery elixir without a second thought. The admin chuckles, commenting that such a steep price is probably just pocket change to someone as wealthy as Yuan. The admin prepares to teleport away, advising Yuan to consume the medicine ball and use his remaining 4 hours to fully recover his stamina. Yuan swallows the medicine ball, instantly feeling a warm energy circulating through his core. The system confirms a permanent increase of 1 point to both his magic and constitution stats. With the medicine's passive healing effect activated, his stamina and deep tissue injuries begin to rapidly heal. He sits down on a nearby rock, closing his eyes to focus on his breathing. He needs to recover every ounce of his mana and prepare himself for the grueling trials of the 5th tutorial. He remembers that the 5th tutorial is essentially a brutal race against time, requiring peak physical conditioning from the very start. 4 hours pass quickly, and a low rumble begins to vibrate through the ruined streets. The ambient light shifts as the system prepares to transition the sector. The system screens flash across the sky, announcing that the transition has begun. Yuan's body is enveloped in a bright blue light as the teleportation sequence initiates, lifting his feet off the ground. The light intensifies, warping the space around him as he is sent to the final trial area. A massive holographic banner manifests in the sky, announcing the official beginning of the final tutorial. Yuan's boots touch down on soft, green grass. The air is fresh, and the distinct scent of the ocean breeze instantly hits his senses. He slowly opens his eyes and looks around, observing the massive landscape of the new zone. He finds himself standing in a vast, grassy plain populated by hundreds of survivors from various tutorial sectors. The surrounding participants look around in utter confusion, whispering about the sheer scale of the island and wondering where they have been teleported to. Yuan notes that this is the first time participants from entirely different sectors have been brought together. This massive convergence is what the system refers to as the final tutorial. Many of the survivors are celebrating, foolishly assuming that reaching the final tutorial means the nightmare is almost over. Suddenly, the system drops a massive warning. The island they are standing on, known as Banru-do, is slowly sinking into the ocean. The sole requirement to escape the island and successfully complete the tutorial is to ascend to the peak and slay the island's boss before the landmass completely submerges. A massive countdown timer manifests in the sky, showing exactly 700 hours remaining. The crowd gasps in shock, realizing they have an entire month to complete this trial. Yuan remains calm, understanding that the long time limit is actually a warning of the boss's sheer strength. Unlike previous trials that lasted only a few hours, this boss requires preparation. He analyzes the situation, knowing that any monster requiring a month-long siege is bound to be a literal titan compared to the standard tutorial bosses. Recognizing the danger, some of the savvier participants immediately begin organizing themselves to form alliances. A friendly-looking guy steps forward, suggesting that they should all introduce themselves and form a large team to tackle the mountain together. A massive group project in a death game. Yeah, I am sure everyone is going to play completely fair and nobody will get stabbed in the back. The friendly guy looks around for volunteers, but a cold voice from the back of the crowd instantly cuts him off. He refuses. A tall, hooded figure standing near the edge of the clearing repeats his refusal, his posture oozing confidence. The hooded warrior explains that a true comrade is someone you can trust to watch your back, and he has absolutely no intention of relying on random strangers. He openly mocks the surrounding crowd, calling them entirely unworthy of his trust. Yuan's eyes widen slightly as he recognizes the distinctive voice, thinking to himself that that guy was here too. An angry participant lunges forward, insulted by the hooded man's arrogance and drawing his weapon to strike. The standard anime extra, rushing the obvious high-tier character. This is going to end horribly for him. The hooded figure throws back his cloak, revealing striking golden hair and piercing yellow eyes. Crackling golden lightning begins to hum around his body. In a split second, he unleashes a massive wave of golden electricity, completely engulfing the attackers. The raw force of the lightning blast sends several armed players flying through the air like rag dolls. A massive cloud of smoke and dust rises from the scorched grass where the attackers once stood. A system banner officially identifies the golden-haired warrior as Hargan, a proud descendant of Zeus and a self-proclaimed heir of the Olympus faction. He scoffs, calling them nothing but measly bugs. The surviving onlookers tremble in absolute terror, completely stunned by the sheer power of a single skill. Yuan watches the display calmly, recognizing the immense natural advantages of a pureblood who was born and raised within the upper floors of the tower. He notes that purebloods are exposed to the mystical energies of the tower from birth, giving them a massive, unfair head start over normal mortal participants. Yuan recalls that in his past life, Hargan was the single largest contributor to clearing the 5th tutorial. Deciding that he has no interest in getting tangled up in unnecessary drama, Yuan turns around and begins walking away from the noisy crowd. But before he can take a third step, A sharp voice rings out from behind him, calling him to a halt. Hargan stands directly behind Yuan, his golden eyes locked onto the dark-haired youth with intense curiosity, asking what he is. He clearly senses Yuan's unusual aura. As Yuan turns to walk away from the crowd, Hargan suddenly steps right in front of him, calling him to a halt. Hargan stands tall with his hands on his hips, locking eyes with Yuan. He asks who he is, his gaze filled with intense curiosity. Yuan stops, giving the demigod a calm, flat look. He silently wonders to himself exactly how and when this noisy pureblood managed to sneak up on him without triggering his senses. Hargan crosses his arms, completely unbothered by Yuan's silence, refusing to let the dark-haired youth ignore him. His eyes drop to Yuan's red coat, and he immediately points a finger at it, recognizing it as the pyromancy robe. He points out that the pyromancy robe is a high-level defensive item that should not even be purchasable in the basic tutorial shop. He demands to know exactly how Yuan managed to obtain such gear so early. Yuan does not give anything away, simply stating that he bought it with points from the administrator's shop. Hargan is left completely speechless by the casual response. Hargan quickly recovers and asks for Yuan's current level. Yuan shuts him down immediately, calling out the question as highly disrespectful in a death game. Hargan rubs his neck, admitting that Yuan has a point, but he is still deeply curious about how a normal human has this much hidden knowledge. Hargan slaps his hand on Yuan's shoulder, proposing a joint alliance and asking what he thinks about managing a team with him. Yuan gives him a flat nope and tells him he will see him around. My man just rejected the descendant of Zeus like he was a random street salesman. Absolute peak indifference right here. Hargan's hand slips off Yuan's shoulder, his golden eyes wide with shock. He has clearly never been rejected this quickly in his entire life. He yells after Yuan, assuming the mortal is only acting this way because he does not know about his legendary Olympus bloodline. Yuan just waves his hand and keeps walking. Hargan stands frozen in place, his face twisted in a mixture of confusion and growing irritation. He stomps his foot in frustration, a sudden discharge of golden lightning crackling across the grass beneath his boot. He mutters a curse under his breath, highly annoyed by the stranger's attitude while the surrounding crowd watches him in silence. To blow off some steam, Hargan charges headfirst into the nearby forest, letting out a loud battle cry to draw out the local monsters. A massive wolf monster lunges from the bushes, but Hargan meets it with a lightning-infused punch straight to the jaw. He leaps into the air, unleashing a brutal circular kick that sends a wave of golden energy tearing through the forest canopy. He lands with an explosive impact, completely decimating a pack of monsters in a single, fluid combination. Despite the easy kills, Hargan is still fuming, unable to understand how Yuan was moving so quickly earlier. He leaps through the trees, analyzing the encounter. He did not sense any active agility skills, which means Yuan's base physical stats are already abnormally high. He wonders if Yuan could secretly be another pureblood from a rival faction hiding his true strength. He starts listing off potential origins, wondering if the dark-haired kid is a high-level elf or perhaps a martial master from the Miram realm. A wide, eager grin slowly returns to his face as he wonders if he is from the Hermes bloodline. Hargan chuckles to himself, realizing the final tutorial has just become a lot more interesting than he initially expected. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yuan is leaping across the branches, successfully losing the golden-haired warrior. His boots touch down lightly on a thick branch as he maintains his high-speed traversal through the dense woods. He glances back, noting that Hargan's raw physical speed is exceptionally high, likely due to his monstrous divine bloodline. He walks calmly through the trees, realizing that the purebloods entering the tutorial are completely breaking the balance of the early phases. He drops down into a quiet, overgrown clearing, scanning the area for a suitable place to hide. Yuan spots a dark cave entrance nestled against the hillside, deciding that Hargan's ambitions are none of his concern. Inside the cave, a pack of wild gnolls lunges at him. He draws his blade and slices through them with practiced efficiency, a notification flashing to confirm a minor increase to his heaven-slaying star completion rate. He continues his clinical sweep of the cavern, his blade carving through the beastly minions in rapid succession. Another gnoll falls to his sword, but the progress bar barely budges. The leveling requirements for an A+ rank skill are incredibly steep. Yuan pauses, his cold gaze scanning the dim interior of the cave as the battle concludes. Having slain dozens of gnolls, his heaven-slaying star progress has only reached a measly fraction of a percent. He realizes he needs to target much higher-level entities if he wants to evolve the skill properly. He pulls up his status window, confirming the slow completion rate. Yuan reaches into his bag and retrieves a vial of scentless powder, dusting himself to ensure no wandering beasts can track his location while he is vulnerable. He heads deeper into the dark cavern, confirming that his stamina has fully recovered and the residual frost from his previous battle has dissipated. His preparations are complete. He pulls out the glowing giant's heart, holding the warm red elixir in his hands. The crystal pulses with ancient, elemental power, reacting to his nearby mana flow. Yuan recalls a crucial warning from a legendary warrior in his previous life, urging him to consume the elixir before the tutorial phase concludes. The memory is clear. Consuming the heart under normal circumstances would be absolute suicide, unless the participant possessed a high-level fire-resistant skill. Without hesitation, Yuan brings the glowing gem to his lips and swallows the pure, condensed lifeblood. The reaction is instantaneous and violent, causing Yuan to double over in absolute agony. Veins of crimson and green light begin to bulge beneath his skin. The system warns him that the ancient bloodlines of both giants and demons have entered his bloodstream, starting a violent conflict inside his physical vessel. Yuan gasps for air, his vision turning completely red as an intense, burning heat threatens to vaporize his internal organs. The system confirms the internal struggle, stating that a war between human, giant, and demon attributes has begun within his body. Since the fire is raging from the inside, his pyromancy robe is completely useless. His newly acquired cinder eyes are the only thing keeping him from turning to ash. He collapses to the cavern floor, feeling his bones and muscle fibers being forcibly reshaped. The intense pressure causes his cinder eyes to temporarily fail against the pure elemental fire. The voice from his past echoes again, reminding him that there is no magical way to bypass this pain. He has to endure the torment through sheer willpower alone. Consuming the heart without the protective power of the cinder eyes is a guaranteed death sentence. If he had not unlocked them in the previous trial, this would have been the end. Knowing he only has this single chance, Yuan grits his teeth and refuses to pass out. The system begins logging his physical growth as his strength stat starts to rise. A flurry of notifications floods his vision, his basic attributes climbing steadily as his body absorbs the condensed power. His magic power and stamina continue to skyrocket, but the intense pain makes it impossible to keep track of how much time has passed. His physical limits are being pushed to a completely different level with every agonizing second that ticks by. His cinder eyes finally manage to tame the raging giant's fire, allowing him to successfully seize control of the elemental attribute. The system registers the acquisition of a hidden piece, colossal fire. But wait, that is not the skill he was actually aiming for. All that suffering just to get a different role is a massive disappointment. He clutches the stone floor, his breathing ragged as he waits for the final calculations to complete. The physical strain is driving him completely nuts, leaving him lying exhausted in the pitch-black cavern. He slowly pushes himself up onto his knees, his chest still glowing with residual crimson energy. He notes that colossal fire is not the ultimate skill he needs for his build. Outside the cave, the sun has long since set, leaving the island enveloped in a deep, starry night. He checks the timer, realizing that over 12 hours have already passed while he was unconscious. He stares at his bloody reflection on the cavern wall, frustrated that half a day has been wasted on a partial success. His body is covered in sweat and dried blood, looking incredibly ragged after enduring the elemental trial. He realizes he might have underestimated the ritual requirements. Normally, this legendary skill can only be obtained after defeating tens of thousands of giants. He clenches his fist tightly, refusing to be satisfied with a mediocre result after risking his life. He lies back down on the cold stone, knowing a legendary hidden piece would never manifest this easily. He focuses his mana once more, squeezing every last drop of his willpower to force a deeper reaction from his bloodline. A sudden, violent eruption of purple and pink arcane energy bursts from his body, illuminating the entire cave in a brilliant flash. The system responds to his desperate push, flashing a brilliant crimson notification. The requirements for the true hidden piece have been met. The status screens confirm that his body has completely and perfectly integrated the lifeblood of both giants and demons. His eyes glow with a deep, menacing red light as the transformation finalized. He exhales a long breath of steam, a smug smile returning to his face. It is done. He collapses back onto the ground, completely drained of energy but immensely satisfied with the outcome. A bright pink system screen appears, officially welcoming his newest and most powerful skill, gigantification. Yuan slowly recovers consciousness, lying on his back on the cold cavern floor as the system registers his newly acquired skill. A brilliant pink system screen hangs in the air above him, officially confirming his acquisition of the rare hidden piece skill, gigantification. Yuan looks up at the remaining time limit, which now stands at just over 696 hours. He realizes he was completely knocked out for more than half a day while taming the bloodlines. He slowly sits up and scratches his messy hair, A bit embarrassed that he has already fainted twice since the tutorial began, he stands up and shakes off the dust, knowing he needs to hurry if he wants to catch up to the top rankers. The fastest recorded clear time for the final tutorial was exactly 1 week. The person who established that near-impossible record was none other than Odin, the legendary magic fighter who led the giant faction of Asgard on the upper floors. Yuan clenches his fist, a look of quiet determination on his face. He mutters to himself that he will not lose to him, aiming to shatter Odin's historic record. He pulls up the regional contribution ranking board to see where he stands. Hargan is currently sitting comfortably in first place with over 1,000 contribution points. Yuan notes that Hargan's early lead is massive compared to the other participants. The pureblood descendant of Zeus is already living up to his high-tier lineage. He scrolls down, recognizing the names of Elidor and Paladinte in the top 5. They are sibling rankers from Pantheum, a world renowned for its highly developed magic and swordsmanship. He notes a participant named Yulche in second place, wondering if they are another pure blood since he has never heard of the name. He also spots Lee Sungyun in fourth, likely an Earth participant, though he does not recognize him either. Yuan realizes that many of the participants he does not recognize probably failed to survive this final tutorial phase in his previous life. Deciding that overthinking the past will not change his current situation, Yuan pulls up his character sheet to distribute his newly earned stats. His base strength has reached 72, while his arcane power sits at 60. He reviews his newest active skill, Colossal Fire. Currently sitting at rank B- with 0% proficiency, the skill allows him to summon a persistent elemental flame. Though the rank is relatively low for his standards, Yuan admits it is still highly usable. He was sorely lacking a reliable wide-area attack skill for mob clearing. He exits the cavern, stepping back out into the lush green forests of Banryu-do to find his first target. He walks quietly along a ridge overlooking a massive valley, his eyes scanning the tree line below. Now let's see. His eyes flash with a brilliant orange glow as he activates Cinder Eyes, allowing him to easily pierce through the dense foliage and spot hidden monster nests. Yuan dashes down the hillside, moving with immense speed as he targets a large settlement nestled in the valley. He slides down the rocky slope, kick-starting a massive cloud of dust as he approaches the perimeter. A group of heavily armed orc warriors patrolling the borders is caught completely off guard by his sudden arrival. The orcs let out loud, guttural grunts, immediately pointing their crude weapons at the human intruder. Yuan looks at the massive orc village ahead of him, realizing a dense tribe is the perfect testing ground for his new wide-area magic. He raises his hand, channeling his mana to activate Colossal Fire. A massive, swirling dome of intense orange flames instantly consumes the entire orc settlement. The orcs scream in agony as the elemental fire rages through their wooden watchtowers, spreading rapidly across the dry grass. Yuan draws his well-sharpened sword from his inventory, stepping into the burning ruins to finish off the survivors. He swings his blade with clinical precision, cleaving through an orc warrior's guard as the beast lets out a final screech. He maintains his momentum, weaving through the falling debris and striking down several panic-stricken orcs simultaneously. A few minutes later, the settlement is dead silent. Yuan checks his contribution score, which has risen slightly, though he still has a long way to go to reach the top. Meanwhile, deep inside a separate dungeon zone, Hargan is reviewing the live ranking boards. His eyes widen in surprise as he spots a familiar name rapidly climbing up behind him. Hargan narrows his eyes at the screen, confirming that the mysterious, dark-haired kid from the beach has already reached second place. Hargan chuckles, admitting that he initially thought Yuan was just a runner with no real combat capabilities. Seeing him climb the rankings this quickly proves he is a genuine threat. He turns around, asking his companion what is so amusing. His teammate Lee Sungyun is sitting on a nearby boulder, a calm smile on his face. Sungyun, a talented earthline magician with outstanding mana control, mentions that there is a specific participant he wants to recruit to their group. Hargan asks if he is talking about Kim Yuan. Sungyun admits that while he does not know him personally, he guessed the name because Yuan is the only Earth participant standing out on the rankings. Sungyun warns that at this rate, Yuan might actually overtake Hargan's first place spot. Hargan scoffs, claiming his lower score is only due to a minor distraction. He points out that he has been spending most of his time gathering talented allies to form a balanced raid party instead of focused grinding. He flashes a confident smile, stating that they now have a solid squad, but there is still one final empty spot left. He wants to reserve it for Kim Yuan. Standing up and adjusting his gold armor, Hargan announces that the real hunt is finally about to begin. Deep in the cave, Paladinte, a young, mixed-blood elf, gathers a dense sphere of blue mana in his hand. He jokingly asks the older teammate if they are ready to proceed. Paladinte's sibling, an elegant dark elf warrior, sighs and tells him to stop bothering the captain, calling him a rascal. The team gathers at the foot of a massive rock wall blocking the path deeper into the mountain. Hargan steps forward, advising the group to back away so they do not get caught in the kinetic shockwave of his strike. He channels his golden lightning, his arm crackling with high-voltage divine energy as he preps his punch. He slams his fist into the stone wall, the explosive shockwave blowing the massive boulder barrier to absolute dust. As the dust clears, Sun Yun comments that, without Paladinte's tracking, finding this hidden dungeon entrance would have taken them several days. Hargan leads the way, eagerly inviting his team to follow him into the newly opened cavern. The squad steps inside, marveling at the sheer scale of the subterranean cave. They decide to scout the immediate perimeter before pushing deeper. Paladinte prepares another glowing magic ball to illuminate the dark tunnels, but suddenly pauses. Sensing a sudden shift in the ambient mana, he taps Hargan's shoulder, whispering that something is extremely odd here. Hargan stops, realizing that the standard system announcement for discovering a hidden dungeon has failed to trigger. He peers into the pitch-black corridor ahead of them, a cold sweat running down his neck as a terrible realization hits him. Did someone already clear this place? Sun Yun suddenly calls out in a panic, urging the captain to look at the live contribution rankings. Hargan pulls up the ranking window, his eyes widening as he sees Yuan's score has suddenly jumped up, snatching the first-place spot. Hargan's face contorts in absolute rage as he stares at the screen. Yuan is sitting in first place with an astronomical score, officially dethroning him. Furious at being outclassed, Hargan unleashes a violent wave of golden electricity, completely vaporizing a pack of skeletons that tried to ambush them. He continues his explosive rampage down the cavern corridor, his lightning-infused strikes leaving nothing but scorched bone behind. Yulcha, the pure-blood mage warrior of the team, comments that Hargan seems exceptionally pissed off by the sudden ranking shift. The dark elf warrior Elidor disagrees, noting that Hargan does not look angry, but incredibly motivated by the sudden rivalry. Sung Yan sighs, pointing out that Hargan's rapid hunting pace is leaving absolutely no monsters for the rest of the team to farm. Yulcha steps in, suggesting they split the raid party into two halves to maximize their efficiency in the branching tunnels. Hargan agrees, noting they have reached a perfect crossroads. He instructs Elidor and Paladinte to lead the second group down the left path. He assigns Yulcha and Sungyun to the right path, confident that Yulcha's pure-blood magical capabilities are more than enough to keep them safe. Elidor nods in agreement, quietly preparing her weapons as they finalize the split. Yulcha bids farewell to the other group, turning her team toward the dark, narrow corridor on the right. Deep in the right tunnel, Yulchi raises her hand, channeling a massive blue sphere of condensed mana for a mana blast. She unleashes the spell down the corridor, the massive blue beam completely obliterating a horde of oncoming skeleton warriors. The remaining skeleton archers are shattered instantly by the concussive force of the blast. Yulcha rushes forward, her blade flashing in the dim light as she systematically clears the survivors. The team cleans up the corridor, leaving a massive pile of shattered bones and residual blue embers behind. Sungyun leans against his spear, catching his breath after hours of continuous combat. Paladinte admits he is reaching his limit, noting he can only cast his high-level magic a couple more times. As they turn a corner, they are greeted by a colossal set of stone double doors looming in the darkness. Sungyun wonders if it is a boss room. Sunyun compares the site to a classic video game layout, assuming a high-level boss monster must be waiting behind the massive gate. Yulche walks past them, warning the team to remain focused. She reminds them that in the tower, participants are closest to death the moment they let their guard down. Paladinte nods lazily, preparing a minor healing spell to patch up their minor scrapes. Suddenly, Paladinte glances at his ranking window and turns completely pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yulcha notices his reaction and asks what is wrong. Paladinte can only point a trembling finger at the ranking board. A low, heavy vibration begins to rattle the stone floor beneath their boots, dust falling from the high ceiling. Yulche realizes the tremors are originating from directly behind the boss gate. She yells at the team to brace themselves and orders Sunyun to fall back. She notes that the timing of these tremors matches a sudden, massive spike in the first-place participant's contribution score. A cold sweat runs down her face as she looks at the heavy stone door, wondering if he is already inside. A large system notification flashes in the air, confirming that a participant has successfully entered the main boss chamber. A second later, a bright blue banner appears across their vision, confirming the boss raid is complete. Yulche and her team stand completely frozen in shock. Sungyeon peers through the dust as the massive stone doors slowly begin to creak open, revealing a lone figure standing in the mist. The system rank board updates, showing Kim Yuan sitting in first place with an astronomical score of over 10,000 contribution points. A dark silhouette steps out of the clearing smoke, his coat blowing in the wind and his glowing red eyes locking onto the stunned group. Kim Yoo-won has officially conquered the dungeon. Yeolche steps into the dim, blood-splattered boss room, completely frozen in shock. A system notification glows in the center of the air, announcing that a participant has successfully breached the chamber. She looks up, her eyes wide as the glowing system banner officially confirms that the boss raid has been fully completed. Through the heavy mist, Yuan's crimson cinder eyes glow with a sharp, chilling intensity. His expression is completely calm despite the carnage surrounding him. The final massive blow is dealt as a blue-white slash of mana slices through the residual dark energy of the chamber. Yuan swings his sword with immense precision, cleanly finishing off the last segment of a colossal boss centipede. The system window pops up, officially logging his level up. He is rewarded with a permanent increase of 1 point to his strength, dexterity, and arcane power. He stands amidst the monster's remains, reflecting on the fight. Clearing this boss room allowed him to fully test all the skills in his current arsenal. He notes that he now has a solid gauge of his current combat power. However, he warns himself to be much more mindful of his base constitution before activating gigantification again, as the physical toll is massive. The system rewards him with 3,000 points for clearing the boss room, along with a solid 1% increase to his heaven-slaying star completion rate. Yuan realizes that simply slaughtering hordes of low-level monsters is not the most efficient way to scale. To maximize his progress, he needs to focus on hunting much higher caliber monsters and bosses. He clenches his fist, determined to find a way to increase his skill completion rate even faster. Hearing footsteps, he glances back at the entrance. Sung-yeon steps into the chamber, looking at the colossal carcass. Yuan casually comments that they are a bit late. Elidor stands behind Sung-yeon, completely flabbergasted. She stammers, asking if he really defeated all these critters by himself. Sung-yeon stares at Yuan in disbelief. Even Hargan, whom they all acknowledged as the single strongest participant in this tutorial, would have struggled to clear this massive boss room alone. He looks down at the deep, scorched marks running across the stone floor. He wonders how a participant who grew up in the same world line and went through the same basic tutorials could possess such monstrous combat capabilities. Realizing Yuan is a force of nature, Sung-yoon approaches him cautiously, asking if he is Kim Yuan and if he has any companions around. Yuan replies flatly that he is alone. Sun-yeon knows that Yuan is too dangerous of a wild card to leave roaming around alone. He swallows his pride and officially asks if Yuan would like to join their team. Yuan looks at the green-cloaked warrior, recognizing his Earth origins. Glancing at Elidor, Yuan immediately deduces that this small group must be the vanguard of Hargane's raid team. He figures they likely split their forces to hunt different sectors, which explains why they are so few in number. His eyes land on the white-armored woman, wondering if she is Yeolche. He recalls that Yeolche is currently ranked second right after Hargane. Given her high ranking, she is definitely one of the top players in this tutorial sector. He admits to himself that Hargane has done an exceptional job of recruiting talented allies. This is undoubtedly a team with a bright future. Yuan turns his back on the group, delivering a blunt refusal. The team looks completely stunned by the rejection. Yeolche steps forward, frowning, and asks if he is planning on raiding the island boss entirely by himself. Yeolche points out that the system gave them an entire month for this phase, specifically because the boss is designed to be fought by a coordinated raid team. Yuan simply responds with a cold shrug. She explains that the true focus of this final tutorial is cooperation. It is a test of how many comrades you can gather, how much you can grow together, and how well you can coordinate your skills. Yuan remains completely indifferent to her speech. Before he can finish his sentence, Paladinte chimes in from the back of the room, looking at his communication device and nervously saying he contacted the captain. Paladinte mentions that the moment Hargan heard they found Yuan, the demigod said he would head over immediately. He mutters that this is going to get messy. Suddenly, a massive strike of golden lightning tears through the cave ceiling, illuminating the entire chamber in a brilliant yellow flash. A loud voice echoes through the cavern as Hargan bursts through the debris, roaring Yuan's name. The gold-armored warrior leaps down from the ceiling, landing with massive force, yelling that he finally found him. He steps out of the dust, glaring intensely at Yuan. Yuan looks back, completely unbothered, sighing at his arrival. Hargan's heavy boots click against the stone floor, his fists crackling with residual lightning. The surrounding teammates, Sung-yoon and Elidor, can only watch the confrontation in tense silence. Yeolche braces her hand near her hilt, sensing the immense friction building up between the two top-ranked participants. Yuan rests his hand on his hip, looking at Hargan, asking if they want survival or something else. Yeolche interrupts, stepping in front of her captain, asking if he wants to become a ranker. Yuan is silently amused, wondering how a normal participant from a non-pure blood world line even knows what a ranker is. The term ranker represents the ultimate goal for those climbing the tower. It is a being who has completed all the trials, cleared all floors, and has been lavished with eternal life, glory, and absolute power. Yuan flatly declines. He says he is not interested in things like that, stating he will have to become one eventually, but to him, that is simply a basic part of the process. Yulcha's grip on her sword tightens in frustration, taken aback by his sheer arrogance. She points out that the legendary king who leads her own people is a highly respected ranker. She demands to know what makes Yuan so different if he thinks a ranker's status is beneath him. She narrows her eyes, asking if Yuan is seriously claiming that he will become a high ranker. Yuan raises his finger, pointing directly toward the sky, stating he will go even higher. His thoughts are firm. His final destination in this life is not something as small as simply reaching the top of the tower. He is going to completely break through the ceiling of the tower and face the ancient gods waiting outside. Yulche steps back, calling his claims absolute nonsense. Hargon clenches his golden gauntlet, stepping forward with an eager grin and shouting Yuan's name. He throws a lightning-fast fist right toward Yuan's face, the force of the wind pressure tearing up the ground, asking what he thinks he is doing. Yuan parries the fist with his hand, their mana clashing violently. Yuan calmly says he thought Hargon was trying to kill him, but Hargon laughs, saying he simply wanted to catch him. Hargon grins, admitting that if someone as strong as Yuan ran at him, of course he would be a bit thrilled. Yuan sighs, letting go of his hand and apologizing. Sung Yun and Elidor sigh in relief, glad the fight did not escalate. Hargan laughs heartily, calling Yuan's plan to break through the ceiling incredibly electrifying. He mentions he once heard from his father that a much greater power exists outside the tower. Hargan brags about his father, calling him an incredibly important figure. Yuan casually chimes in, asking how he would not know the king of Olympus, Zeus. Hargan's jaw drops, stunned by how Yuan knows that. Recovering his composure, Hargan points out that Yuan has once again rejected their offer to join forces. Hargan smirks, his gold armor shining under the cave's moss, guessing Yuan is saying that a sardine cannot swim with a whale. He proudly declares that he is no lowly sardine, because one day he will climb the floors and become the true king of Olympus. Sun Yon and Paladinte watch in awe, completely inspired by the bold declaration of the direct descendant of Zeus. Hargan points his finger at Yuan, proposing a wager. He challenges Yuan to a bet to see who can rack up more contribution points and defeat the island boss first. He tells Yuan that he is free to form his own massive army, while his own team will remain limited to a maximum of 9 members. However, if Hargan wins, Yuan has to join their team. Yuan asks what happens if he wins the bet. Hargan confidently replies that he will serve Yuan as his older brother for the rest of his life. Yuan chuckles, telling him he has no use for a noisy little brother. Looking at the golden-haired warrior, Yuan smiles. He knows that to rewrite destiny, the future has to change anyway. He realizes Hargan could be an exceptionally useful wildcard against the cosmic nightmare that is coming. Instead, Yuan proposes that if he wins, Hargan has to help him just once when he needs it. Hargan asks if he is sure about just once. Yuan confirms the terms, stating that as long as the request is not completely unreasonable, Hargan must comply. Hargan laughs, saying they can cross that bridge when they get there. The 2 top-ranked participants solidifies the bet with a heavy fist bump, their mana crackling upon contact. Hargan shouts that he will see him later on the first floor as he turns to leave. Yuan waves him off, silently sighing at how energetic the demigod is. Hargan rallies his squad, barking orders for them to pick up the pace since they are now on a tight schedule. Yulcha sighs, muttering that there is absolutely no need to rush so much with an entire month left. Left alone in the quiet chamber, Yuan looks up at the ceiling, mentally preparing for the long grind ahead. He pulls up the countdown timer, which currently shows over 632 hours remaining. For a while, the piece of this island is about to be completely frozen. Hargan stares up at the sky in complete disbelief as the digital countdown timer suddenly freezes in place, his golden eyes wide with shock. The 2 stand near the massive insect carcass as the rumbling vibrations slowly settle. Hargan continues to question the unexpected system freeze. Yuan looks back at him calmly, explaining that the island of Banrudo is not actually a normal landmass. It is the back of a colossal, mythical beast named Baraganda. He points toward the giant insect remains, explaining that the monsters they have been fighting are actually parasites that latched onto the mythical beast, slowly draining its massive strength. Yuan explains that Baraganda was forced to submerge into the ocean in a desperate attempt to drown the parasites, as they cannot survive exposure to seawater. Hargan processes the information, asking if the boss they just defeated was the king of the parasites. Yuan nods, calling it the primary entity responsible for breeding the others. Hargan stands in silence, wondering if he should trust Yuan's explanation. He is deeply curious about how this stranger possesses ancient secrets that even the mighty Olympus faction is completely oblivious to. Yuan walking away, noting that the remaining countdown will stay frozen until a system administrator or a lackey manually intervenes to fix the irregularity. In a brief flashback, we see Odin explaining a crucial secret about Baraganda. The 5th tutorial is designed as a strict battle against time, where the remaining countdown at the moment of the boss's defeat determines the final rewards. Odin reveals that his legendary 1-week clear record was not actually achieved by normal hunting. He managed to artificially pause the countdown by exploiting this specific system mechanic. The flashback panel displays the bold words that he stopped time, highlighting the legendary cheat code used by the King of Asgard. Yuan sits down, realizing he must make the absolute best use of this frozen time frame to level up his new skills and build his physical strength before the countdown resumes. Across the island, the giant countdown display hangs in the air, showing exactly 632 hours remaining. The other tutorial participants are in a complete frenzy, discussing the potential system error and worrying if the timer will suddenly drop all at once. Believing the timer could resume at any second, the players urge each other to scramble and hunt as many monsters as possible to secure their scores while they still have time. Deep within the system control room, the lackeys are in a state of absolute panic. They scream in disbelief as they realize a participant has already located and slain the hidden parasite dragon. The lackeys try to contact the floor administrator, but realize he is currently occupied with a heated diplomatic argument with the Olympus faction. They desperately scramble to manually reset the frozen timer. A massive column of smoke rises from a distant volcano on the island, signaling the start of the next phase of Yuan's plan. Deep in a volcanic crater, a massive red-skinned orc chief lets out a thunderous grunt, spotting Yuan entering his domain. The chief lunges forward with his heavy club, leading a massive horde of armored orcs directly toward Yuan. Yuan's blade flashes in the dim light, cleanly slicing through the orc chief in a single, effortless motion. The surrounding orcs scream in horror as their leader falls instantly. The remaining orcs scramble backward, calling the human intruder a literal monster. Yuan stops, his eyes narrowing under his hood, asking who they are calling a monster. His cinder eyes glow with a cold, blood-red intensity, sending a wave of absolute dread throughout the cavern. The orcs completely lose their morale, screaming in panic as they scramble to escape the cave. At that exact moment, the countdown timer in the sky finally begins to tick down again. Yuan glances at the sky, noting that the lackeys have finally managed to clean up the system error and resume the countdown. He knew the administrators would not let him freeze the timer forever. Still, he is highly satisfied with his progress. He managed to buy himself 4 full days of training, which is far more than he initially anticipated. He readies his blade, preparing to head toward the main mountain. He stands at the cave exit, his resolute gaze locked onto the towering peak in the distance. His destination is the high peak of Banru-do, the grand stage where the final trial of the tutorial awaits him. A sudden, violent surge of blue lightning strikes the mountain's summit, signaling that the final boss is preparing to wake. The massive shockwave ripples across the grassy plains at the base of the mountain, drawing the attention of every surviving player. Sungyun and Elidor stand near the base camp, observing the massive crowd of participants gathering from various sectors. They note that the skilled players are all attempting to join the top teams to secure a passing score. Sungyun watches the crowd, noting that the average level of the players attempting to ascend is exceptionally high. He observes that based on their mana density, the majority of the gathered players are well over level 20, making this a highly competitive zone. Sungyun asks Yolche if all players born inside the tower automatically know how to control mana. Yolche explains that only active players receive the system's blessing, while the common inhabitants remain normal. She clarifies that inhabitants who are born in the tower and chosen by the system receive a divine blessing, becoming the prestigious purebloods like Hargan. Sunyun asks if she thinks their current team possesses enough strength to successfully defeat the mountain boss. Yolche remains silent for a moment before admitting that, under normal circumstances, there would be absolutely no way. Hargan suddenly lands behind them with a heavy thud, his boots digging into the dirt. He grins, saying that, while there is normally no way, even he cannot guess how strong their team will be once they are complete. He stands proudly before his elite squad, his golden armor crackling with static electricity. Sunyon complains that Hargan is late, pointing out that they need to make the absolute best use of their remaining time. He asks if Yuan is still missing. Elidor's ears twitch as she senses a familiar presence approaching from the forest path. She whispers that he is here. Yuan slowly steps out of the shadows, his red cape catching the sea breeze as he approaches the base camp. He scans the gathered group with his calm, analytical gaze. Yuan immediately notices a distinct change in the mana flow around Elidor and Sungyeon. He notes that the two have managed to level up significantly during his absence. Hargan greets him with a smug smirk, welcoming his rival to the camp. Hargan asks where Yuan's team is, joking if he was seriously planning to solo the mountain boss as well. Yuan replies flatly that his final contribution score will be significantly higher if he fights alone. Hargan can only sigh, calling Yuan completely insane. Hargan glances at the live ranking board, gritting his teeth as he sees Yuan is still sitting in first place with an overwhelming lead. Hargan vows to claim the boss's head before Yuan can reach it. Sungyeon steps forward to introduce himself, but is suddenly cut off by a strange sensation in the air. A group of low-level players tries to approach Yuan, but is suddenly blown back by a violent wave of golden electricity. Hargan's eyes glow with a menacing light as he warns the surrounding players to stay back, growling at them like insects. The trash players scramble away in terror, realizing they almost stepped into the crossfire of the island's top-ranked squad. Yuan turns to leave, telling Hargan he is heading up the mountain. Hargan is stunned, pointing out that they still have plenty of time left on the clock. Yuan simply replies that time is of the essence. Hargan cannot help but laugh at his rival's relentless grind. He bids Yuan good luck, shouting for him to wait up so they can ascend together. Yuan's boots click against the stone path as he begins his ascent up the steep, jagged mountain trail. He reaches the entrance of the primary boss cavern, the stone walls pulsing with an eerie green mana. A crimson system screen flashes across his vision, officially welcoming him to the first boss room of the mountain. The system prompts him with a subquest, requiring him to clear the vanguard army before he can challenge the main boss. A massive horde of skeleton warriors and giant serpents stands in his path. A volley of crude stone spears rains down from the cavern ceiling, but Yuan easily sidesteps the attack. He slides down the rocky slope, his blade drawn and ready to carve through the vanguard. A massive legion of armored skeletons rushes forward to surround him, clashing their weapons together. Outside the cave entrance, Hargan's team finally catches up. They gasp in shock as they look down at the massive army of monsters occupying the valley below. Yuan stands at the edge of the cliff, calmly analyzing the mob density. He notes that they must clear several stages of these minions before the main boss will manifest. He observes a high-level orc commander leading the skeletal legion, realizing that these monsters are acting as a coordinated unit. Yuan braces his footing, his hand glowing with intense elemental energy. He already knows the exact location where the boss is hiding. He channels his mana to combine his colossal fire with his magic sword skill. The system confirms the successful fusion, his blade erupting in a violent storm of orange flames. Sungyeon watches from the ridge, highly eager to finally see Yuan's true combat capabilities in action. He wants to know if Yuan is truly as monstrously strong as the rankings suggest. Hargan stands in silence, his eyes focused on his rival. He waits for the display of power, thinking to himself that Yuan should show him what he has got. In a split second, Yuan vanishes from the cliffside, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. The onlookers gasp in absolute shock. Sun-Yoon frantically scans the valley floor, trying to locate where Yuan went. He points toward the center of the army, shouting that he is there. Yuan lands directly in the middle of the monster horde, unleashing a massive circular wave of fire that incinerates dozens of skeletons instantly. The violent storm of orange flames tears through the legion, leaving nothing but scorched earth and ashes in its wake. Sungyeon and Elidor stand completely frozen, their jaws dropping as they witness the sheer scale of the destruction. With a single, devastating swing of his fiery sword, Yuan completely obliterates the vanguard commander, sending a massive shockwave across the valley. Yuan stands amidst the smoking ruins, completely unscathed. Sungyeon can only watch in absolute awe, realizing this man is a beast whose power far exceeds even their own captain. As Yuan lands back on his feet, Sungyeon and Elidor look on with wide eyes. Sungyeon gasps, unable to process the scale of Yuan's attack. With a single downward swing of his flaming sword, Yuan unleashes an explosive blast of fire that obliterates a dozen orcs in an instant. The raw impact of the strike leaves nothing but scattered ash and charred ground in its wake. Hargan's golden eyes flash with intense focus as he watches the display. He realizes Yuan is not just strong, his combat output easily exceeds anything he expected. He thinks to himself that Yuan is a beast. Sungyeon covers his mouth in complete shock, completely speechless. Next to him, Hargan is covered in crackling golden lightning, looking incredibly motivated. Hargan flashes an excited grin, the lightning on his gauntlets pulsing with raw divine energy. He knows he cannot afford to fall behind. Hargan roars, charging headfirst into the remaining monster lines like a golden meteor, telling Yuan to wait for him. A volley of crude stone spears rains down on him, but Hargan does not even slow down. He swings his glowing fists, systematically smashing the spears to splinters, shouting that he cannot lose. Yolcha steps up behind him, her eyes narrowing as she begins to channel her high-tier magic. With a fluid sweep of her hand, she releases a massive crescent wave of purple mana that cleaves through a dense group of archers. Yuan continues his dance of steel, his flaming sword carving through the front lines with clinical efficiency. The rest of the team quickly moves in to assist, realizing they should not just stand around watching the top two clear the entire valley. Sungyun shoots a dense gust of wind magic to deflect a stray arrow, warning everyone to keep their guards up because there are still hidden traps. Elidor casts a quick support spell, commenting that there is barely any work left for them to do anyway. Yolcha yells over the noise, instructing Sungyun to use his wide area magic to clear a direct path through the remaining mobs. Sungyun raises his hand, channeling a massive ball of blue energy. He yells out his spell, advising everyone to watch their heads. He fires the blast, the massive blue beam completely vaporizing a wall of stone barricades and clearing the passage. Yuan glances back, slightly relieved to see that Hargan's companions are skilled enough to avoid being a hindrance. Since they will not easily die in the upcoming battle, he can focus entirely on what lies ahead. Hargan calls out, pointing toward a massive stone door embedded in the cavern wall. He walks up to the gate, staring up at the intricate patterns carved across the stone, muttering in awe. The surface of the massive door is covered in an ancient, detailed mural depicting a legendary battle. Yuan asks if the mural represents an ancient war. Hargan nods, admitting that it is his first time seeing such a detailed carving in person. Yuan steps forward, touching the cold stone, stating that the boss of this area is directly behind this door. Hargan sighs, pointing out that Yuan is about to barge into the boss chamber without a single word of planning again. Yuan replies that he originally intended to clear this place completely alone anyway. Hargan grabs Yuan's shoulder, telling him that does not matter anymore since they are a team now. Before he can finish, the stone door begins to grind open. The heavy gates slide back, a deafening screech echoing from the darkness inside. The team gasps as the violent sound waves shake the cavern. Sungyun mutters, asking what that is, and if it is the boss, noting the sound of its cry alone makes his body numb. Hargan's expression turns serious. He states he has basic information on what the boss is, noting it is an incredibly powerful foe, and tells the team to go in. Yuan leads the way, his boots clicking against the stone floor as they step into the dark chamber. He raises his arm, stopping the rest of the team in their tracks and commanding everyone to step back. In the center of the massive room, a colossal two-headed reptilian beast is bound by heavy iron chains. A system tag appears above the giant monster's glowing green eyes, identifying it as the Chimera. The red system banner flashes in the air, officially welcoming them to boss room number 3. The system quest details appear. They must defeat the sealed Chimera to finalize the tutorial. Hargan notes that this is indeed the final boss they have been looking for. Yuan stares at the giant beast, a trace of skepticism in his eyes, muttering about the final boss. A hidden system prompt appears, revealing a secret mechanic. A single participant can shatter the sealing crystal atop the central pillar to break the Chimera's seal and claim it as a familiar. The prompt explains that the Chimera's new master will earn massive bonus contribution points for every other participant they eliminate. Elidor's face turns pale. She realizes that to secure the boss, they must not only fight the Chimera, but also protect the sealing crystal from potential betrayal by their own allies. Yolcha tries to reassure the team, stating that with their numbers, watching each other's movements will be easy. Besides, nobody is faster than Hargan. Before she can finish her sentence, Yuan vanishes, dashing toward the central pillar like a streak of red light. Hargan lunges forward and grabs Yuan's coat, attempting to pull him back, yelling and asking what he thinks he is doing. Hargan demands to know if Yuan is seriously trying to betray them after coming this far. Yuan replies that the goal is to defeat the boss, not fight each other, and he intends to win their wager. Hargan's eyes flare with anger. He demands to know why Yuan needs to touch that sealing crystal. Yuan sighs, his voice low, muttering that this is exactly why he wanted to do this alone. He swings his sword, forcing Hargan to let go of his grip and step back. With a single, lightning-fast strike, Yuan smashes his blade directly into the glowing red sealing crystal. The crystal shatters, and a system screen confirms that the seal has been broken, registering Kim Yuan as the Chimera's new master. The red system banner flashes in the air, confirming that the boss, Chimera, has been fully unsealed. the unsealed chimera rears both of its massive heads, its glowing green eyes flashing as it lets out a thunderous roar. The colossal beast thrashes in its chains, its raw physical power causing the entire cavern to shake violently. Hargan grabs Yuan's coat, yelling in absolute disbelief, asking how he could do this. Yuan remains completely calm. Yuan looks at the massive beast, issuing a direct mental command for the chimera to break that wall. The giant beast swings its massive tail, completely shattering the thick stone wall at the back of the chamber. A massive cloud of dust and debris fills the room as the wall crumbles, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. Sung-Yun and Paladinte cough through the dust, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Yuan explains that since he is controlling the chimera, it will not attack them. He notes that the true enemy they must face is waiting in the next room. Hargan is confused. He knows a chimera is a synthetic monster created by combining different beast attributes, and he wonders who could have created such a thing here. He looks through the massive gap in the wall, staring into the dark, eerie laboratory revealed behind the rubble. Yuan turns to him, pointing out that if the chimera was merely a guardian, the creator must be the true boss of the sector. He tells Hargan to make his choice. The chimera slowly walks into the hidden passage, and the rest of the team looks at Hargan for instructions. Hargan grinds his teeth, deciding they need to check out the hidden chamber first. The team steps through the rubble, their boots clicking against the metallic floor of the hidden laboratory. They enter a massive, circular room illuminated by an eerie red light, filled with hundreds of metallic tubes and chains. They look up in horror, realizing that the glass tubes hanging from the ceiling contain the preserved bodies of various human-like inhabitants. Hargan's expression turns grim as he scans the grotesque facility, wondering what kind of twisted experiments were being conducted here. He notes that there was absolutely no information provided about a fourth boss room in this tutorial sector. Yuan continues his march, his eyes locked onto the central platform, stating that this is where that guy has been hiding. A system banner flashes across their vision, officially welcoming them to boss room number 4. Yuan calls out to the shadows, his voice echoing through the metallic room. A red system prompt appears, updating the sector's boss status. Yuan asks if he is sleeping over there, pointing his blade at a slumped figure. A decaying gray hand twitches beneath a tattered black cloak, reacting to Yuan's voice. A sinister, pale-skinned figure with empty black eyes slowly lifts his head from the shadows. The system window pops up, officially revealing the true final boss of the sector, the Chimera creator. Yuan and Hargan cross the threshold, the system confirming their entrance into boss room number 4. The room is filled with a damp, metallic stench and rows of heavy chains hanging from the ceiling. Yuan stops near the center of the platform, calling out to the slumped figure ahead. A bright red system message flashes in the air, updating the room's primary boss. Yuan continues, asking if he is sleeping over there. The gray-skinned hand of the slumped figure twitches, reacting to Yuan's voice as a raspy whisper escapes under the hood. The figure slowly lifts its tattered hood, revealing a decayed, skull-like face growling his name. A system banner officially logs their primary quest: defeat the boss, Chimera Creator. The colossal, two-headed chimera stands obediently behind Yuan. The creator scoffs, observing the scene, raspily noting that this is a first. He notes that despite having absolute control over the chimera, Yuan chose not to betray his teammates. Instead, Yuan used the beast's power to systematically breach the laboratory walls and locate his private inner sanctum. A twisted smile appears on Childe's pale face, muttering how interesting this is as his empty black eyes lock onto the intruders. He shifts his gaze toward the golden-haired warrior standing beside Yuan, noting that he looks like a descendant of Zeus. The wizard chuckles, calling Hargan a half-breed, but admits his divine physical vessel will still make an exceptionally useful subject for his next experiment. Hargan's golden eyes flare with rage, golden lightning discharging from his shoulders as he roars, demanding to know who he is calling a half-breed. Yuan calmly chimes in, identifying the boss as Childe, a dark magician and a rogue ranker who vanished from the tower long ago. Hargan is stunned, recognizing the name. He recalls hearing stories about Childe, a former examiner on the 50th floor who was exiled after using hundreds of test takers as live subjects to breed his chimeras. Hargan wonders how such a high-level entity could end up as a tutorial boss. Yuan explains that Childe was defeated in a humiliating fashion by a player, stripped of his ranker status, and had the majority of his powers sealed by the administrators. As a punishment, Childe has been forced to breed tutorial-level bosses for the past 1,000 years without any hope of regaining his former power. Childe's expression turns into a mask of pure shock, screaming to know how Yuan knows about that. Yuan does not answer directly, taking a slow step forward. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden light as he activates his cinder eyes. Child gasps in terror, instantly recognizing the distinct aura. Childa shrieks in pure hatred, calling him a scoundrel and unleashing a massive, chaotic wave of purple mana. The force of the magical shockwave causes Hargan to struggle to stand, his golden lightning flaring in defense. He yells, asking what kind of mana this is and reminding Yuan that he said Childe lost his powers. Yuan replies that if Childe still possessed his ranker-level strength, they would have been obliterated instantly. Yuan stands completely firm against the wind pressure. Childa demands to know where Yuan got those eyes, asking if he is kin to the legendary Great Sage. Yuan ignores the question, calling Childa a hypocrite. He points out that Childa has spent 1,000 years torturing innocent participants, so he has no right to demand answers. Childa screams for him to answer his question. Yuan steps forward, his voice cold, stating he is sorry, but he did not come here to satisfy his curiosity. He says he came here because he cannot stand letting scoundrels like him continue to breathe, charging toward the platform. Suddenly, the surrounding alcoves open, and dozens of newly bred chimeras swarm into the room. Sunyon raises his spear in a panic, calling for the captain's instructions. Hargan's eyes flare with golden electricity. He roars, telling them to wipe them all out and leading the defense to keep the mobs off Yuan. The team clashes with the incoming chimera horde, the chamber filling with explosive flashes of elemental magic. Sunyon delivers a heavy strike with his spear, shattering a stone-skinned beast. The rest of the group coordinates their skills, systematically defending the entrance of the laboratory. Yuan notes that these chimeras are prototypes of the self-leveling beasts that will begin appearing on the upper floors in a century. Fortunately, Child's research in this era is still incomplete, meaning their current stats are highly manageable. He observes the battle from the corner of his eye, noting that since Hargain's squad is keeping the minions fully occupied, his own path to the boss is completely clear. Yuan closes the distance, but Childa suddenly smiles, raising his staff. Child screams his spell, Dark Casket. A massive, Iron Maiden-like sarcophagus made of pure dark energy falls from the ceiling, slamming shut over Yuan. Childa bursts into maniacal laughter, calling the spell an unbreakable cage that even his strongest chimeras cannot escape. He mocks Yuan, asking how a lowly tutorial participant dared to look down on a ranker. He boasts about turning Yuan into his next research subject, but suddenly stops as a low, heavy cracking sound echoes from inside the casket. The dark iron walls of the casket begin to bulge, massive cracks radiating from the center. With an explosive boom, the unbreakable casket is shattered to absolute pieces from the inside. Through the smoke, Yuan stands completely unharmed. His right arm has bulged to a massive size, covered in thick muscle and glowing with a deep green aura. Childa steps back in absolute horror, asking how this is possible. Child stares at the colossal hand, his voice trembling as he recognizes the distinct physical signature. Child's mind races, demanding to know Yuan's relationship with the legendary hero of Olympus. Yuan's thoughts turn to the memories of his old ally, the key player in the Gigantomachy, the ultimate battle against the giants. He remembers Hercules, the legendary son of Zeus, the main character of the 12 Labors, and the holder of the prestigious title, the Giant. To Yuan, Hercules was a being who stood above all others in terms of raw physical strength. He was his most respected hero. The system confirms that Yuan's right arm has been temporarily imbued with the power of a giant via his newly acquired gigantification skill. Due to his relatively low base constitution, the system is forced to temporarily convert his defensive stats into raw strength, resulting in a partial gigantification. Yuan grits his teeth, feeling the intense physical strain of the transformation. He mutters that even after consuming the giant's heart, partial activation is his current limit. Still, it is more than enough to crush his opponent. Furious at being defied, Child channels his remaining mana, determined to tear the insolent brat to absolute shreds, regardless of his Olympus backing. Yuan raises his massive, green glowing fist, his expression turning cold. He tells him to shut it. He throws a straight punch, the sheer physical wind pressure completely dispersing Child's oncoming magic spell. In a panic, Childa casts Triple Dark Casket, summoning 3 overlapping cages of dark energy to block Yuan's path. Yuan charges forward, his giant fist smashing through the 3 caskets like they are made of paper. Child desperately fires a volley of green acid spells, screaming for Yuan to stay back. He pleads with him not to die yet because he still has so much to ask him. Yuan easily sweeps the acid aside with his massive arm, closing the gap instantly. He recalls a conversation with Hercules, who warned him that attempting to control gigantification within the limited time frame of the tutorial was a highly reckless plan. The memory of Hercules' skeptical face is clear, reminding Yuan of the immense difficulty of mastering a god-tier physical skill. Odin had also warned him that clearing the final tutorial would be impossible without a reliable physical trump card like gigantification. But Hercules had smiled, admitting that while the task was exceptionally difficult, for someone like Yuan, it was definitely not impossible. Back in the present, Yuan lands a heavy strike that shatters Child's defensive barrier. He takes a deep breath, steam rising from his massive fist as the transformation temporarily deactivates. He stands over the crater, and Child scrambles backward, his face twisted in absolute terror, stammering and asking how this is possible. Child stares at the massive dark silhouette of the youth, unable to comprehend how a mortal broke through his strongest rancor magic with nothing but raw, physical strength. He grinds his teeth, realizing he has been pushed into a corner by a mere tutorial participant. With a desperate scream, Child activates his absolute defense skill, Ebony Thornwall, summoning a massive sphere of spiked stone to cover his body. He jeers at Yuan from behind the spikes, daring him to try and break through. He boasts that before the stone wall breaks, Yuan's hands will be torn to shreds. Yuan reactivates his partial gigantification, slamming his massive fist directly into the spiked barrier without a second of hesitation. Child's eyes widen in absolute horror as the spiked wall begins to crack under the immense pressure of the giant's fist. He wonders what kind of a crazy bastard he is dealing with. Yuan unleashes a rapid barrage of heavy punches, the stone spikes shattering under the continuous impact. Deep cracks run across the entire surface of the barrier as the structural integrity of the spell fails. With a final, explosive punch, the ebony thorn wall is completely shattered into a million stone fragments. Child covers his face as the debris clears. He looks up, hoping Yuan has finally exhausted his stamina and worn himself out. He looks down at Yuan's bleeding, scraped knuckles, assuming the youth has completely wrecked his hand trying to break the barrier. Yuan simply stares at his bloody hand, his expression completely flat. He slowly winds back his right arm, channeling his remaining mana to execute one final, massive punch. He throws the punch straight into Child's chest, the immense physical force creating a massive shockwave behind the wizard. Childa spits a torrent of blood, his ribcage shattering under the sheer weight of the giant's strength. The dark magician collapses to the floor, his staff rolling away as he lies defeated in the rubble. Yuan deactivates his gigantification, his arm returning to its normal size as he catches his breath. He thinks to himself that this is the way to go. He recalls the final piece of advice from his previous life, warning him that if he failed to obtain both the Cinder Eyes and gigantification, he should avoid fighting Chilled entirely. If he had only managed to acquire one of the two legendary skills, the choice to fight would have been left entirely to his own judgment. But since he successfully managed to secure both of the legendary skills, the path forward was exceptionally clear. He stands triumphantly over the fallen dark magician. The system window pops up, officially logging his victory. He was destined to defeat the Chimera creator. Yuan recalls a crucial conversation with Sunogong from his previous life, where the yawning Monkey King sat on his staff, completely relaxed. In the memory, Yuan asks Ogong for advice, noting that the Great Sage was the only one who had successfully defeated the Chimera creator while clearing the 50th floor. Ogong yawns, explaining that there is no trick or special strategy needed to defeat the creator. As long as you have the right tools, it is easy. He points to his brilliant golden eyes, stating that with those, you can see every single flaw in his stitched body. Back in the present, Yuan channels his power, delivering a devastating direct strike straight into Childa's stitched shoulder joint. Childa is sent flying, crashing onto the stone floor in a heap. He spits a mouthful of blood, laughing hysterically, shrieking that no matter how much Yuan tries, he will not die. He boasts about his immortality, claiming his physical vessel is impervious to mortal weapons. Yuan simply stares down at him, his yellow eyes flashing. Yuan calls him exceptionally persistent, noting that Childe has spent 1,000 years experimenting with dark magic to forge an undead chimera body. However, Yuan points out that a body made by stitching together various monster parts is bound to have structural attachment seams. With his Cinder Eyes, he can see every single joint. The system confirms that his Cinder Eyes have fully focused on the boss's anatomical structure. Yuan locks onto the glowing red seam running along Childa's neck and shoulders, readying his blade. With a single, blinding slash, Yuan cuts directly through the joint weakness, sending a wave of blood spraying across the stone platform. Child screams in absolute terror as his right arm is cleanly severed from his shoulder, begging Yuan to stop. Ignoring the pleas, Yuan moves in for another swift, clinical strike. His blade slices through Childa's neck, cutting off his voice. Yuan asks coldly why he is asking him to stop. He delivers a final horizontal slash, completely dissecting the dark magician's stitched physical form, muttering about how many people Childa has torn apart for his experiments. Up on the ridge, the tutorial administrator watches the final blow with a satisfied smirk, chuckling to himself. The admin marvels at Yuan's accomplishments, noting that his sequence of acquiring the Cinder Eyes and mastering gigantification was completely unprecedented. He remarks that a truly unbelievable monstrous participant has just been born in the tutorial sector. A bright pink system screen flashes in the air, officially confirming that Yuan has achieved an impossible achievement by defeating the Chimera creator. The system announces that due to the legendary nature of his achievement, the calculation of his massive rewards will be delayed. It logs his final level-ups and a massive increase to his heaven-slaying star completion. Yuan catches his breath, his steam-shrouded body slowly cooling down. He admits he did not expect the rewards for defeating Child to be this bountiful. Because Child was recognized as an active dungeon boss similar to Sarutra, the system granted him a double level up. He reviews the status of his heaven-slaying star, which has climbed to over 10%. He notes that the skill grants him an additional point to every base stat for every 5% increase in completion. Across the laboratory, the remaining chimeras suddenly freeze, their red eyes fading as they begin to collapse to the floor. The surrounding players look around in confusion, wondering why the monstrous horde is suddenly dissolving into ash. Hargan reassures his team, explaining that since the creator is dead, the chimeras have lost their source of mana and will not be getting back up. Sung-yeon collapses in relief, glad to have survived. Sung-yeon shouts to check if anyone is seriously injured, and Fail frantically calls for a healer from the other side of the room. Paladinte yells that Yolche has been severely wounded during the final wave. Hargan's expression turns extremely serious. He runs over to Yolche, watching as the magicians desperately apply healing spells to her wounds. They successfully stabilize her condition, the glowing green mana patching up her deep cuts. Hargan instructs the team to take care of Yolche, stating that he is going to wrap things up with their guest. He turns and walks toward Yuan. He approaches the dark-haired youth, his expression grim, stating that he needs to speak with him. The two walk away from the rest of the group, heading toward a quiet corner of the laboratory. Hargan states that he will not ask how Yuan possesses so much forbidden knowledge about the connection between the rankers and the tutorial. But he points out that because of Yuan's reckless decision, their teammate was nearly killed. He asks if Yuan really had to go this far to defeat the Chimera creator. Hargan points out that they could have easily cleared the tutorial phase simply by defeating the unsealed Chimera without risking their lives in this laboratory. Yuan looks back at him calmly, replying that under normal circumstances, yes, that would be the case. Hargan is frustrated by his response. He points out that Yuan could have set the single greatest speed record in tutorial history without taking these insane risks. He grabs Yuan's shoulder, demanding to know how far he needs to go before he is finally satisfied. Hargan asks, his voice tight, if he will only stop once he and all of his comrades are dead. Yuan closes his eyes, silent. He thinks to himself, wondering how far he has to go. His mind drifts to a cold, dark place. He wonders exactly how far he has to climb to rewrite the history of this world. In a dark vision, we see the towering, monstrous silhouettes of the outer gods, the cosmic entities ruling over the empty void outside the tower. He remembers the eldritch horror, foolish chaos, whose purple eyes glowed menacingly against the dark twilight sky. He remembers the countless legendary rankers who laid down their lives just to seal away a single one of those cosmic beasts. That is exactly why Yuan refuses to stop. He must endlessly accumulate power and purge the corrupt elements of this world, ensuring that the tower does not meet its inevitable end. He looks back at Hargan, his expression unreadable, replying quietly that he does not know. Hargan is confused by the answer. Yuan explains that Hargan is searching for comrades to walk beside him, which is the exact reason why Yuan is currently not looking for a team. Because the path Yuan must walk is far too dangerous for anyone else. His comrades would have to possess godlike power just to survive the journey beside him. He brushes Hargan's hand off his shoulder and walks past him, advising him to drop the subject of teaming up. Yuan points out that if he pulls someone like Hargan into his storm, it will only lead to more tragedy. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupts them. The bearded tutorial administrator steps out of the shadows, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Hargan's jaw drops as he senses the immense pressure radiating from the newcomer. He asks in a panic if this man is the official sector administrator. Hargan immediately bows, introducing himself as a descendant of Zeus. The admin dismisses him with a simple grunt, clearly not interested in royal pleasantries. The admin grumbles about how much extra work he has now. He mutters that dealing with Yuan's rule-breaking antics makes him want to go pull out Zeus's beard out of frustration. He rubs his temples, complaining that his system contract with the Chimera creator was supposed to last for another millennium, yet Yuan killed him before they could even prepare a replacement. Yuan asks if he came all this way just to complain, demanding his rewards. The admin sighs, waving his hand, grumbling that thanks to a certain someone, the tutorial is going to be a breeze for a while. A brilliant sphere of white mana forms in his palm as he prepares the transfer, stating that how Yuan uses it is entirely up to him. He hands Yuan a dark, pulsing crystal radiating an endless property of darkness, warning that protecting it will also be up to him. The system identifies the legendary item as the Dark Divine Crystal. It is an unrefined fragment of Genesis, possessing unending dark mana. Yuan catches the heavy dark crystal, feeling the cold, ancient property pulsing against his skin. The item description reveals that this crystal is the essential crafting material for Hades' legendary Helm of Invisibility, one of the 3 strongest artifacts of Olympus. Yuan smiles, knowing he already knows the location of the Divine Sea Crystal. The only piece remaining to complete his set is the fragment of Zeus's lightning bolt. Hargan is confused by the smile, asking what he is planning. Yuan replies that he might be able to gather his target items much sooner than anticipated. The admin raises his hand to initiate the final teleportation. He asks if they are satisfied, stating that now that all conditions have been met, they will all be sent to the first floor of the tower. He assures Hargan that his own reward will be exceptionally bountiful based on his high contribution points. Hargan bows in gratitude. The admin glances at Yuan as the teleportation portal begins to glow, asking if he is not planning on causing just as much trouble once he reaches the upper floors. Yuan replies with a simple, "I'm not sure." He flashes a smug smirk. The admin sighs, noting that definitely does not sound like a no. The admin chuckles, watching as Yuan's body begins to dissolve into particles of white light. He notes that with the Dark Divine Crystal in his possession, Yuan is bound to rampage even harder. The golden portal envelops the entire team, lifting them off the stone platform. The admin mutters as they vanish that if he is going to cause trouble anyway, he should at least make it entertaining. The final countdown display appears, showing exactly 598 hours remaining. The final contribution ranking is displayed. Kim Yuan sits in first place with an astronomical score of over 674,000 points. Hargan is second, and Yolche is third. The system confirms that the rankings have been finalized, officially ending the tutorial and granting Yuan a massive reward of 67,000 points. For setting a new, historic all-time high record, Yuan is awarded an additional bonus of 50,000 points. His personal inventory pops up, displaying a mysterious purple egg. The egg pulses with a dense, dark aura, its shell covered in complex purple runes. A final system prompt confirms his acquisition of the mysterious egg. This is his ultimate prize as he finally prepares to enter the Grand Tower. The final countdown display hangs in the air. The system window officially announces that calculations have been completed, ending the tutorial. His personal inventory window pops up, revealing a purple glowing egg. The system logs his massive reward of over 67,000 points for setting a historic high score. The blue screens confirm the final point allocation, officially transferring the currency to his account. Yuan inspects the mysterious egg sitting in his inventory slots, which continues to pulse with a dense, dark purple energy. A final system banner confirms his unique acquisition of the egg. A bright blue screen appears across his vision, officially welcoming him to the first floor of the tower as his body materializes. The portal sequence finishes, the glowing light slowly fading to reveal a brand new environment. Yuan stands up, checking his status window. He notes that his rewards were successfully processed during the teleportation, wondering if he received anything other than raw points. He opens his inventory to inspect the egg, but finds that the system description remains completely unknown. He mutters, wondering what the hell this item is supposed to be. Nearby, Hargan materializes with a heavy thud, stretching his arms and looking around, stating that they are here. Dozens of other portals open across the grassy fields, teleporting the surviving participants of the final tutorial phase. A group of veteran players watches the newcomers arrive from a nearby ridge, completely stunned. They note that there was still plenty of time left on the clock, marveling at how early this batch of rookies cleared the trials. Yuan looks at the bustling town ahead, realizing that many major guilds have likely sent scouts to recruit the most promising rookies. Hargan glances toward a group of high-level guards dressed in golden armor. He frowns, recognizing some familiar faces from the Olympus faction. He turns to Yuan, asking if he has any plans to join a guild. Yuan replies flatly that he has no interest. Hargan chuckles, calling the answer completely unsurprising. Hargan points out that since Yuan has no interest in teaming up, joining a guild would be useless anyway. He adds that since he lost their wager, he fully intends to keep his promise. He recalls their bet to see who could earn more points, acknowledging Yuan's overwhelming victory. Yuan asks if there is any tension between the floor administrators and Olympus. Hargan is silent for a moment, his golden eyes narrowing. Hargan notes that, to most rookies, Olympus is seen as a righteous faction that uses its power to maintain order. He asks what Yuan is trying to imply. He advises Yuan to slowly uncover the true colors of the major factions himself, as he would not believe the truth even if Hargan told him right now. Hargan begins walking away, advising Yuan to register as an official player the moment he reaches the town so they can remain in touch. As a final parting advice, Hargan warns him to be extremely careful of the jackals occupying the meadows. Yuan waves his hand dismissively without looking back, repeating the name jackals with curiosity. Hargan approaches the golden-armored Olympus guards, his expression turning serious. The lead commander, Agamemnon, bows his head slightly in greeting, offering his greetings to the one of great lineage. Hargan thanks him for remembering him, and Agamemnon asks about his connection with Sir Ares. Agamemnon mentions that Ares recently became a high ranker, asking Hargan to pass along his congratulations. The red-caped messenger standing nearby nods silently. However, the messenger delivers a harsh message. Ares has ordered him to block any communications from Hargan until Hargan successfully identifies his birth mother. The messenger points out that Zeus has very little interest in his children, especially those of unconfirmed lineage. Hargan's eyes flare with golden lightning, furious at the disrespect. The messenger advises him to calm down, reminding him of Ares' ruthless personality. He adds that true lineage is something Hargan must forge himself through his own accomplishments in the tower. Hargan grinds his teeth but forces himself to back down. He knows that souring his relationship with Ares' faction so early would be highly counterproductive. He dismisses the messenger with a sharp nod, and the guards bow respectfully before walking away. The messenger glances back, asking about the dark-haired youth who arrived beside Hargan earlier. Hargan looks back with a soft, warm smile, replying that that guy is something like a friend. Yuan enters the town, the bustling market filled with players and local inhabitants. A system description details the notorious group known as the Jackals, players who have abandoned climbing the floors to instead shake down and loot rookies in the meadows of beginning. They systematically target ungilded newcomers during the post-tutorial period, a dark phase of the tower jokingly referred to as the time of harvest. Yuan continues his march down the forest path, completely unbothered by the potential threat. Thanks to his high perception stat, Yuan easily senses several figures tailing him from the bushes, without even needing to activate his cinder eyes. He estimates there are about 20 of them. He pulls out the dark divine crystal, realizing these jackals are the perfect target to test out his new stealth capabilities. In the dense bushes nearby, the wolf-faced jackal boss, Fatayo, watches him with greedy eyes. Fatayo remarks that this batch of rookies cleared the tutorial exceptionally fast, meaning they likely possess high-quality items. His lackeys point out that Yuan is wearing the legendary pyromancy robe, calling him an absolute jackpot target. Fatayo smiles, baring his fangs as he orders his men to prepare the ambush. The wolf beast leaps out of the bushes to strike, but Yuan instantly vanishes into thin air. Fatayo gasps, wondering where he went. Before they can react, a brilliant flash of steel cuts through the bushes, slicing down 2 jackals instantly. Another heavy slash catches a third attacker off guard, sending him crashing into the dirt. The jackals panic, screaming in confusion as they are systematically picked off from the shadows by an invisible enemy. Fatayo activates his Falcon's Eye skill, desperately scanning the clearing to see if Yuan is using an illusion spell. He realizes with horror that Yuan is using genuine, high-level stealth magic. He screams for his remaining men to retreat. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the void, locking onto a jackal's throat with an iron grip. Yuan materializes, delivering a swift, decisive blow that neutralizes the attacker. He pinches the throat of the red-haired jackal, warning him that trying to run is completely futile. Yuan notes that high rankers normally receive heavy penalties for interfering with the first floor, meaning these jackals must have an internal backer. He tells the prisoner he will spare his life if he answers honestly. The red-haired jackal spits in defiance, screaming for his companions to kill the bastard. Yuan simply responds with a cold slash to his shoulder. Crying out in pain, the jackal quickly breaks, begging Yuan to stop and promising to reveal everything. Yuan asks a single, specific question, inquiring about a guy named Mu Wunxian. The jackal gasps in absolute shock. The prisoner stammers, asking how he knows that name. Yuan smiles, satisfied with the reaction. Yuan chuckles, stating it looks like he hit the jackpot on his very first try. Later that evening, the central city of the first floor is illuminated by thousands of paper lanterns. Yuan retires to a cozy, traditional tea room overlooking the bustling streets. He sits on the wooden balcony, sipping his warm tea as the cool night breeze hits his face. He remarks that having some leisure time is the best part of returning. Since he secured his target information much faster than expected, he can afford to relax and let the physical fatigue of the trials slowly melt away. The next morning, the local marketplace is packed with players trading resources and equipment. Yuan watches the scene, enjoying a quiet moment of peace. He spots Hargan and Sungyeon drinking with their team at a tavern across the street. He watches them with a soft smile, glad to see his companions are doing well. He slowly stands up, deciding he has spent enough time being sentimental. He needs to get back to his main objective. Yuan inspects the dark divine crystal, noting that while it easily bypassed the jackal's senses, the stealth effect is still far from the absolute invisibility of the true helm of invisibility. He notes that his own skill proficiency is still lacking, and the raw crystal itself is unrefined. Still, the immense mana pulsing within the fragment is truly legendary. He realizes that if he can successfully amplify and refine this raw fragment, his stealth capabilities will become unmatched. Yuan recalls that the gods of Olympus achieved their supreme status not simply through raw numbers, but through the overwhelming power of their divine artifacts. The essential step to unlocking this power is to properly refine the raw Genesis fragment, and there is only one craftsman in this era capable of such a feat. Yuan smiles, excited to meet his old ally once again. He approaches a massive stone blacksmith forge radiating intense heat, calling out for his friend as he steps into the sparks. A massive hammer slams down on an anvil with a heavy metallic ring, revealing a giant, muscle-bound blacksmith working the flames. The legendary Hephaestus has officially entered the scene. Yuan pulls up the description for the basic player kit. Imbuing it with a player's unique mana registers their profile with the rankings office, unlocking communications with other players. He holds the silver sphere, channeling his mana into it, noting that he has already registered as a player. He walks through the cobblestone streets of the first floor's central region, trying to recall the exact location of his destination. He mutters that navigating these narrow alleyways without a map is a bit of a hassle. A small child clad in rags suddenly grabs his red cape, begging for loose points and saying their child is starving. Yuan looks down, his expression completely blank as the desperate parent begs for aid. Before he can answer, a local thug pulls a dagger from behind, stepping directly into his path and demanding everything he has. Yuan grabs the thug's wrist instantly, slamming him headfirst into the stone pavement. The thug's companions are already lying groaning on the floor. One yells, asking how they dare mess with their organization. Yuan grabs another attacker, throwing him across the alleyway, advising them to go climb the tower if their lives suck that much. He applies pressure to the leader's arm, warning them never to take out their frustrations on helpless beginners again. He releases his grip, his attention drawn to a small, weathered sign hanging over a narrow alleyway. Walking down the brick passage, Yuan smiles slightly under his hood, whispering that he found it. He pushes open the heavy wooden door, the warm, dry air washing over him, and asks if someone is here. He steps inside the dusty workshop, noting that the temperature inside feels like a literal sauna. A deep voice grunts from the back of the forge, asking if the morning shift has already arrived. A heavy footstep thuds against the floorboards as a massive figure emerges from the smoke. The blacksmith stops, his eyes widening slightly as he inspects the intruder. He recognizes Yuan's red coat immediately, asking if it is the pyromancy robe and wondering if Yuan is lost. Yuan replies that he came to the exact right location, asking if this is indeed a smithy. The blacksmith grunts, asking if he wants to buy equipment. He gestures to the wooden racks on the wall, warning Yuan that the scrap metal here will not be any better than his current gear. Yuan picks up a poorly made sword, reading its description. A shabby sword with no edge, more akin to a blunt club than a blade. The smith shrugs, calling them all failures. Yuan smiles slightly, placing the sword back. He comments that it seems the smith is not particularly talented at ruining things. The blacksmith freezes in shock. The smith's body suddenly flares with a dense blue mana, his expression turning incredibly hostile. Yuan calmly asks if his name is Vulcan. Vulcan demands to know who sent him, warning the youth to drop his guard. Yuan replies that he is simply a rookie player who just arrived from the tutorial. Yuan presents his player kit, the sphere displaying a large number 1 to confirm his current level status. Vulcan slams his hammer onto the anvil, looking thoroughly frustrated by the situation. Yuan keeps his distance, knowing Vulcan's legendary temper. He notes that calling the smith by his real name earlier would have likely resulted in a hammer flying at his face. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out the glowing blue Genesis fragment, stating he wants to commission an item. Vulcan's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, stinking to take a closer look, completely forgetting his anger. He holds the unrefined crystal, marveling at its purity. He admits he can easily refine it, but asks where Yuan managed to obtain such a rare material. Yuan explains that he received the crystal as a special reward for clearing the tutorial. Vulcan is floored, pointing out that the tutorial phase should still be active. He asks exactly how many days it took Yuan to clear the entire trial. Yuan replies that it took him roughly 5 days and 2 hours, securing the top-ranking spot. Vulcan is stunned, realizing Yuan has shattered the historic tutorial record. It explains why a rookie is walking around with such high-tier clothing. Vulcan notes that refining a Genesis fragment requires exceptionally rare secondary materials, as any cheap metals would permanently damage the crystal. He asks if Yuan is seriously willing to trust a legendary material to a run-down smithy like his. Yuan replies with a simple yes. Vulcan scoffs, calling him a crazy guy and asking if he thinks he will just run away with the crystal. Yuan replies that he is quite good at reading people's characters. He notes that if Vulcan harbored any greed, he would have seen it in his eyes. Yuan smiles, noting that right now, Vulcan looks exceptionally excited. Vulcan can only click his tongue. Yuan adds that he does not believe Vulcan would ever break a legendary item, as his smithing skills are too refined. He inspects one of the scrap swords on the rack, pointing out its qualities. Yuan notes that the blade's balance is perfectly calibrated, something that can only be achieved by a master craftsman. He comments that it is a shame for such a veteran to be rotting away in the stump. He points out that while Vulcan tried to hide his talent by dulling the edges and making crude handles, he forgot to ruin the sword's core balance. Yuan smiles, stating that habits die hard. Vulcan stands completely speechless, unable to argue. Suddenly, the massive smith bursts into booming laughter, thoroughly impressed by the youth's keen observation. He asks if Yuan is a pureblood or affiliated with a major guild. Yuan replies that he has no affiliations, but is something similar to a pureblood. Vulcan accepts the request, promising to deliver his absolute best work. However, he states he has one strict condition. The giant smith looks down, his expression turning serious. He demands that Yuan keep the refinement, as well as Vulcan's identity, an absolute secret. Yuan readily agrees. The next morning, the bright blue sky overlooks the bustling central city. Yuan spends a few points on a delicious, hearty breakfast at a local tavern. He relaxes, buttering his toast. Since Vulcan's refinement will take roughly 10 days, and he has to remain on the first floor for a while anyway, he can afford to wait. He reviews the information he extracted from the jackals, noting that their next major meeting is scheduled in 2 days. He wants to eliminate them, but knows he needs a team to completely root them out. Suddenly, a heavy hand slams onto his table. Yuan looks up, surprised to see Hargan sitting down across from him. Hargan brags about his connections, explaining that he spent the morning asking every inn in the sector to locate Yuan's room. He demands to have Yuan's contact number, wanting to link their player kits. Hargan brags about his connections, explaining that he spent the morning asking every inn in the sector to locate Yuan's room. They share a friendly drink, and Hargan asks when Yuan plans to begin climbing the floors of the tower. Hargan mentions he plans to spend the next 5 days grinding levels in the outer regions. Yuan taps his spoon on the table, stating he wants to improve their teamwork, so he needs some of Hargan's time. Hargan is surprised. Yuan proposes they do a job together. Hargan asks what kind of job. Yuan explains that he wants to completely root out the jackals. Hargan flinches, pointing out that even with his entire elite squad, raiding the jackals' main camp would be extremely risky. Yuan clarifies, it will just be the 2 of them. Hargan is stunned, demanding more details. Yuan tells him it is too early to discuss details. He instructs Hargan to return to this tavern the day after tomorrow, at night, promising to reveal the plan then. Hargan hesitates, but his competitive spirit wins out, agreeing to do it together. Yuan stands up to leave, and Hargan asks if he is going so soon. Hargan waves goodbye, stating he needs to return to his team and prepare for the upcoming raid. Yuan watches him walk away, admiring Hargan's deep dedication to his tutorial companions. He genuinely wants to climb the tower together with them. Yuan turns his head toward a dark corner of the tavern, calling out that it seems someone has been waiting for quite a while. A robed man sitting at a nearby table slowly stands up. Yuan asks what business he has with him now that Hargan is gone. The man pulls down his hood, revealing the distinct gold-trimmed cloak of an Olympus officer. He says he was quite surprised because Hargan showed up out of nowhere. The commander introduces himself as Agamemnon of Olympus, asking if Yuan is free for a quick chat. Yuan narrows his eyes, ready for the next move. Agamemnon steps out of the shadows of the tavern, adjusting his cloak. He mentions his surprise at Hargan's sudden appearance, his voice smooth but cold. He pulls up a chair across from Yuan, introducing himself and asking if he is free for a quick chat. The commander flashes a patronizing smile. He points out that Hargan is a direct descendant of the mighty Zeus, asking if Yuan should not have at least offered him a proper greeting. Agamemnon sits down, placing his hands on the table. He explains that his main objective on this floor was specifically to seek out Yuan. He notes that Yuan secured an overwhelming victory in the tutorial, easily beating out the descendant of Zeus for the top-ranking spot. He claims the entire lower floor is whispering that a literal monster has entered the tower. Yuan casually takes a bite of his food, thanking him for the kind words. Agamemnon chimes in, mentioning that Hargan spoke of the two of them being close friends. Yuan stops eating, asking if that is not a rather strange way to describe them. Agamemnon smiles, admitting perhaps a little. Yuan thinks to himself, realizing that Hargan was likely trying to be amicable. He decides that maintaining a decent relationship with the pure-blood descendant cannot hurt his plans. Agamemnon notes that despite their connection, Yuan chose not to join Hargan's squad. He calls it a highly intelligent decision, stating that relationships forged in the tutorial rarely survive the harsh trials of the upper floors. He praises Yuan's potential, claiming he has the raw talent to ascend past a standard ranker and become a legendary high ranker. He asks if Yuan should not climb the tower with companions who are actually fit to accompany his greatness. Agamemnon slides a golden contract across the table, inviting Yuan to join Olympus and secure the personal backing of Ares. He sneers, calling Hargan a lowly half-breed who does not even know his own mother, claiming Lord Ares is of an entirely different caliber. Agamemnon boasts that Ares is the legitimate son of both Zeus and Hera, a great being who has already achieved the status of high ranker. He urges Yuan to become one of Lord Ares' men, claiming it will be far better than joining hands with a mutt. Before he can finish the insult, Yuan taps his glass against the table and tells him to stop. Yuan slowly takes a sip of his tea, his gaze narrowing. He remarks that Olympus is indeed as persistent as they say when it comes to recruiting talented rookies. He stands up, placing his cup down firmly, thanking him for the tea and stating he will be off. Agamemnon is stunned. Agamemnon asks if he is seriously refusing a direct offer from Olympus. Yuan flatly confirms it, reminding him that he already rejected Hargan's personal invitation. Yuan looms over the commander, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper as he lists off Agamemnon's insults. He points out that Zeus and Hera are Ares' parents, not Agamemnon's. Agamemnon's face contorts in fury. Yuan leans in close, his gaze pinning the commander to his seat, stating he only has one answer for Olympus. He says he refuses to associate with deviant lowlifes like them, turning his back on the officer. Left alone at the table, Agamemnon clenches his fists in absolute rage. A subordinate steps up from the shadows, asking if he is okay. Agamemnon grinds his teeth, his expression turning incredibly murderous. He turns to his subordinate, demanding to know how many jackals they can call upon to deal with Yuan. The subordinate explains that the jackals are currently busy with their seasonal collections, and gathering them would require some time. He questions if they really need that much preparation to eliminate a single rookie. Agamemnon yells at him to think rationally. He points out that Yuan has shattered the tutorial record and easily outclassed Hargan, warning that a small squad of jackals will not be enough to secure his head. The commander sighs, adjusting his collar, and orders him to prepare at least 100 men. A sinister smile returns to his face. Once this time of the harvest concludes, he intends to make Yuan pay for his disrespect. 2 days later, the golden sunset overlooks the bustling streets of the first floor. Hargan asks Yuan how they are planning to locate and eliminate the jackals. Yuan leads the way down a quiet back street, explaining that they need to pay a visit to a specific individual first. Hargan asks who they are meeting, but Yuan simply tells him to follow. Hargan walks behind him, his eyes locked onto Yuan's back. He cannot stop thinking about the mysterious stranger. He recalls Childe's frantic words from their battle, asking if Yuan was kin to that monkey. Hargan realizes that the monkey Childe was referring to is undoubtedly the great sage, Sun Ogong. Sun Ogong is widely feared as the single most talented fighter in the history of the tower, having climbed the floors and achieved the rank of high ranker in under a century. However, Hargan notes that Yuan's elemental flames are also highly reminiscent of his own brother Apollo. He wonders if Yuan is secretly backed by a major guild, and if that connection is the true reason why he refuses to join Olympus. Furthermore, Hargan is deeply suspicious of Yuan's gigantification skill. Within Olympus, gigantification is a highly restricted, legendary skill that only Hercules managed to acquire after slaying 10,000 giants. Yet, Yuan uses it with ease. He begins to wonder if Yuan secretly belongs to the giant race, which would explain his absolute hostility toward Olympus. Yuan suddenly stops in his tracks, breaking Hargan's train of thought, calling his name. He turns around, instructing Hargan to be ready to act when they enter. Hargan is confused, asking what he means. They push open the door of a quiet tavern, and Yuan calls out to the owner at the counter. The tavern owner, a middle-aged man with messy brown hair, looks up in surprise. He quickly apologizes, stating they are closed for the day, but offers to take their names and numbers. Yuan steps forward, his voice completely flat, stating he is looking for a guy named Mu Wunxion. The owner instantly freezes, a cold sweat running down his face as the name rings through the empty room. Realizing his cover is blown, the owner suddenly kicks his chair back and leaps toward the back window, cursing. Before he can clear the sill, Yuan moves like a blur, catching him by the leg and asking where he thinks he is going. He slams the man face first into the wooden floorboards with massive force. Yuan applies a joint lock to his arm, pinning him firmly to the floor. The owner struggles violently, but is completely unable to break free from Yuan's grip. Yuan's eyes flash with a menacing golden light under his hood as he warns him to just stay still. He applies more pressure, completely neutralizing the man's resistance. The captive groans in agony, utterly stunned by Yuan's raw strength. A system prompt identifies him as Mu Wunxion, an exiled player from the martial realm who gave up on climbing the tower. Yuan states that this guy is the secret king of the jackals, looking at Hargan. Mu Wunxion tries to play dumb, whining that they have the wrong person. Yuan scoffs, asking why he tried to jump out of a window the moment his name was mentioned. Wunxion whines that he only ran because of Yuan's terrifying gaze. Hargan steps closer, looking at the captured man with skepticism, asking if he is sure this is the guy since he looks incredibly weak. Hargan's eyes fall on a small, purple vial that fell from Wunxion's pockets during the struggle. He picks up the vial, noticing that the liquid inside is slowly dissolving the floorboards. He points out that it does not look like a normal knife, urging Yuan to look at the ground where it fell. He watches as the wood sizzles and turns completely black under the corrosive drip. Hargan confirms that the liquid is an extremely potent, prohibited poison imported from the upper floors of the tower. Mu Wunxion's sniveling act instantly vanishes, his expression turning cold and menacing as he demands to know where the information leaked from. He demands to know how they managed to discover his true identity and learn his real name. Hargan is startled by the sudden shift in the man's voice and posture. Wunxion looks at Hargan, his eyes narrowing as he inspects his golden hair and eyes, wondering about his lineage. He gasps, realizing Hargan is of the Zeus bloodline. Yuan signals Hargan, advising him to prepare for what is coming next. Hargan steps up, his gold armor crackling with static electricity as a squad of hidden jackals begins to emerge from the back rooms. A massive surge of golden lightning flares around his fists as they prepare to face the ambush. Hargan looks at the jackals in anger, growling and asking if it is true that Olympus has betrayed them. Wunxion scoffs, calling the word betrayal too harsh. He claims they simply have a favor to ask. He points out that Wunxion's group is currently receiving direct orders from Agamemnon. He asks Wunxion how much longer he plans to act as Agamemnon's loyal dog. He points out that Agamemnon is not even affiliated with the Big Three of Olympus, but is merely a rookie high ranker. Wunxion grins, claiming that if they successfully complete this job, Zeus himself will begin personally sponsoring the jackals, securing them an important role in Olympus. Hargan is stunned by the revelation. The Jackal King looks at Hargan, asking what the official favor is. Yuan looks back at Hargan, his golden eyes flashing as they prepare to sweep the room. He whispers, ready for the clash. Wunxion smiles smugly, pointing out that once their transaction succeeds, the supreme ruler of the skies, Zeus, will personally take the jackals under his divine wing. Hargan can only stare in silent, mounting horror. He continues his pitch, promising that Wunxion will secure an incredibly influential role within Olympus as a reward. He asks what the official favor is with a greedy grin. Hargan stands frozen, the reality of his family's dark corruption finally hitting him like a physical blow. He looks down at Wunxion, unable to speak. Yuan interrupts the silence, his voice completely flat, asking how many jackals there are in total while keeping his foot firmly pinned on Wunxion's back. Wunxion groans, admitting that their total forces across the meadows number roughly 1,000. Yuan slides a coordinates card into his collar, commanding him to gather every single one of them at this location by midnight tomorrow. He warns him not to let Agamemnon or any of Ares' men find out about this, stating it will be better for his health if he complies. He taps Hargan's shoulder, signaling that they are done here, and tells him to, let's go. Hargan follows in complete silence, his head down as they walk out into the cool night air. His world line has just been completely shattered. They walk down the dark cobblestone street. Hargan finally speaks up, his voice tight, muttering that Yuan is exceptionally good at name-dropping his father. Yuan asks him to explain himself. Hargan stops, turning to face him. He demands an explanation of what is going on, insisting he not leave out a single detail. Yuan looks at him calmly, stating it is exactly as he heard. Olympus and the jackals are actively working together to exploit the newcomers. Hargane's fists clench as he yells that there is no way he can believe that. He yells, desperately trying to defend his family's honor, claiming the thugs must be using Olympus's name. Yuan simply cuts him off, calling his name. Yuan tells him he does not know what kind of righteous paradise he thinks Olympus is, but it is time to take off his rose-tinted glasses. He continues walking, advising the gold-haired youth to open his eyes and face the true, ugly face of his faction. Hargane stands alone under the street lamp, Yuan's previous warning about discovering everyone's true colors echoing in his mind. He looks up at the starry sky, his heart heavy as he processes the betrayal, whispering about the true face of Olympus. 2 days later, the heavy gray clouds overlook the massive stone fortress at the edge of the Meadows of Beginning. Yuan stands near the massive stone gate, waiting patiently under the overcast sky. He hears footsteps behind him and tells Hargane that if he was any more late, he would have left without him. Hargane walks up, his expression incredibly solemn. He admits he needed time to think it through, explaining that he was born and raised under the pride of Olympus. Olympus was his home, his family, and his father was his ultimate hero. He confesses that he has no memories of his mother's face, but he still vividly remembers her voice advising him never to forget the pride of Olympus. The memory of her warm smile remains etched in his heart, reminding him that the family name was once his greatest source of pride. Hargane admits he struggled to determine if cooperating with Yuan was a betrayal of his family. Yuan asks what his final conclusion is. Hargane clenches his fist, golden lightning crackling across his knuckles. He states that regardless of who is backing them, the jackals are parasites that are rotting the first floor, and they must be exterminated. He growls that if they are indeed an embarrassing secret of Olympus, he will deal with them. He declares that he will cut them off with his own 2 hands. Yuan smiles, satisfied with his partner's resolve. Meanwhile, deep within a colossal damp cavern hidden inside the meadows, a massive gathering is taking place. A hand raises a burning torch, illuminating the vast, moist tunnels of the underground ravine. Thousands of jackal members have gathered from across the sector, packing the rocky cavern to capacity. The thugs whisper among themselves, marveling at the sheer scale of the cavern. Many express surprise, noting that this is the first time their scattered cells have ever been summoned to a single location. They discuss their recent loot, some bragging about high-value point acquisitions while others complain about their lackluster hauls. Suddenly, Mu Wunshan steps onto the central platform, wearing his ceremonial tattered red cloak. He asks if everyone is here, his voice echoing. The massive crowd instantly falls dead silent, looking up at their elusive leader. Wunshan commands them to raise their heads, his gaze scanning the gathered assembly. The low-level jackals whisper in awe, noting that their captain has never shown his face in person before, and speculating about the massive high-floor backers supporting him. Wunshan addresses the crowd, explaining that their secrecy is the sole reason they have managed to evade the Administrator's Guild until now. He warns that if anyone leaks their plans from this point on, he will execute them personally. He draws his glowing, curved blade, the crowd gasping in fear and immediately silencing their murmurs. He explains that they have been assigned a monumental mission that requires their entire combined strength to execute. Clenching his fist, Wunshan reassures his men that the risks are high, but the rewards are legendary. He roars that after today, they will finally ascend to the upper floors of the tower. The crowd lets out a thunderous cheer of excitement. He grins, gesturing toward the entrance, to introduce the prestigious sponsors who made this possible. 2 cloaked figures step out of the shadows, revealing Agamemnon and his senior officer. Wunshan bows deeply, thanking the Olympus sponsors for making the long journey to their base. He presents a heavy leather pouch, offering it as a small token of their appreciation, explaining they are Asgardian bills. The system details the bills as a rare, high-value currency created by the major Asgard Guild that can be bought with points and used as guaranteed currency across the floors. Each bill is worth exactly 1,000 points, representing the sum of the Jackal's collections from the rookies over the past few weeks. Agamemnon inspects the bills, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. He asks if this represents their entire collection, and Wunshan confirms it. Agamemnon estimates the value at several 100,000 points. He knows his superior is desperately waiting for this capital to fund their expansion plans. He smiles, thanking him for the gift and tucking the pouch into his belt. Wunshan grins, asking what Sir Agamemnon wants them to do next. Suddenly, the cloaked figure beside Agamemnon pulls back his hood, revealing the striking golden eyes of Yuan. He whispers that it is time to say goodbye. He snaps his fingers, and the air around them instantly turns boiling hot. With an explosive roar, the entire cavern floor erupts into a massive, inescapable sea of orange flames. Yuan has activated colossal fire. Thousands of jackals scream in agony as the elemental fire consumes the dry, oil-slicked mud beneath their boots. The fire spreads with terrifying speed, completely trapping the panicking thieves inside the cavern. The thugs realized too late that the damp mud they were standing in was actually highly flammable oil masked by scentless powder. They desperately scrambled toward the exits. Wenqian coughs through the thick, black smoke, watching his men burn. He is completely stunned by the sudden, brutal ambush. He screams at Agamemnon, asking what he thinks he is doing. Yuan steps through the flames, his red robe completely impervious to the heat, replying coldly that they are simply cleaning up the trash. Hargan leaps down from the ridge, golden lightning flaring around his fists as he smashes through a group of fleeing jackals. One screams that they are not from Olympus. Hargan roars that he is indeed from Olympus, and because they are a stain on their name, he is going to cut them off with his own 2 hands. He unleashes a volley of electric strikes, systematically clearing the panicking thugs as they try to swarm him. The jackals attempt to coordinate a counterattack, but are easily swept aside by the sheer physical strength of the 2 top rankers. The cavern becomes a literal slaughterhouse, the jackal forces completely collapsing under the weight of the flame and lightning. In a panic, Wenqian retrieves his player kit, desperately attempting to contact Agamemnon's main fortress for assistance. He stares at the sphere in horror as a red message flashes, stating the message could not be delivered. He screams, asking why it is not working. Yuan suddenly materializes behind him, his blade drawn, asking if he really thought his device would function in a place like this. Yuan explains that player kits operate by encoding text into the local mana stream. In a room completely flooded with intense, clashing elemental mana like this cavern, the signals are rendered functionally useless. Wenqian is left completely defenseless, his final lifeline cut. With a desperate screech of rage, Wenqian lunges forward with his poison dagger, screaming a final curse. Yuan sidesteps the strike with ease, his cinder eyes tracking the dagger's trajectory perfectly. He delivers a clean, horizontal slash that slices deep into the Jackal King's chest. His cold, red eyes lock onto Wenqian as the older player stumbles. Wenqian falls to his knees, his vision fading as the corrosive poison on his own blade leaks into his system, gargling that his body will not move. Yuan raises his sword, preparing the final, decisive blow, whispering that it is time to say goodbye as he ends the reign of the Jackal King. Deep in the mountains, thick plumes of black smoke rise from the hollowed-out cavern where the jackal army once stood. The internal fire is slowly burning out. Yuan and Hargan stand at the edge of the ash-covered path. Hargan lets out a long, heavy sigh. Yuan asks if he is all right, noting his partner's solemn expression. Hargan replies that they just eliminated over 1,000 people together. Yuan looks at him, realizing that Hargan is not simply physically exhausted, but is struggling with immense internal guilt over the sheer scale of the massacre. Hargan mutters that he feels fine. Yuan thinks to himself that since the golden-haired youth has never participated in an actual war, experiencing this level of slaughter is bound to weigh heavily on his mind. Hargan asks how Yuan can remain so completely nonchalant. He tries to justify the actions to himself, noting that the jackals made their wealth through murder, kidnapping, and slavery, and eliminating them will ultimately save hundreds of innocent rookies. Hargan glances at him, a weak smile returning to his face, commenting that Yuan has a significantly sharper tongue than he looks. Hargan asks if Yuan's previous comment was supposed to be a compliment, gritting his gauntlets. Yuan replies that it is a compliment as he walks ahead. Hargan is impressed by his partner's immense mental fortitude, noting that Yuan managed to settle his chaotic thoughts with just a few blunt words. Hargan chuckles, calling Yuan a thoroughly righteous guy who is perfect for living an exhausting life, adding that he is completely different from his outer appearance. He notes that Yuan did not originally strike him as a charitable do-gooder. Yuan shrugs, taking it as a compliment. Hargan points out that going out of your way to help others when you have nothing to gain is exceptionally rare. Hargan continues, stating it was the same back in the tutorial, and that Yuan has always been moving with a much grander picture in mind than the rest of them. He mentions that since his childhood, his teachers always referred to such large-scale ambitions as a great cause. He admits he is surprised Yuan can discuss such embarrassing topics so easily. Yuan stops, holding up a heavy leather pouch. He tells him he is wrong about one thing, stating, of course there was something to gain. He notes that Hargan played an instrumental role in the battle, presenting him with a share of the looted point vouchers. He asks if Hargan is going to accept his cut. Hargan gasps, his eyes wide at the sight of the massive stack of Asgardian bills. Yuan tells him he is welcome to refuse if he is not interested in dirty money. Hargan quickly sweats. Hargan snatches the pouch, and Yuan smiles under his hood, replying, that is what he thought. Hargan tucks the cash away, quickly changing the subject. He asks if Yuan officially ranked second in the final tutorial phase. Yuan simply stares. Yuan holds a heavy, dark register, silent as they prepare to head back to the central city. Meanwhile, deep within the Olympus Branch Guildhouse, Agamemnon is screaming in absolute fury, slamming his fists. He demands to know why he cannot get in touch with him. His subordinate trembles, stammering that he has sent multiple messages to Wuxian, but has received no response. Agamemnon grinds his teeth, muttering that unless the Jackal King has completely lost his mind, there is no logical reason for him to flee with their collected capital. Suddenly, another guard bursts into the office, his face pale with panic, shouting for Sir Agamemnon. The scene transitions to the scorched, ruined valley where the Jackal's primary camp once stood. Agamemnon stands over the smoking crater, his expression turning to one of absolute horror, stammering about Mu Wuxian. His subordinate confirms that the Jackal King's body is likely among the thousands of charred remains. Agamemnon's eyes go wide, asking about the collection money. The commander screams in pure despair, realizing their entire seasonal profit has been completely vaporized. Back in his rented inn room, Yuan lays out a massive stack of Asgardian bills on the table, totaling over 384,000 points. He sits on the edge of his bed, noting that even after splitting half of the loot with Hargayan, his share is an astronomical sum that only veteran rankers ever get to handle. Thanks to this capital, he will not have to worry about funds for a long time. Though he wants to exchange the bills for points immediately, he knows that doing so in Asgard would alert Olympus that he was the one who liquidated the Jackals. He decides to keep a low profile on the first floor. With this much currency, he can easily purchase the core legendary materials required to refine his Dark Divine Crystal. The Dark Divine Crystal remains his highest value asset. He knows that under Vulcan's expert craftsmanship, the raw Genesis fragment is slowly being forged into a legendary tool. Yuan thinks to himself about the real problem, retrieving the mysterious egg from his inventory. He reviews its incomplete description. Sitting at exactly 0% incubation, the item is labeled simply with no details on what will hatch or how to trigger the process. He notes that while incomplete items often have vague descriptions, he has never encountered a mythical egg with this level of systemic secrecy before. He recalls that Hargan received the King's Lightning Glove for ranking second, a high-tier weapon used even by advanced rankers. Using that as a benchmark, this egg must be an item of immense, world-level significance. He deduces that its potential is likely comparable to, or perhaps even greater than, the Dark Divine Crystal itself. Yuan holds his head in frustration, completely unable to figure out the incubation method. Suddenly, his cinder eyes register a faint shift. He blinks in surprise, noticing a complex purple runic pattern beginning to manifest on the egg's shell. He inspects the glowing purple veins, certain that these patterns were completely absent when he first checked the item in his room. A sudden, intense surge of dark mana wraps around the egg, the air in the room turning heavy. Yuan's eyes glow red, sensing the ancient, chilling signature. He realizes the terrifying nature of the beast sleeping inside. A system notification suddenly flashes across his vision, stating the egg greets him. Yuan is stunned, staring at the pulsing shell and asking what it is. The next morning, Yuan walks through the quiet streets, letting out a long breath. He walks toward the industrial district, his mind occupied by the bizarre encounter. He ponders whether the creature hatching from the egg will become an invaluable ally to help him save the world, or an eldritch entity destined to accelerate its destruction. He recalls that most mythical beasts form an absolute maternal bond with the first living being they witness upon hatching. That is why high-level rankers go through immense struggles to hatch mythical companions personally. If he can successfully tame an outer god from birth, it will be the single greatest gamble in history. Yuan narrows his eyes, hardening his resolve. He tells himself not to be so anxious, knowing worrying about it will not change the outcome. He knows he has to focus entirely on the task in front of him right now. He pushes open the door of Vulcan's smithy, finding the giant craftsman working at the anvil. Vulcan grunts that he is here without looking up. Vulcan points his hammer at a glowing piece of blue metal, complaining about its extreme density. He mentions he needs to ask Yuan a few technical questions before proceeding. The smith asks for details on Yuan's primary weapon preferences, including his preferred blade length, thickness, and armor weight limits. Yuan asks why he needs this information. Vulcan holds up a vial containing a glowing blue dust, explaining that he managed to extract high-purity byproducts while refining the Genesis crystal. He proposes forging a custom weapon using this dust, noting that this refined material is actually more valuable than most standard crystals. He notes that Hades' legendary scythe was famously forged using the residual powder of the Helm of Invisibility. However, they need a high-quality alloy to act as a proper base. While he does not possess any adamantium, Vulcan suggests using mithril, which should be more than enough to handle the crystal's power. The system details mithril as a rare, highly conductive metal with outstanding mana resistance depending on the refinement quality, classified as a high-tier crafting material. Vulcan warns him that mithril is exceptionally expensive, and a standard batch will cost at least 300,000 points. Yuan looks slightly troubled, knowing he cannot exchange his Asgardian bills yet without alerting Olympus. He admits he can only afford about a third of the required amount right now. Vulcan shrugs, tossing a piece of metal, and says he will put it on a tab. Yuan is surprised. Vulcan chuckles, asking if Yuan plans to run away without paying. He explains that since he was the one who insisted on crafting this item out of professional greed, he will not hold a grudge even if Yuan cannot pay him back immediately. Besides, the refined crystal Yuan left in his custody is worth dozens of times more than a few bars of mithril. Since Yuan trusted him with a legendary Genesis fragment, it is only fair that Vulcan extends the same trust. Yuan looks at the giant smith, a warm expression in his eyes. He thinks to himself that the quick-tempered blacksmith remains exactly the same as he remembers him from his past life. A quiet smile appears on Yuan's face, glad to have secured such a reliable ally. He nods in agreement, accepting the terms of the transaction. Vulcan slams his hammer onto the anvil, sending a shower of sparks across the room. He tells Yuan he needs to know his sword preferences. Yuan explains that the weight does not matter as long as it does not hinder his agility, requesting a standard, medium-length straight blade. He gestures to the shabby sword on the wall as a reference. Vulcan grins, baring his teeth, boasting that a straight sword is actually his specialty. 1 week later, the dark, stormy clouds gather over the massive, ornate Olympus Branch Guildhouse in the Central District. Inside his private chamber, Agamemnon clenches his fists, a sinister look of ambition on his face, whispering about the golden opportunity. He smiles wickedly, realizing the sudden eradication of the jackals is the perfect excuse to launch a massive raid. He believes the system's trial was designed specifically to test his leadership and grant him a path to secure Zeus's personal favor. As long as he can successfully eliminate the culprit, his previous blunders will be fully forgiven, and the high rankers of Olympus will start paying attention to his career. His subordinate reports that they have successfully gathered all available guild players. The subordinate reports roughly 200 men. Agamemnon nods, asking about their high-level reinforcements. The guard confirms that taking the administrator's restrictions into account, their elite vanguard has just arrived. A hand grips the ornate hilt of a glowing gold sword. Agamemnon smiles perfectly. He pushes open the heavy doors, stepping out to address his troops, commanding the army of Olympus to go. His expression is cold and determined as he leads his army toward the meadows of beginning. Agamemnon marches his troops out of the fortress gates, their heavy armor clanking against the stone, barking orders with a dark look of anticipation. He looks forward, his expression completely resolute as they begin their march to the lower meadows. The scene transitions to Yuan, who is systematically clearing out several high-level monster nests to pass the time. The system notifies him that his heaven-slaying star completion rate has increased slightly. Yuan sighs under his hood, noting that the progress is incredibly slow now that he is farming minor mobs. He unleashes another quick sword strike, the blue screen confirming another minuscule increase to his completion progress. He reviews the skill status window. He admits to himself that there is a strict limit to how much he can scale this skill on the first floor. He mutters that he only got a single level up from all this hunting, but guesses it is still better than doing nothing while waiting for the refinement. Suddenly, he catches a glowing object tossed from the forge. He opens his hand, catching the perfectly refined crystal that Vulcan has just finished working on. The stone has been refined into a brilliant, pulsing blue gem radiating an immense, pure mana. He mutters how beautiful it is. Vulcan steps out of the forge, wiping his brow. He admits that no matter how many times he looks at it, he never gets tired of its light. He is thoroughly amazed to see such a pure Genesis material again. The giant smith admits he eagerly wants to craft a fully completed mythical weapon using this core, though he knows their current resources make that highly unlikely. He gently places the refined crystal into a protective socket on the workbench. Suddenly, a low, heavy rumble shakes the entire workshop, dust and loose tools falling from the shelves. Vulcan stops. He peers through the window, his golden eyes narrowing as he senses a massive presence approaching. He places his hammer on the workbench, letting out a heavy sigh, muttering that, of all days, it had to be today. He slowly walks toward the exit, admitting he knew this day would eventually come, but wishing he had been granted just one more day to finish his work. He grabs his heavy iron hammer, resting it over his massive shoulder. Stepping outside, he finds his entire smithy completely surrounded by a massive battalion of armored Olympus knights. Agamemnon sits atop a heavy warhorse at the front of the line, a smug smirk on his face. He taunts Hephaestus, stating it is no wonder they could not find him until now in such a foul-smelling slum. Vulcan grunts, demanding to know what business the guild has in his neighborhood. Agamemnon chuckles, calling the question rhetorical, sneering that he is a criminal under Olympus law. The low-level knights gasp in shock as they hear the name, whispering about the legendary blacksmith of Olympus. They realize they are not here for a simple rookie, but to capture a rogue ranker. The guards begin to panic, wondering how they are supposed to capture a ranker, even with their massive numerical advantage. Agamemnon reassures his men, shouting that a ranker's divine power is severely restricted by the system laws on the first floor. Vulcan growls, blue electricity flaring from his hammer as he questions the power restriction. A massive surge of magical pressure erupts from his body, cracking the stone pavement beneath his feet. Vulcan sneers, telling them not to make him laugh. He challenges them to come at him all at once, threatening to smash all of their heads. Agamemnon mocks his empty threat, pointing out that Vulcan was permanently crippled during his previous punishment by Zeus, and currently wears no armor. Agamemnon grins, stating they did not come unprepared and brought a ranker of their own. A tall, red-haired warrior clad in ornate armor steps out of the ranks. The system identifies him as Chryses, a high ranker serving under the command of Apollo. Vulcan's eyes narrow as he recognizes his old opponent, growling his name. Chryses looks at his former peer, pointing out that since Vulcan is also a ranker, the system penalty for fighting on the first floor will be exceptionally severe for both of them. Chryses draws his weapon, stating that does not matter since they must complete their mission. Vulcan raises his glowing hammer, crackling with high-voltage blue lightning, growling about their sly tactics. Chryses takes a combat stance, his sword burning with intense orange flames, challenging him to come at him. Vulcan swings his hammer, clashing directly with Chryses' flaming blade. The raw impact of their clashing mana creates a massive explosion of fire and electricity that shatters the surrounding buildings. The low-level knights are blown back by the concussive shockwave, scrambling to find cover. Vulcan lets out a thunderous roar, pressing his physical advantage and forcing Chryses back. He slams his hammer down with massive force, but Chryses manages to redirect the blow with a quick parry. Chryses recoils from the impact, his arms trembling slightly from the raw physical strength of the former blacksmith. Chryses admits he used to respect him, his expression solemn as he regains his footing. He recalls that despite achieving the ranker status thousands of years ago, Vulcan chose to abandon his power to remain true to his crafting creed. Vulcan asks if that is the only reason why he respected him, his voice low and gruff. Chryses confirms it, stating he deeply admired Vulcan's resolution to put down his divine weapons and pick up a craftsman's hammer. Vulcan grunts, the physical strain of the restricted mana beginning to take a toll on his crippled body. He channels his remaining lightning, his fist crackling with energy as he prepares for another clash. He grimaces through the pain, determined to defend his workshop to the very end. Chryses warns him that because Vulcan initiated the attack on lower-floor players, the system's penalty will be exceptionally severe. He raises his flaming spear, pointing it directly at Vulcan's chest. Chryses says that is why he does not wish to prolong this fight against him. He throws a lightning-fast thrust, clashing violently with Vulcan's hammer. With a fluid sweep, Chryses disarms the exhausted smith, sending his hammer flying across the street. A massive explosion of light and dust consumes the courtyard as Vulcan is blown back. The smoke slowly begins to clear, revealing the shattered pavement. The surrounding area is in complete ruins, the cobblestones cracked and scorched. Vulcan lies on his knees, clutching his chest, coughing and cursing him. He looks up at the massive shield Chryses is holding. Chryses explains it is a replica of the Aegis shield, the very shield he forged for Olympus. He points out that while it is merely a replica, the shield's binding magic is more than enough to completely restrain an exhausted, crippled ranker. The ornate face of Medusa on the shield glows with a cold, green, magical energy. Chryses stands victoriously over his fallen opponent, his weapon lowered. Chryses says it is over, his voice flat. Agamemnon grins in triumph, stammering his relief, his eyes wide with greed. He immediately orders his guards to step forward and drag the legendary criminal away to their fortress. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out from the settling smoke, stating he cannot let them do that. Yuan steps into the courtyard. With a lightning-fast draw, he slashes through the front guard line, his blade leaving a trail of blue sparks. The knights fall back in panic, completely caught off guard by the sudden intervention. Yuan stands before the Olympus army, his crimson cinder eyes glowing with a terrifying, predatory intensity under his hood. He asks what brings such wretched folks to a peaceful place like this. Agamemnon peers through the dissipating smoke, his expression relaxing slightly as he identifies the dark-haired youth. Yuan stands calmly on the pile of rubble, his red robe catching the wind as he grips his well-sharpened sword. The surrounding soldiers immediately identify Yuan as the rookie who shattered the all-time tutorial record. Agamemnon laughs, mockingly relieved that the intruder is merely a beginner rather than a high-level ranker. Chryses looks up, his face twisted in annoyance. He yells, asking who he thinks he is butting in here like that, pointing his fiery weapon. Yuan remains dead silent. Yuan's eyes narrow under his hood. He knows Chryses is a seasoned high ranker, and he notes that having two ranker-level entities fighting in a small first-floor slum is bound to draw immediate attention. He points out that if the battle drags out and the administrators intervene, Olympus will suffer a massive loss of influence. He asks Agamemnon if they really need Hephaestus so desperately for the upcoming Gigantomachy. Agamemnon mocks his warning, asking if he is planning on standing there until the petrification wears off. Yuan replies flatly, asking, what if he is? Suddenly, a low, heavy vibration shakes the ground beneath their feet, catching the guards completely off guard. Before they can react, Yuan leaps from the rubble, his blade flashing in a massive downward slash that cleaves through the front lines. A wave of orange flames washes over him, but his cinder eyes immediately activate, completely neutralizing the fire attribute mana. He systematically sweeps through the guards, his movements so fast that they can barely track his silhouette. His eyes glow with a sharp, predatory yellow intensity as he navigates the battlefield. He unleashes several rapid strikes, the kinetic shockwaves scattering the surrounding soldiers like autumn leaves. Using his incredible agility, Yuan slips through a barrage of spear thrusts, moving with absolute efficiency. He delivers a heavy counterstrike, causing Chryses to grunt in surprise as he is forced to adjust his guard. Yuan notes that numbers are not everything, stepping back from the clash. He activates his gigantification, his right arm bulking up with green glowing muscle. He calculates that due to his high fire resistance, Chryses should not be able to bypass his guard more than 5 times. He tells himself he can do this, having survived Sarutra's flames of annihilation. He notes that Chryses is using a highly unique, ancient skill. Chryses raises his burning staff, a column of golden solar energy flaring around his body. He sneers, asking what a mere rookie who just entered the tower can do. He unleashes Sun Shard, a massive pillar of white-hot solar fire that completely engulfs the courtyard. The system notifies Yuan that his gigantification, cinder eyes, and pyromancy robe are all actively working to resist the sun attribute heat. Despite his defenses, the raw power of the high ranker's spell is too immense, causing his elemental resistance to temporarily fail. Yuan grits his teeth, feeling his arm and shoulder suffer severe burns. He admits he cannot fully neutralize a ranker's attack with physical strength alone. The courtyard is covered in a roaring sea of golden fire, the stone pavement melting under the extreme heat. Yuan mutters that he is not going to give him any time to rest. He raises his hand, channeling 3 massive mana blasts to intercept the oncoming flame pillars. He fires the blue-white magic spheres, meeting the golden flames head-on. The clashing spells detonate in a series of deafening explosions that shake the entire district. His pyromancy robe continues to absorb the residual heat, keeping his core from being incinerated. The system warns him that his burn status has increased to level 2, his skin turning red under the intense radiation. He mutters that at this rate, he is going to be roasted alive, the physical strain mounting rapidly. However, Yuan remains calm, knowing that because Chryses is using attacks of this high caliber on the first floor, the system's penalty will be exceptionally severe. Sure enough, red currents of system penalty energy begin to crackle around Chryses' body, causing him to stagger and cough. Yuan smiles, noting that is 2 now. He adjusts his stance, realizing that if he can successfully endure just a few more strikes, the system's backlash will completely neutralize the ranker for him. His eyes lock onto his opponent, completely focused on the countdown. Chryses charges forward again, their blades clashing with a heavy metallic ring. Chryses swings his staff, forcing Yuan to block with his bulked-up arm. Another massive explosion of solar fire erupts upon contact, completely consuming the center of the yard. Chryses stumbles back, his breathing ragged as the red penalty currents multiply across his chest, restricting his mana flow. He groans in pain. The high ranker clutches his head, the severe penalty of the system beginning to forcibly crush his internal mana pathways, as he screams in agony. As the massive system penalty hits, Chryses' mind flashes back to Sir Apollo's ancient warning about the true nature of the tower's restrictions. He recalls being told that mortals can never fully comprehend the absolute, crushing scale of the power that flows through these sacred floors. Chryses groans, his armor crackling with red and yellow electric currents as his knees buckle under the immense pressure, realizing Sir Apollo was right. The system penalty acts as if the tower itself is a living, breathing entity, a supreme force that actively suppresses and restricts any out-of-control power to preserve the sanctity of the lower floors. The red currents crush his mana channels, forcing Chryses to fall to his knees. A subordinate quickly steps up, thanking him for his hard work. Agamemnon immediately barks orders to his knights, commanding them to secure Hephaestus while they treat the wounded. He looks toward the massive smoking crater where Yuan was blasted, advising his men to simply leave the rookie's remains behind. His subordinate is hesitant, pointing out that if Yuan somehow survived, he will become a major threat in the future. Agamemnon scoffs, claiming their mission is already complete. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue lightning and mana erupts from the center of the smoking crater, catching the knights completely off guard. Yuan slowly steps out of the smoke, his red coat completely untouched as his boots click against the shattered stones. He reactivates his gigantification, his right arm bulking up and crackling with immense blue mana. Chryses looks on in complete disbelief, growling at the half-dead bastard, attempting to force his restricted mana to flow. He warns Agamemnon that Yuan is far too dangerous to be left alive, urging them to eliminate him immediately. Yuan looks at his glowing blue fist, noting that the dark attribute mana of the Genesis crystal has granted his gigantification highly unique properties. Agamemnon tries to reassure his captain, telling Chryses to stand back and rest, while the knights handle the exhausted rookie. But before he can finish his sentence, Yuan's eyes flash with an orange light, his golden gaze pinning them with absolute dread. Yuan throws a massive, horizontal sweep, the kinetic pressure of his giant fist creating a blue shockwave that blasts the knights away. The raw force of the strike scatters the battalion, leaving a line of broken armor and shields behind. Yuan steps through the dust, looking for his next target, asking calmly where he went. Agamemnon screams in a panic, calling his remaining men cowards and demanding they swarm the intruder. He bellows at them to kill him, pointing his sword at Yuan. Yuan simply braces his footing, his right fist crackling with a massive influx of blue energy. He delivers a straight punch into the ground, the impact creating a massive fissure that ripples through the courtyard. Several knights are caught in the blast, sent flying through the air by the kinetic shockwave. Agamemnon is completely shell-shocked, realizing the tower has unleashed a literal monster into the tutorial. He screams that this is no time to be impressed. He demands to know why Chryses is standing back. Chryses grunts, pointing out that his role was solely to secure Hephaestus, not clean up Agamemnon's tactical blunders. Yuan steps over the shattered stones, telling them to relax because the fight is almost over. Chryses glares at him, his expression turning solemn, stating he intends to see this through to the very end. He prepares his weapon, his red cloak blowing in the wind as he channels his remaining solar mana. With a sudden, violent burst of speed, Chryses lunges forward, his spear trailing a line of intense orange flames. A massive column of solar fire erupts as they clash, the heat melting the nearby ruins. Chryses' hand turns into a giant, burning claw, pressing his elemental advantage. Yuan blocks the strike with his giant arm, and Chryses is impressed, noting that controlling multiple high-tier mana attributes simultaneously is difficult even for advanced rankers. He praises Yuan's talent, calling him a radiant gem and admitting that Olympus would gladly sponsor his climb. Chryses proposes he join them, promising to grant him equipment far superior to whatever garbage he commissioned from Hephaestus. Yuan flatly replies that he has already given his answer. Yuan's fist glows brighter, completely dispersing the solar flames. Chryses grunts, calling his rejection a shame. He swings his staff in a rapid circular motion, attempting to trap Yuan inside a fiery cage. Yuan weaves through the strikes, his movements fluid despite the immense weight of his giant arm. Chryses is insulted by his casual evasions, calling him arrogant for a rookie player. He unleashes a massive sun shard blast, a blinding column of fire consuming the center of the yard. Yuan charges straight through the flames, realizing that Chryses is prepared to suffer the system's full backlash to eliminate him. He readies a massive, blue, glowing punch, asking if he wants to take Hephaestus that badly. Yuan points out that if Hephaestus is secured by Olympus, the upcoming Gigantomachy will be inevitable, and he intends to prevent that tragedy. He slams his foot onto the pavement, the ground cracking under his weight as he launches himself forward. Chryses meets him head-on, their weapons clashing in a massive explosion of fire and lightning. The violent shockwave of their clashing mana tears up the remaining buildings of the district. Sparks and smoke consume the courtyard, leaving the battlefield in complete darkness. Chryses smiles weakly through his cracked helmet, admitting that Yuan's power is truly spectacular. Yuan's eyes narrow, wondering if he knew. A massive column of dust and debris rises from the crater as the final energy blast settles. Up on his horse, Agamemnon laughs in triumph, calling the display monstrously powerful. He notes that a ranker has never unleashed this much energy on the first floor. He eagerly peers through the smoke, trying to see the outcome of the clash. The dust begins to clear, revealing a deep, ruined crater in the center of the courtyard. Agamemnon spots Yuan lying motionless in the rubble and begins to laugh maniacally, screaming that it is over. He boasts that even the legendary rookie could not survive a high ranker's ultimate strike. But suddenly, a shadow looms behind him, a heavy metallic hand clamping onto a nearby guard's neck. Agamemnon gasps in surprise. Hephaestus, covered in crackling purple lightning and glowing with a menacing purple aura, slams his hammer onto the soldiers, growling that it is not over. The giant smith stands tall, his eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying light, sneering at Agamemnon that it is not over yet. Agamemnon's horse rears in panic. He screams, asking if he is not afraid of the system penalty. Hephaestus simply steps forward, raising his hammer. Hephaestus growls that he does not care about the penalty, shattering the pavement with a heavy stomp. He grabs Agamemnon by the throat, his grip tightening, whispering that he does not care about the other guys, but he is definitely going to kill him. Agamemnon gasps, begging for someone to save him. Hephaestus raises his hammer to crush the commander's skull once and for all. But suddenly, a colossal stone hand made of ancient, glowing runes reaches down from the sky, catching Hephaestus's hammer mid-swing. A booming voice echoes, telling him he is going a bit too overboard. Hephaestus looks back in frustration, recognizing the distinct divine energy, grumbling about why he had to show up now of all times. Agamemnon falls to his knees, trembling in absolute terror, stammering the administrator's name. A colossal, multi-armed ancient statue clad in glowing robes and stone armor descends from the clouds, its divine presence warping the sky. The first floor's administrator has officially intervened. The giant stone hand of the first floor administrator grips Hephaestus's arm with absolute authority. The giant states that he is far too enraged, his voice echoing through the ruined courtyard. Hephaestus grunts in frustration, forced to lower his hammer, highly annoyed and asking if he really has to appear at this exact time. Agamemnon stares up at the towering, multi-armed entity, shaking in absolute terror as he stammers the administrator's name. The colossal, stone-armored administrator looms over the battlefield, his many arms glowing with ancient, divine energy. He looks down at the Olympus Knights with deep disapproval. He warns them that he will not tolerate high-level players bringing their petty wars down to the first floor, advising them to take their fights to the upper floors. The giant asks if they are from Olympus, his voice carrying the absolute weight of system authority. Agamemnon bows deeply, trembling, confirming he is. The administrator commands him to take a direct warning back to Zeus himself. With a casual flick of his stone finger, the administrator blasts Agamemnon and his horse backward, bellowing at him to go tell Zeus. The administrator warns that if Olympus interferes with his floor again, he will personally climb up there and pluck out his beloved beard. Agamemnon and the surviving knights scramble away in a panic, terrified of the administrator's wrath. Hephaestus chuckles quietly at their undignified escape. Hephaestus mutters about the trashy Olympus, satisfied with their perfect loss. Agamemnon clutches his head as he rides away, his pride completely shattered. Meanwhile, deep within Yuan's soul, his subconscious is consumed by a dark, chaotic energy. The runic egg in his inventory begins to pulse violently. Yuan feels himself drowning in a sea of purple embers. He wonders if the outer god's egg is actively trying to devour his life force while his body is weakened from the fight. Suddenly, the dark mana recedes, and the system confirms that the egg has gone back to sleep. Yuan wonders if the entity was actually trying to protect him. He slowly opens his eyes, waking up in a clean, quiet hospital bed. He looks around in confusion, muttering to himself about when he lost consciousness. A gruff voice grunts beside him. Yuan looks over, surprised to see Hephaestus sitting on a chair nearby, and weakly addresses him. The smith huffs about his choice of words, asking how his body feels. Yuan sits up, stretching his sore shoulders, stating it is not bad and asking how he feels. Hephaestus grumbles, demanding to know how long Yuan is going to keep calling him that. Yuan shrugs, noting he cannot exactly call him Ajama. Hephaestus grumbles, calling him a shameless punk, but admits he is glad the youth survived the ordeal. Hephaestus points out that since he saved Yuan's life, he should be allowed to call him whatever he wants. Yuan sighs, offering a quiet thank you. Hephaestus is stunned, crossing his arms. He jokes that Yuan has only thanked him twice since they met, calling him incredibly stingy with his gratitude. The giant blacksmith looks away, grumbling under his breath. Yuan climbs out of bed, walking over to inspect a beautifully crafted sword prototype on the table. Hephaestus confesses that his real name is not Volcaro, looking at his hammer. He reveals he is Hephaestus, the former blacksmith of Olympus. Yuan simply looks back. The smith asks if he is not surprised, sounding a bit disappointed. Yuan replies calmly that he is quite surprised. Hephaestus scoffs, knowing Yuan is lying. He comments that Yuan is terrible at acting surprised, guessing the youth already knew his true identity from the very start. Yuan thinks to himself, admitting that he always knew Hephaestus was no ordinary player. Still, he is glad the master craftsman has officially opened up to him. Hephaestus explains that Olympus will likely keep a low profile on this floor for a while to avoid drawing the administrator's wrath. He mentions he has rented a larger, secure workshop, promising to pay back Yuan's trust tenfold. Hephaestus tells him to just wait for a few days. He promises to make the single best sword for him, his golden eyes flashing. Yuan smiles and agrees. Yuan states that once the sword is finished, he will begin his climb up the tower. Hephaestus says he will look forward to it. As he limps toward the door, Yuan calls out, advising the giant to visit the hospital first. Hephaestus grumbles, waving his hand as he limps out into the corridor. The next morning, the clear blue sky overlooks the peaceful streets of the first floor. Time jump to several days later. Yuan is walking through a quiet forest clearing. He stretches his arms, feeling his full physical strength has returned. He notes that while his original plan to avoid Olympus until the 10th floor was derailed, this battle has granted him a massive advantage. Olympus will be walking on eggshells due to the administrator's warning, making it impossible for them to interfere with his progress on the lower floors. More importantly, his relationship with Hephaestus has successfully been restored to how it was in his previous life. He thinks to himself that this crystal and everything else will become a massive variable in the upcoming second Gigantomachy. He holds up the refined, dark divine crystal, watching the dark energy swirl within. He notes that the crystal's power is incredibly immense and difficult to fully control compared to Hades's complete Kaini. He wonders if the current gap in performance is simply due to his low level as a user. He pulls up the item sheet for the pure dark divine crystal. The unrefined state has been fully resolved, and its dark mana resistance and amplification capabilities have been significantly boosted. The legendary crystal now possesses the unique passive Hell Summon, allowing the user to temporarily summon a domain of absolute darkness. Yuan clenches his fist, realizing the crystal is not just a simple power source. It is a direct medium to summon cosmic energy. He spends the afternoon practicing his new stealth settings, muttering that he is starting to get the hang of it now. Suddenly, his player kit vibrates, a message from Hephaestus appearing for him to come. Yuan smiles, noting he is always on time. He heads toward the industrial district, approaching a massive, high-security forge built into the stone hillside. He walks inside, noting the immense scale of the new workshop. Hephaestus must have spent a fortune to secure such a facility. He inspects the masterfully forged armor suits lining the walls. He knows Hephaestus's works easily fetch tens of thousands of points on the upper floors, so the smith has plenty of capital. He walks up the stone stairs, commenting on the quietness and assuming the crafting is finished. Hephaestus turns around, acknowledging his arrival. The smith slides a long wooden box across the workbench, telling him to take it, getting straight to the point as always. Yuan opens the box but is confused to find only a hollow space inside, asking what is going on. Hephaestus chuckles, asking if this is supposed to be a jack in the box, and telling him to look closer. Yuan peers into the empty box. He reaches his hand inside, his fingers touching a surface that is completely invisible. Yuan asks if there is a glove, his hand feeling the invisible fabric. A system banner confirms the item is the invisible glove. Forged from high-grade mithril, the glove possesses outstanding mana conductivity and allows the user to toggle its visibility. Yuan asks if he forged it with mithril, and Hephaestus grins, noting his sharp eyes. Yuan pulls the glove onto his hand, making it visible. He notices a small, circular slot embedded in the center of the palm. Hephaestus explains that making an item completely invisible was no easy task, asking if Yuan understands the purpose of the slot. Without a word, Yuan retrieves the dark divine crystal and slots it directly into the palm socket. The glove instantly surges with dark, crackling energy. Hephaestus smiles, guessing he does not have to explain how to use it. The giant smith admits he had to wing the design due to their limited materials, advising Yuan to use the glove however he sees fit. Yuan flexes his fingers, the dark energy perfectly synchronizing with his mana flow. Yuan says he will use it well. Hephaestus grins, telling him to say that after he sees his main weapon. He lifts a beautiful, dark-hued sword from the rack, presenting it to Yuan and proudly stating, "There is not a single flaw." Yuan takes the sword, the black blade pulsing with a menacing purple aura. The system prompts him to bestow a name on his new weapon. He inspects the edge, noting that the distinct green tint of the mithril alloy remains visible even beneath the dark energy of the crystal. The system details the sword's exceptional mana conductivity and its unique dark attribute enhancements. He raises the blade, the cold steel catching the light, and decides to go with midnight steel. Hephaestus stands completely dumbfounded by the name, stammering and twitching. The mastersmith thinks his sense in naming is absolutely horrible. All that build-up for such a basic name is a tragedy. Yuan holds his newly forged black blade, the system officially logging the item under his name. The prompt reads that as Hephaestus's will, the midnight steel now belongs to him. He inspects the dark, elegant blade, reading its lore. It is a legendary sword specialized for night and darkness, possessing unique passive effects designed to manipulate shadows. The design is remarkably refined, the dark hilt and pommel looking like they were sculpted from the void itself. The item window confirms that Midnight Steel grants a massive boost to stamina recovery and mana amplification whenever the user is in complete darkness. Yuan tests the weapon with a series of quick practice swings, the blade moving with perfect balance. He notes that the sword's mana accumulation capacity far exceeds his initial expectations. He thinks to himself that with this, he can fight in the dark indefinitely, thoroughly satisfied. Hephaestus grunts, telling Yuan that since the final sword and glove fit together perfectly, his work here is officially done. Yuan glances at him, beginning to ask a question. The giant blacksmith asks if he is going up the tower now, crossing his arms. Yuan replies yes, sliding his hands into his pockets. He asks what Hephaestus will do about Olympus. Hephaestus bares his teeth in a gruff smile, growling that, of course, he is going to take those bastards down. Yuan looks up at the sky, his expression resolute. He promises to help pull Olympus down from their high pedestal once he reaches the upper floors. He points his finger toward the summit of the tower. Hephaestus watches him go, thinking to himself that despite the massive storms brewing ahead, Yuan does not show a single ounce of fear or hesitation. He calls him a truly unique and reckless punk. The blacksmith grunts, telling him to go and that he will not see him out, turning back toward his anvil. Yuan pushes open the workshop doors, stepping out into the cobblestone streets. He chuckles quietly at the brief parting, noting that Hephaestus's simple, gruff attitude remains exactly the same as in their previous life. As he walks down the alleyway, Yuan's mind drifts to the memory of Hephaestus's legendary hammer and his final sacrifice. In the flashback, Yuan asks Hephaestus how he managed to forge a weapon using adamantium when raw materials are so scarce on the lower floors. He asks if Hephaestus actually sacrificed his legendary sword to make it. Hephaestus grumbles, telling him that if he intends to fight the outer gods, he needs a weapon of this caliber, regardless of the cost. The flashback panel displays the bold words of Hephaestus, stating that if he is going to fight those outers, he needs at least this much. Yuan asks if Hephaestus actually melted down his own hammer and used his bare fists to forge the weapon. Hephaestus simply grumbles that he is tired. He hands over the complete sword, telling Yuan to shut up and take it. Yuan holds the heavy hilt. To him, receiving this weapon was no different than receiving Hephaestus's very heart. Yuan whispers that it was nice to meet him again. He packs his gear, his gaze turning toward the massive, Colosseum-like building looming over the city. The scene transitions to the first floor's grand exam arena, the towering stone Colosseum. Deep inside the administrative chambers, the local proctors are reviewing the roster. The exam proctor, a silver-haired elf named Shuri, reads the digital file for Kim Yuan, a rookie player who cleared the tutorial 12 days ago. She notes that his potential power has been officially designated as S-Class, making him the highest-rated rookie of the season. Shuri reviews his record, noting that Yuan easily bypassed Hargon to place first in the sector rankings. She is deeply intrigued by his profile, realizing this batch of rookies contains some exceptionally powerful players. She narrows her eyes, reading the final details of Yuan's application. She asks if he is attempting to enter the team-based exam entirely alone, wondering if that means he believes there is no one on this floor worthy of standing beside him. She smiles, signing the digital permit. She notes that the arena is designed to withstand ranker-level battles, so she has no reason to deny his request, telling him to do as he pleases. The scene transitions to the Grand Colosseum floor. The arena is designed to test a player's raw martial capabilities in a series of continuous battles. Yuan steps onto the sand, drawing his sword. He notes that the exam layout is simple, requiring nothing more than defeating the oncoming opponents. He looks up at the historical leaderboard, noticing that Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, still holds the all-time record for the highest floor. He remembers his own previous record of clearing up to the 12th round. Yuan spots another familiar name on the board, Hargan, who managed to clear up to the 16th round. He notes that the Zeus bloodline is already showing its strength. Yuan grips his hilt, his golden eyes flashing. He is confident that with his current stats and the Midnight Steel, he will catch up to their records in no time. The system banner flashes in the air, officially initiating the first floor exam. His objective appears to defeat the opponent. The prompt notes that the exam has no set limit, and players will receive rewards relative to the number of rounds they survive. Yuan takes a combat stance, his red cape blowing as the gates begin to creak open. A massive, armored orc warrior charges out of the gate, letting out a deafening war cry. The beast's eyes glow red, its heavy club swinging toward Yuan. Yuan activates his magic sword skill, his blade humming with vibrant blue and green energy. With a lightning-fast draw, he unleashes a massive crescent strike that cleaves through multiple orcs instantly. He moves through the monsters like a whirlwind, his strike so fast that the spectators can only see flashes of green light. He cleaves through another elite warrior, a system notification flashing to confirm a minor increase to his heaven-slaying star progress. The first floor exam is officially cleared. Yuan, however, has no intention of stopping, immediately selecting challenge to initiate the next round. Up in the observation deck, Shuri watches the battle with wide eyes, completely stunned. She gasps, pointing out that Yuan is clearing out the orc squads faster than even Hargan could manage. She realizes she is witnessing a historical moment. Yuan continues his continuous ascent, the rounds flying by as he systematically decimates every monster wave that enters the arena. He clears the 9th and 10th rounds without breaking a sweat, his stamina and mana management completely flawless. He is not even feeling the pressure of the higher rounds, his focus locked onto the ultimate record. The system countdown continues, and Yuan selects challenge to initiate the 15th round. He prepares his next skill combination, his hand glowing with elemental energy, commanding Cinder Eyes to control colossal fire. With a sudden burst of power, Yuan unleashes a massive horizontal sweep that consumes the entire arena floor in a raging sea of flames. The system confirms his partial gigantification has activated, his right arm bulking up with green giant mana. He delivers a devastating downward strike, the kinetic pressure of his giant fist cracking the boss's heavy shield to splinters. The boss warrior is blasted backward, crashing hard onto the sand as his helmet rolls away. He lies defeated on the ground, groaning in pain, muttering to Yuan that this is his second defeat. Yuan walks up, helping the white-haired warrior back to his feet. He admits that the boss was a highly respectable opponent, being the first to survive multiple strikes from his giant fist. The warrior smiles weakly, thanking Yuan for the fight, stating that he is glad to have experienced the raw joy of combat once again. The system logs Yuan's victory, granting him a double level up. The screens confirm his stats have increased significantly, and his heaven-slaying star completion has risen by another 4%. Yuan has successfully passed the 19th exam. He stands alone on the sand, looking up at the historical leaderboard, muttering that he has matched Sun Ogong's score, his eyes flashing with determination. He looks at the final gate as a red system prompt appears, asking if he would like to challenge the final 20th exam. He clicks challenge without a second of hesitation. The defeated boss's helmet rolls across the stone ground with a heavy metallic clatter, signaling the end of the grueling 19th round. The veteran warrior collapses onto the dusty arena sand. Yuan stands over him, his black blade slowly cooling down from the heat of battle. The eye patch-wearing knight sighs, admitting that this is his second historic defeat. He remarks that the previous white-haired challenger was exceptionally strong, but Yuan's power is on a completely different level. Yuan looks down, commenting that the match would have been significantly harder had the warrior possessed a weapon capable of matching his raw strength. He extends a hand to help the fallen veteran stand. The warrior thanks him, grateful to have experienced the true joy of a life-or-death battle once again. The system logs his victory, awarding Yuan a level up, a boost to his base attributes, and a solid 4% increase to his heaven-slaying star completion. He has officially cleared the 19th exam. Yuan stands alone on the arena floor, his red cape catching the wind. He notes that he has successfully matched the legendary high score set by Sun Wukong. His red eyes flash with intense determination as he stares at the final gate. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to challenge the legendary 20th trial that no participant in history has ever managed to clear. The system window pops up across his vision, officially confirming his level up. He is rewarded with a permanent increase of 1 point to his strength, dexterity, and vitality. Yuan stands on the platform, his red robe catching the wind as the system logs his historic passage of the 19th exam. He mutters that the 20th trial is finally here. The prompt floats in the air before him, asking if he wishes to challenge the legendary 20th trial that no participant in history has ever cleared. The digital timer immediately begins to count down from 30 seconds, informing him that he will be automatically teleported to the second floor if he fails to respond. Yuan sighs, grumbling about the absolute lack of rest. He watches the timer drop to 18 seconds, realizing that a rest phase would completely defeat the purpose of a Colosseum trial. He takes a deep breath as he prepares to accept the final challenge. His red eyes flash with intense focus as he taps the screen, confirming his decision to challenge the final trial. The blue system banners flash in the air, officially commencing the final exam of the first floor. A massive, violent void portal tears open in the sky above the Colosseum arena, a dark, heavy energy flooding the courtyard. Deep, metallic chains rattle in the darkness, and Yuan can feel a dense, terrifying aura that gives him goosebumps. He activates his gigantification, his right arm bulking up with green giant mana as he prepares to face the oncoming beast. He raises his sword, his golden eyes locking onto the dark rift as the massive guardian prepare to emerge. A brilliant purple screen announces the arrival of the ultimate boss of the first floor's Colosseum. A colossal, red-scaled dragon head with glowing yellow eyes and massive horns bursts through the portal, letting out a deafening screech. The sheer atmospheric pressure of its arrival forces Yuan to brace his footing, his muscles tensing. The dragon head lunges forward with terrifying speed, slamming its massive snout straight toward Yuan. Yuan blocks the massive bite with his giant arm, but is shocked to find himself being pushed back, despite using gigantification. He slides backward across the sandy arena floor, his boots digging deep trenches into the ground. He swings his sword, his blade clashing against the dragon's thick scales with a heavy metallic ring. He recalls Hephaestus' warning about the legendary 20th trial. The giant blacksmith had warned him that he once failed this trial after being struck by the beast's tail, barely surviving due to his high-ranker vitality. Wonxian had also warned him that the boss possesses only a single head and tail, but its physical strength is completely unmatched. Wonxian had doubted Yuan's ability to survive such an impossible encounter on the very first floor. Yuan's gaze turns cold as he locks eyes with the dragon. He mutters, asking if it honestly thinks he will fail. The system details the boss. It is a legendary serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, large enough to cover entire mountain ranges, a being closest to a divine dragon. This is the ancient shell of an outer god. The beast was sealed by Susanoo long ago, and Yuan is surprised to see its residual shell utilized as a tutorial boss. He chuckles, calling the floor administrators completely insane for raising the difficulty of a rookie exam to this level. A red system screen officially logs his final objective to defeat Yamato, no Orochi's 8th head. He looks at the towering serpent, realizing the system has literally unleashed a world-level threat on him. The colossal dragon head lowers itself, its giant fangs dripping with toxic saliva as it prepares to strike. The serpent lets out a deafening hiss, lunging at Yuan with absolute speed. Yuan knows that a single wrong move against an outer god's shell will result in instant death. He must maintain perfect focus. The massive tail slams down on the sand, creating a violent shockwave. Yuan leaps into the air, narrowly evading the impact as the ground beneath him shatters. He delivers a swift counterslash, his blade leaving a trail of blue mana across the dragon's snout. He weaves through the thrashing coils, his movements fluid as he searches for a vulnerability. The serpent snaps at him, its giant jaws closing inches away from his cape. He parries a heavy claw strike, the impact sending blue sparks radiating across the arena. He lands a direct strike on its neck, but his blade simply glides off the thick scales. The damage is only minimal. Yuan grips the pure dark divine crystal in his hand, channeling its dark mana into his midnight steel sword. He unleashes a massive, shadow-infused slash, but the beast's defense remains impenetrable. Yuan grunts, realizing the cuts are far too shallow to deal any critical damage. He sidesteps another violent tail sweep, the concrete behind him completely pulverized by the force of the blow. The serpent tries to crush him under its massive weight, creating a dense cloud of dust. Yuan notes that even with Hephaestus' masterpiece, piercing the dragon's ancient scales is practically impossible with raw strength alone. He continues his defensive maneuvers, dodging the continuous lunges of the beast. The dragon rears its heads, letting out a frustrated screech as the human continues to evade its strikes. Yuan remains calm, knowing the system would never design a truly impossible test. There must be a hidden weakness. His cinder eyes glow with a deep, blood-red intensity, scanning the dragon's massive skeletal structure as he thinks he has to find it. Up in the proctor's box, Shuri watches the battle in tense silence, her expression filled with concern. She wonders why Yuan suddenly paused his movements, assuming he has realized the futility of his struggle. She thinks to herself that Yuan has already achieved more than enough glory for a rookie, and advises him to give up before the dragon crushes him. But through his golden sight, Yuan's eyes lock onto a single, irregular purple scale near the dragon's chest. He whispers that he found it. Shuri mutters, sensing a sudden shift in Yuan's mana flow. Yuan launches himself forward, running directly up the dragon's massive neck. He stomps his foot onto the beast's snout, using the momentum to vault high into the air. He glides down the serpent's spine, his blade raised as he targets the chest area. The dragon thrashes violently, sensing the threat to its core. Yuan channels his gigantification and colossal fire simultaneously, his blade completely engulfed in a massive sphere of orange hellfire. Shuri gasps in absolute shock, realizing Yuan's target, whispering to ask if he is aiming for the heart. She recalls the ancient myth of Susanoo, who famously left a permanent, unhealed scar near Orochi's heart, the legendary reversal scale that is completely devoid of armor. Yuan spots the single exposed spot, his golden eyes flashing with absolute focus. With a thunderous roar, he drives his flaming sword straight into the dragon's reversal scale. A massive torrent of red blood and purple mana erupts from the wound, the intense heat vaporizing the surrounding scales. The colossal serpent lets out a final, agonizing screech, its giant body thrashing violently as the fire consumes its heart. The unsealed dragon head collapses to the arena sand, its yellow eyes slowly losing their luster. Yuan lands gracefully on the ground, exhaling a long puff of steam. The massive dragon's head slowly dissolves into particles of light, the roaring flames finally settling. In the proctor's box, Shuri slams her hands on the desk, completely speechless, stammering that it is truly impossible. Inside the observation box, Shuri clutches the railing in complete disbelief, stammering that it is truly impossible, her eyes wide as she watches the massive serpent dissolve. The system lore screen details the legend, explaining how the ancient high-ranker Susanoo famously sealed Yamata no Orochi using his soul-sealing sword. The strike left a permanent, unhealed scar near Orochi's heart, which became the creature's soul reversal scale. By exploiting this hidden weakness, the myth has successfully been reenacted. Yuan stands victoriously in the center of the arena, his red cape blowing in the wind as the smoke slowly clears. A brilliant pink system banner flashes across his vision, confirming his victory and that he dealt with Yamata no Orochi's 8th head. A blue notification screen pops up, logging his level up and confirming a massive increase to his heaven-slaying star completion rate. He has successfully passed the final Colosseum trial. The system confirms his achievements will be permanently carved into the first-floor Colosseum monuments, displaying his updated character stats. Yuan's level has officially reached 69. His base strength sits at 79, agility at 62, and magic power at 72. He notes that, since leveling up in the high 60s is exceptionally slow during standard hunts, securing multiple levels through this exam was a massive boost. He stands over the dissolving scales, realizing he is only 31 levels away from reaching his first major milestone of level 100. His scaling speed is far exceeding his initial expectations. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence of the arena. Shuri calls out his name, landing gracefully on the sand. The legendary examiner of the first floor, a beautiful elf warrior with 6 swords strapped to her waist, approaches him. Shuri stares at him, asking if he knew about the dragon's reversal scale beforehand. She admits she initially believed the 20th trial was set to an impossibly high difficulty level, prompting her to come down and observe the battle in person. Yuan looks back, his expression flat, replying that he found his answer. Shuri narrows her eyes, asking if the golden glow in his eyes represents the legendary Cinder Eyes. Yuan replies that they are still incomplete and have not fully turned golden yet. She is deeply intrigued, realizing Yuan has successfully mastered both the Cinder Eyes and gigantification. She wonders if Yuan is secretly the successor of the great sage, Sun Ogong, since possessing the skills of 2 top-level high rankers is completely unheard of for a rookie. She reassures him, explaining that as an examiner, she is bound by strict system regulations that prevent her from leaking any information regarding a participant's performance. Yuan simply nods, unconcerned. He thinks she is misunderstanding something, but guesses it does not matter. Shuri reaches for a beautifully decorated golden scabbard on her back, stating this is his additional reward from the administrator. She mentions she initially believed she would never have to present this legendary sword to a player, assuming the 20th trial was completely unbeatable. She hands the golden scabbard to Yuan, advising him to check its properties himself. Shuri is surprised, gasping as she sees the broken state of the legendary weapon. But Yuan smiles, recognizing the distinct runic patterns. He mutters that it was hidden here. The system identifies the item as Tosca's sword pieces. It reveals that Susanoo used this sword fragment to seal Orochi, and Yuan must collect the remaining pieces across the floors to unlock its true power. He reviews the item sheet, highly satisfied with the acquisition. Yuan tucks the fragments away. Shuri offers to contact the administrator if he is unsatisfied with a broken sword, but Yuan assures her that the reward is more than enough for his plans. The system logs his rewards, granting him 20,000 points, a permanent increase of 2 points to all base stats, and a second unique item. A glowing crimson crystal materializes in his palm, pulsing with raw elemental heat. The system identifies the crystal as Orochi's eighth heart, a highly toxic organ split from the ancient serpent's seal. Yuan inspects the pulsing heart. Although the poison inside is incredibly deadly, he knows that if he can successfully neutralize the toxins, it will become a legendary elixir that even high rankers would kill to obtain. Shuri congratulates him on securing a reward of immeasurable value. She warns him never to consume the heart raw, as the concentrated poison would instantly dissolve his internal organs. As Yuan raises his hand to confirm, his inventory suddenly begins to shake violently. A bright crimson system warning flashes in the air, stating the mysterious egg is reacting. The warning intensifies, notifying him that the egg is expressing an extreme hunger. Yuan mutters in surprise, his eyes widening. A massive pink screen appears, confirming that the egg is revealing its true appearance. A violent surge of dark purple mana erupts from his inventory, completely filling the arena in a thick, eerie mist. The dark tentacles of energy wrap around the massive carcass of Orochi. Shuri gasps, realizing the egg is not hatching. She shouts, asking what revealing its appearance means, bracing herself against the dense pressure. Yuan's eye narrows in absolute shock as he watches the dark energy consume the entire dragon carcass. The Colosseum is completely filled with hundreds of glowing purple eyes peering from the dark mist, creating a grotesque, terrifying display. Shuri is in complete panic, wondering how an outer god's energy managed to manifest in a trial area protected by the tower's highest system laws. Yuan shouts, attempting to restrain the energy. But the dark tentacles ignore him, systematically devouring the colossal, red-scaled dragon head. The system logs the event with a pink warning screen asking him to wait a moment while the egg devours Orochi's eighth head. The dark purple mist completely consumes the dragon's remains, leaving nothing but empty sand behind. The giant head is reduced to dust in a matter of seconds. Shuri is completely speechless, whispering and asking if it is devouring the boss's corpse while her hands shake. She stares at Yuan, admitting she has never witnessed such an ominous, cosmic entity before. She asks if this devouring shadow is also one of his skills. Yuan looks down, his expression serious, replying evasively that he thinks it is something similar to that. The dark purple eyes slowly fade back into the void, the heavy pressure in the arena finally dispersing. He thinks to himself that honestly, he is not entirely sure either. The dark mist completely recedes back into the small purple egg in his palm. Yuan looks at the quiet egg, asking if it is full. The system confirms that the egg nods its head in satisfaction. Yuan smiles slightly, noting that despite its terrifying outer god origins, the entity behaves remarkably like a small child. The purple runes on the shell fade as the system confirms that the egg has gone back to sleep. He places the egg back into his inventory slot, highly satisfied. He notices that the incubation rate has suddenly jumped significantly after devouring the dragon's head. The status window confirms that the hatching progress has reached over 13%. Shuri asks Yuan if he truly understands the nature of the entity sleeping inside that egg. Yuan replies yes, a little, his face solemn. Shuri looks at him, admitting that she originally compared him to a second Sun Wukong, but witnessing this cosmic power proves Yuan is something entirely different. She points out that the administrators would never tolerate such an ominous, unsanctioned power, promising to keep what happened here today in absolute secret. She bows, wishing him luck, and says she hopes to hear of his achievements at a much higher floor. Yuan smiles slightly as she walks away, noting that her habit of offering a formal farewell to those who pass her trials remains exactly the same as in his previous life. He respects her as a truly upright, highly disciplined, and beautiful warrior. He takes her hand, completing the formal departure, and says it was nice to meet her as the portal activates. The white light envelops him, teleporting his body out of the Colosseum. Outside, the grand Colosseum monuments rumble as they carve his name at the very top of the historical leaderboard, surpassing Sun Wukong's historic record. The news spreads through the city markets like wildfire. The players whisper in excitement, shocked that the first-floor Colosseum record has been broken for the first time in 2,000 years. They ask if the record breaker is another pureblood, marveling when they learn he originates from a world called Earth. Deep within a tavern, a veteran player reviews the news. He notes that Yuan has secured the first-place title in every single trial he has attempted, predicting he will become an official ranker within a few years. Yuan, however, has already moved on, entering his next major destination, the 9th floor's labyrinth trial. He charges through the winding stone corridors, his blade easily shattering the labyrinth walls. He systematically navigates the complex maze, moving with absolute speed. The system banner flashes in the air, confirming his success, stating he has passed the 9th floor labyrinth trial and a new path has been opened. Yuan is awarded additional bonus rewards for securing the first clear achievement. He notes that finding the correct exit among the various traps is a standard trial layout. He smiles, standing at the exit ridge, noting that the reward makes the effort completely worth it. He prepares to return to the first floor to collect his primary gear. Hephaestus stands near his anvil, his expression blank as the door is pushed open. Yuan steps into the warm workshop, a smug smile on his face. Yuan asks if it has been a month, walking up to the counter, and says he has come to collect the item he left in his care. Yuan and Hephaestus share a quiet, mutual look of understanding across the counter. A calm smile spreads across Yuan's face, glad to see his partner's dedication is exactly as he remembers. Yuan steps into the warm smithy, asking if it has been a month, and stating he has come to collect the item he left in his care. Hephaestus grumbles about Yuan's shameless insistence on calling him a Jussie, but instructs him to wait a moment as he adds the final finishing touches. Yuan replies with a playful yes. Hephaestus slams his heavy hammer onto the hot metal, sparks flying across the dark workshop. He completes the final weld, looking up at Yuan with a grunt. He asks if Yuan does not feel the intense heat of the furnace. Yuan simply replies that he is indeed hot, though his posture is completely relaxed. Hephaestus is amazed, noting that Yuan is entirely unbothered by the extreme temperatures. He wonders how high Yuan's passive fire resistance has climbed. Yuan changes the subject, pointing out that his 9th floor labyrinth trial took him roughly 10 days to clear. Hephaestus asks what took him so long, wondering what Yuan was doing inside the maze. Yuan simply smiles, stating he wanted to explore other possibilities. Hephaestus gets impatient, demanding he reveal the details, threatening to hold on to his commissioned gear. Yuan explains that since the labyrinth has multiple exits, he spent his time establishing several new, unmapped clear paths to maximize his rewards. Hephaestus is stunned, realizing Yuan did something completely insane just to secure additional hidden achievements. He laughs, incredibly eager to see how Yuan will handle the next trial phase. Hephaestus walks over to his workbench, admitting he has never forged a weapon of this specific nature before. He presents Yuan with a crude, heavy iron blade. The system registers the weapon as the Nameless Sword. While its mana conductivity is completely terrible, the edge is masterfully sharpened, making it exceptionally useful for physical hacking. Hephaestus explains that to achieve the requested low mana conductivity, he forged the blade using minerals typically reserved for heavy plate armor, such as fail and obsidian. He jokes that in terms of magical usage, this is his single worst failure. Hephaestus says that per his request, the item turned out exceptionally successful. Yuan draws the heavy blade, attempting to cast Arcane Sword. The system notification flashes, stating it failed to activate Arcane Sword, and an unknown power is blocking mana. Yuan smiles, satisfied, and says this is better than he expected. Yuan slides a heavy leather pouch across the counter. The system logs the transaction, showing he gave blacksmith Hephaestus points in Asgardian bills. Hephaestus looks at the bills, completely shocked, stammering and asking what the hell this is. Yuan tells him to keep it, saying he will be in trouble if he gets used to free stuff. He turns to leave, promising to return. Hephaestus grumbles after him, still highly annoyed by the nickname. Yuan steps outside, approaching the central teleportation portal. He pays the fee to activate the gate, his 9th floor labyrinth record successfully confirmed by the system. The destination prompt flashes in the air, and Yuan smiles, thinking he has finally reached the double-digit floors. He selects his destination on the screen, ready for the next phase. A brilliant blue light envelops him as the teleportation sequence initiates, confirming his qualifications for the 10th floor. He materializes inside a bustling Oriental-style city. A system banner officially welcomes him to the 10th floor, the Martial Realm. The system lore details the 10th floor as a colossal continent surrounded by vast oceans. Known as the Martial Realm, it is an unforgiving ecosystem where raw physical strength and martial dominance rule supreme. Unlike previous floors, the 10th floor's trial begins the exact moment a participant teleports into the zone. The streets are packed with recruiters representing various martial schools, all shouting to attract new disciples. A system banner flashes, officially starting the 10th floor exam. The prompt instructs him to select a martial arts school to join and successfully pass their entry exam. Because the trial layout is so drastically different from the previous floors, many players end up stuck on this floor indefinitely. Yuan walks through the bustling crowd, muttering that the market square is completely chaotic. Suddenly, a green-clothed recruiter stops in front of him, greeting him and asking if it is his first time in the martial realm. He comments that Yuan looks highly skilled and asks if he uses the sword. Yuan looks at the recruiter, his expression blank. The recruiter smiles, calling their encounter fate, and eagerly inviting Yuan to join their school of the Sapphire Sword. Yuan simply walks past him, stating flatly that he already has a martial school in mind. The recruiter is insulted, following him down the street and complaining about his dismissive attitude. He brags about the ancient heritage of the sapphire sword. Yuan repeats his refusal, stating he has no interest in their school. The recruiter's face turns grim. He blocks Yuan's path, demanding to know if Yuan is looking down on his school. Yuan replies calmly that, while it was not his initial intention, the assessment is not exactly wrong. Furious, the recruiter grips his hilt. He calls Yuan a scarecrow and yells at him not to say whatever he wants when he clearly got here by luck. He draws his sword, attempting to intimidate the rookie. Yuan stops, looking back with a cold, piercing glare. He sighs, repeating the word scarecrow and noting he got caught up in something annoying. The surrounding crowd begins to whisper, noting that the recruiter is merely trying to pick on a newcomer to attract attention for his small school. The recruiter huffs, claiming he is simply defending his school's honor. The recruiter shouts that it is too late for him to beg for forgiveness now, taking a combat stance. He charges forward, but Yuan simply draws his nameless sword, his eyes locking onto the attacker. The recruiter suddenly stops mid-stride, his face turning pale as Yuan's intense killing intent pins him in place. He stammers, asking how he can have such a gaze. His sword clatters against the pavement, his knees buckling under the sheer mental pressure. He collapses to his knees, sweat dripping from his face as he gasps for air. The onlookers whisper in confusion, recognizing the defeated recruiter as Yang Wonil, a known troublemaker. They wonder why he is suddenly kneeling in submission before a rookie. They deduce that Wonil was likely ordered to recruit more outsiders, but ended up picking a fight with the wrong player. Yuan simply sheaves his blade and walks past the kneeling man, telling him to move. Wunchan is left on his knees in the dirt, completely humiliated. He grinds his teeth, his face turning red with shame as the crowd chuckles. 10 days later. The system logs his progress, Day 10, South Sector outskirts. Yuan is riding a warhorse along a rugged mountain path. He grumbles, noting he has already traveled over 4,000 kilometers since arriving on this floor. He complains about the lack of modern transport portals in the martial realm, forcing players to run across the massive continent. He reaches a high ridge overlooking a vast, misty mountain range. The system confirms he has reached Midheaven's western region. He mutters that this is Midheaven. He looks up at the towering, fog-shrouded peak, noting that he is finally close to his destination, and says he should hurry. As the sun sets, the forest is enveloped in a deep, crimson light. Yuan walks his horse through the dark, dense foliage. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoes from the bushes. Yuan halts, his hand resting near his hilt. Several glowing eyes appear in the darkness around him. Yuan senses roughly 20 people hiding in the trees, all of them exceptionally skilled. A cold voice rings out from the shadows, asking if Yuan entered Midheaven, knowing the dangerous nature of this place. Yuan asks them not to be on such high alert, stating he is not an enemy, looking into the dark trees calmly. He stands firm, his red cape blowing in the wind. He asks if this is meant heaven, and if they are the vanguard of the heavenly demon cult. Yuan slowly walks his horse through the dark, overgrown forest paths of Mighty Heaven. Suddenly, several guards materialize from the dense underbrush blocking his path. The leader barks, asking who he is and noting it does not seem like he has lost his way. The guard points his weapon toward him, demanding to know if Yuan understands whose territory he is trespassing on. Yuan raises his hands, asking them to stay calm and stating he is not their enemy. He asks if this is Xinjiang's Heavenly Mountain, the primary residence of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, his expression completely blank. The guards share a tense glance before lowering their weapons slightly. The leader mutters that he does know, a trace of suspicion still lingering in his voice. Yuan dismounts, thinking to himself that while this encounter feels highly similar to his first meeting with the jackals, the sheer atmospheric pressure of this mountain is completely incomparable. A massive, ancient stone citadel looms over the forest clearing, known as the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. It is a legendary faction that has fiercely opposed the Marine Alliance since ancient times. The cult remains isolated on the Heavenly Mountain, functioning as the first gate of true martial trials for those climbing the 10th floor. Suddenly, a tall, white-haired warrior steps out of the gates, identified as Kwang Hamuk, a pure-blood elite serving the cult on the upper floors. Hamuk locks his golden eyes on Yuan, immediately sensing his unusual mana density. He notes that looking at his energy, he is clearly no normal rookie, asking what floor he originated from. He offers to let Yuan join their ranks, stating they are prepared to test his martial skills immediately. Yuan simply cuts him off, replying, "That is not it." He states his name is Kim Yuan, his voice calm and clear. He announces that he came here specifically to take the trial of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, looking Hamuk dead in the eye. The system banner flashes in the air, confirming that the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's trial has officially begun. Hamuk chuckles, guiding him up the steep, foggy mountain path. He remarks that it has been quite a while since a player has willingly challenged their trial. He glances back, asking if Yuan understands why the vast majority of rookies completely avoid their sector. Yuan asks if the avoidance is simply due to a remarkably low pass rate. Hamuk shakes his head, saying, "Wrong." He states, his expression turning solemn, that it is not because the pass rate is low, it is because clearing this trial is completely impossible. He explains that no player in history has ever successfully cleared their trial, which is why rookies have established an unwritten law to bypass Mid-Heaven entirely. Yuan listens in silence, realizing that this extreme difficulty is the primary reason why the cult's influence has slowly withered over the centuries. Hamuk tells him to go this way, leading him toward a dense, fog-covered bamboo grove. As they cross the threshold, a blue system notification flashes across Yuan's vision, confirming that they have officially entered a barrier. A second prompt alerts him that his system stats are actively attempting to resist the barrier's unique effects. However, his current resistance is insufficient, the screen confirming he has failed to completely block the illusion. The system warns him that wandering off the decimated path will cause him to plunge into a severe hallucination state. Yuan looks at the dense fog, realizing the path ahead has split into dozens of identical, confusing forks. He asks if he is supposed to find the correct path among all of these. Hamuk advises him to stay close, warning that without the Heavenly Demon's guidance, finding the true path is completely impossible. But the moment Hamuk looks back, his jaw drops in shock. Yuan has completely vanished from the path behind him. Hamuk stammers, asking where he went. Deep within a separate corridor, Yuan is walking calmly alone, his cinder eyes activated to easily map out the illusion nodes. He navigates the dense forest with absolute ease, completely immune to the hallucinatory fog. He counts over a dozen active pathways, wondering which fork leads directly to the core of the mountain. He continues his quiet march, his boots crunching against the wet leaves. He navigates another narrow bend, the dense fog slowly beginning to thin out. Suddenly, Yuan stops in his tracks, sensing a faint mana breeze. He is greeted by two final branching paths ahead of him. His cinder eyes map out the barrier equations. He is surprised to find that both of the paths are actually real corridors. Yuan looks up, a faint smile on his face. He detects a subtle, artificial wind current emanating directly from the left path. Without hesitation, he turns left, stepping onto a hidden, stone-paved trail. He walks up the stone steps, his boots clicking in the quiet forest. With every step he takes, the dense forest scenery begins to distort, revealing a completely different landscape. He reaches the summit, finding a small, traditional wooden temple nestled quietly among the ancient trees. The creaking of a nearby watermill is the only sound echoing through the peaceful courtyard. Yuan pushes the doors open, finding an ancient, long-haired master sitting in quiet meditation. The system details the figure as Cheon Inbeg, a living legend who represents the very history of the martial realm. He is an ancient high-ranker who has ruled over Mid-Heaven since before the martial realm was officially integrated into the tower. A system banner flashes in the air, confirming his success, stating he has successfully passed the Heavenly Demon's first trial. Yuan notes that although the room appears small and closed, a steady breeze is blowing from the corners, realizing the actual physical space is far grander than what is visible. Inbeg slowly opens his eyes, looking at him, and asks, since when he realized this was a trial. Yuan replies from the very beginning, his voice calm. Inbeg smiles, pleased by his answer. He states that a true martial trial is never solved by simply following behind another player's footsteps. He commends Yuan's resolve, noting that Yuan successfully identified his own path even before stepping through the outer barrier. A sudden, bright blue light envelops Yuan's body as the teleportation sequence initiates. The light wraps around him, returning him back to the main mountain clearing. Yuan sits under a tree, catching his breath. He notes that the system's standard completion screen has failed to appear, realizing the ancient master's question was indeed part of the trial. He smiles, resting his head back, noting that it looks like he will be quite tired for a while trying to match his high expectations. Later that afternoon, Yuan walks through a quiet, foggy forest trail near the base of the summit. He recalls hearing rumors on the lower floors that a demonic beast ruled over Mid-Heaven. He is greeted by a mother pig and her piglets grazing near the path. He steps into a peaceful, rustic mountain village, realizing the demonic territory is actually just a normal settlement. Suddenly, a familiar voice screams in frustration. Hargan stands in the middle of the street, staring at Yuan in absolute disbelief, roaring and asking why he is here. Yuan sighs. He wonders if it is even worth explaining the truth, simply stating that he walked up here first. Hargan can only stare, completely stunned. Hargan stammers, asking if he bypassed the barrier entirely alone and faster than them who actually know the coordinates. Yuan shrugs, replying that how he got here is not that important. Yuan heads toward a local inn, grumbling about how exhausting the journey was. He asks if the cult provides standard dormitories for their prospective trial takers. Hargain's companion, a senior elf, asks if this is even possible, noting he has never seen an outsider bypass the mountain barrier. Hargain admits it makes no sense, as even he has to use memorized paths to navigate the fog. Elidor stares after Yuan, her expression serious, muttering about what kind of person he really is. Later that evening, Yuan takes a relaxing hot bath inside the inn's wooden tub. He splashes some warm water on his face, letting out a long sigh of relief. He sinks deeper into the hot tub, his body slowly relaxing. He looks up at the wooden ceiling, muttering that the bath is a bit small. He reflects on the cult's isolation, realizing that if their entry trials were slightly more accessible, they would attract far more talented players. He dips under the water, noting that Hephaestus is indeed exceptionally stubborn, though he likely has his own professional reasons. He retrieves the purple egg from his inventory, noting that while its purpose remains unknown, his efforts to hatch it will not be in vain. Suddenly, a bright pink warning flashes across his screen, stating the egg is wiggling. The notification updates, stating the egg is feeling comfortable. The purple runes on the shell pulse warmly. Yuan realizes the egg's hatching rate has risen since they arrived at Mount Heaven. Yuan looks down from the ridge, thinking about the wild rumors surrounding the Mount Heaven trial. Most players call it a suicide mission, but he knows the rewards are going to be absolutely insane. He gets a quick vision of the ancient heavenly demon chilling on his throne, a legend dating all the way back to the start of the Great Murim War. He flashes back to his past life. Since this whole event went down before Kronos forged the clock movement, he is flying totally blind here with zero system intel. There is no running away from this. He has to face it head-on because the Murim War is the true main event of the 10th floor. The ancient warriors of the cult stand ready. The system chimes in, confirming that while the loot is legendary, surviving long enough to claim it is going to be a total nightmare. Cut to a flashback at base camp where Hargain is already complaining about Yuan leveling up way too fast. He asks if Yuan is seriously looking to pick another fight. Wunshian is laid out flat on the floor, groaning and asking if this is what he calls a fair competition. Yuan just hits him with a smirk and reminds him that he was the one who threw the first punch. Hargan's teammate lets out a massive sigh. He mutters that Yuan has been grinding so aggressively that he's already popping up on the radar of high-floor rankers. Hargan absolutely loses his mind. He screams out in pure frustration, demanding to know why he is always the last guy left completely in the dark. Bro is fighting for his life out here, trying to keep up while his teammate casually speedruns the tower. Meanwhile, Yuan is just standing there soaking in his friend's dramatic meltdown with a totally relaxed look on his face. Back in the present, Yuan is taking it easy in a hot tub. He knows that whatever crazy mysteries Mount Heaven throws at him, all his intense grinding is going to pay off. Out of nowhere, this mysterious purple egg floating in his bathwater starts wiggling around. The system pops up a notification saying the egg is perfectly comfortable in the warm water. He checks out the pulsing shell and notices the incubation rate has actually gone up a bit since they hit this floor. Cut back to exactly 1 month ago, right after Yuan wrecked the second floor Coliseum. He is holding that same glowing purple egg in his hand, feeling it thump with a quiet heartbeat. Lying in his inn bed, he realizes the egg has gotten way bigger, and those creepy runic patterns on the shell are popping out a lot more. After watching this thing literally eat the leftover pieces of Orochi's heart, he knows for a fact it holds some serious cosmic power. He starts wondering what is going to hatch from it. Will it be some nightmare monster with dozens of glowing eyes and sharp fangs, or something a bit more human? Outer gods do not even have a set physical form. They usually just spawn in as whatever their enemy is terrified of the most. He mutters that even after surviving literal centuries of war, he has absolutely no clue what this thing is going to turn into. He talks to the sleeping egg, chuckling that if his old squad was here, they would definitely tell him to smash it with a hammer. He closes his eyes and honestly questions if raising a baby cosmic horror is just way too massive of a gamble. Suddenly, the system chimes in saying the egg just nodded at him. Yuan shoots right up in bed. He glares at the shell, asking if it actually understands him and has just been leaving him on read this entire time. He stares at those glowing runes, finally putting it together that the thing inside is highly intelligent. So naturally, he pulls out his dagger and points the blade right at the shell just to test its reaction. He gives it a completely unhinged smile and apologizes. The system immediately reports the egg is in pure fear. The purple runes start flashing like crazy. Imagine being an almighty cosmic horror, but your new dad keeps threatening to make an omelet out of you. Another notification pops up saying the egg is basically letting out a silent scream of absolute terror. Yuan slams the hilt of his blade onto the table with a heavy thud, making the poor egg wobble back and forth. The system notes the egg has tightly curled into a defensive ball to protect its core. Yuan realizes that just like Orochi, this thing is completely defenseless against raw physical threats. He sits back and wonders if it actually sees him as its master now. He stares at the quiet shell, trying to figure out if the beast literally cannot attack right now, or if it is just too scared to try anything funny. Smash cut back to the present. The egg is just floating peacefully in his hot tub, completely maxing out its comfort levels. Yuan smiles and splashes some warm water over the shell, asking if it likes the bath, and the little cosmic horror gently nods back. Leaning back in the wooden tub, Yuan is surprised to see the purple runic egg floating nearby and gently nodding. He smiles, asking if it has finally decided to reply to him. The egg's golden light slowly dims, a system screen confirming that the egg has fallen back asleep. Wuxian, sitting nearby, grumbles about the egg's lazy behavior. Wuxian shakes his head, asking if it slept for an entire month and now only wakes up to listen to him before sleeping again. Yuan simply relaxes, letting the hot water soothe his muscles. Yuan looks at the quiet egg, thinking to himself what a bizarre combination an outer god's seed and the legendary heavenly demon divine cult is. The next morning, the bright sun overlooks the grand, towering palace of the heavenly demon divine cult built directly into the cliffs of Mount Heaven. The massive stone citadel is bustling with elite guards and high-ranker trainees. Deep inside the grand assembly hall, the lords of the cult have gathered for an emergency meeting. The lead elder states that the topic for today's meeting is quite intriguing. The Lord of Heavens, Lord Spear, and the Lord of Heavens, Lord Dao, discuss the application. They talk about the new challenger, noting it is the first since Qian Jiaoyong's entry, 34 years to be exact. The Lord of Heavens, Lord Fist, a massive, muscle-bound warrior, nods in agreement, confirming the exact timeline. One of the younger elders asks who this Kim Yuan is, questioning why they are holding such a high-level meeting for a rookie. The others rebuke him, warning him never to ignore the records of the tower. The Lord of Heavens, Lord Sword, Shin Maguk, who serves as the cult's second-in-command, cuts off their chatter. He commands them to tell him what kind of person this man is. Shin Maguk rubs his chin, listening to the reports. He admits that a rookie who has taken the first-place spot on every single floor is difficult to believe, suspecting the rumors might be slightly exaggerated. He states that the records of the tower never lie, standing up and deciding that this matter will not be settled by mere discussion. He suggests they go see him directly. Maguk says, "Let's begin," to Lord Spear, leading the procession out of the meeting chamber. Their heavy, iron-shod boots click against the stone floor as the 5 supreme lords of the cult march down the grand corridor. The palace guard line up along the hallway, saluting their leaders in unison. The massive double doors of the main arena grind open, the guards letting out a thunderous salute to honor them. The heavy footsteps of the elite legion echo through the courtyard as they form a perfect, defensive circle. Yuan stands quietly in the center of the massive courtyard, his red cape blowing as the grand gates open. The guards watch him, whispering and asking if he is Kim Yuan. Lord Spear looks at the young intruder, marveling that in front of all these elite warriors, he remains calm. He notes that he does not show a single ounce of nervousness, highly impressed by Yuan's absolute composure. The 4 supreme lords of the cult, representing the sword, Dao, spear, and fist, stand atop the platform, looking down at the challenger. Yuan looks up at them, realizing the heavenly demon himself has chosen to sit back. He thinks to himself that the 4 lords are acting as the trial instead of the leader, taking the next best thing. Qian Jiaoyong steps forward, drawing his sword. He notes that Yuan is definitely different and hopes the rumors were not exaggerated as he begins the second trial. Suddenly, a voice interrupts him, asking to wait a moment. Out steps Qian Jiaoyong, the vice captain of the elite Black Tempest Squad. He bows deeply to the lords, apologizing for the interruption. He asks if the lords will permit him to have the honor of testing this man beforehand. Shin Maguk looks at the other lords, asking what they think of a pretest. Receiving nods of approval, Maguk turns back to the vice captain, granting him permission to do as he pleases. He steps down onto the sandy arena floor, drawing his blade as he faces Yuan. He can feel the immense pressure radiating from the youth, thinking to himself that he is indeed strong. Yuan takes a loose stance, his hand resting near his hilt. He thinks to himself that this will be worth the effort. He looks at the lords, pointing out that this informal duel does not seem to be part of the official cult trial. Shin Maguk chuckles, agreeing that a trial without a reward is meaningless. He offers to reward Yuan with one of the cult's highest-grade elixirs, the Crimson Blood Pill, should he successfully clear the duel, asking what he thinks. Yuan smiles under his hood, his golden eyes flashing. Yuan says that is more than enough, his hand gripping the hilt of his well-sharpened sword. A purple system banner flashes in the air, confirming that the vice captain's challenge has been accepted. The system logs the match parameters, confirming that Cheon Jaryong's level restrictions and penalty thresholds had been temporarily reduced to match the level of the first floor. His final objective appears: defeat Cheon Jaryong and earn his acknowledgement. The details of the Crimson Blood Pill are displayed. It is a legendary, high-grade elixir of the heavenly demon cult possessing immense mana restoration properties. Back in the Grand Courtyard, the purple system banner flashes, confirming Yuan has officially accepted Cheon Jaryong's challenge. Jaryong draws his heavy curved sword, the system notifying Yuan that his opponent's level restrictions have been partially reduced to match the first floor's parameters. His objective appears to defeat Cheon Jaryong and receive his acknowledgement. The two fighters stand on opposite sides of the massive courtyard, the wind kicking up the dust between them. Yuan notes that Jaryong's level restrictions have been adjusted to match a 30th floor player. He mutters that the difficulty for a simple pretest is exceptionally high, which makes him curious about the main trial. The surrounding palace balconies are packed with elite guards, all watching the duel in tense silence. The onlookers whisper, realizing that since the Supreme Lords are supervising, the heavenly demon himself must have issued a direct order regarding the rookie. Jaryong steps forward, his blade crackling with purple lightning. He calls this an unexpected welcome event, confirming Yuan's name. Jaryong sneers, trying to look imposing, asking what it matters that he passed the first trial. He says he does not know what the leader saw in him to grant his acknowledgement. Yuan cuts him off, commenting that since Jaryong is talking so much, he must have failed to secure the leader's favor himself. Yuan adds, his voice flat, unlike him. Jaryong's face contorts in absolute fury, his mana flaring violently. He roars at him, calling him an insolent bastard. He lunges forward, unleashing a massive vertical slash that tears up the stone pavement. Yuan blocks the blow with his well-sharpened sword, the impact sending yellow sparks flying. The raw force of their clashing weapons shakes the courtyard, dust rising from the ground. Jaryong grinds his teeth, pressing his blade down, growling. Yuan's gaze remains cold and focused. Without a word, Yuan parries the strike and unleashes a rapid succession of counterslashes. Their swords clash in a blinding blur of steel, the metallic rings echoing to the palace. Jaryong stomps his foot, crackling with purple energy as he forces Yuan back. Jaryong screams, his expression deranged, confirming he was not acknowledged by the leader. He shouts that he dedicated his entire life to the heavenly demon cult, training relentlessly to pass the entry trials. He risked his life climbing the tower, mastering their arts and enduring extreme training to bring glory to the cult. Woon Qian screams, asking who Yuan is to deserve the leader's favor when an outsider walks in and gets acknowledged instantly. Woon Qian roars in despair, asking why it was not him. Yuan simply stares, stating flatly that he is behaving like a spoiled child. Yuan grips his hilt tighter, his golden eyes flashing. He parries Jaryong's heavy overhead strike, his blade easily absorbing the impact. A brilliant shower of sparks illuminates the courtyard as their mana clashes. With a fluid sweep, Yuan disarms the vice captain, sending his sword spinning across the sand. Jaryong stumbles back, looking up in absolute horror. Yuan asks if he wants to know why he failed. He reactivates his partial gigantification, his right arm bulking up with green giant mana. The system confirms the transformation, his fist crackling with immense physical power. The green energy wraps around his fist as the gigantification finalizes. Yuan throws a heavy straight punch, landing the blow squarely on Jaryong's chest. The raw force of the strike blasts Jaryong backward, sending him crashing into the stone steps. Yuan sheathes his sword, stating, "The reason is exceptionally simple. It is because he is weak." He stands over the defeated vice captain, his expression completely calm. In the balcony, Shin Muguk watches the conclusion in silence, highly impressed. A satisfied smile slowly spreads across the lord's face. Muguk chuckles, addressing the other lords, noting he has not witnessed such an interesting fight in quite a while. He marvels at Yuan's raw strength, noting that the youth completely dominated the vice captain without even using his sword skills. The other lords agree, admitting that Yuan's performance even under the first floor's severe restrictions is truly spectacular. Muguk announces his decision, instructing his guards to reward Yuan with the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. The system logs his victory, confirming he has passed the vice captain's challenge and rewarded him with the high-grade elixir. Yuan catches the ornate box, commenting that while the elixir's quality is mediocre, it is more than enough since he did not have to work very hard. The surrounding elders are floored by his arrogance. They whisper, pointing out that the Crimson Blood Pill is a legendary medicine that most rookies on the 10th floor will never even get to see. Muguk steps down, asking Yuan where he learned such precise sword deflection techniques. Yuan replies flatly that he was simply imitating. Muguk laughs, calling him incredibly entertaining. He turns to the side, announcing the parameters of the second trial, and calls out for the Fist Lord. A massive, broad-shouldered warrior steps out of the ranks. The system identifies him as Peng Baeklim, the Fist Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Baeklim challenges Yuan to endure 3 of his direct strikes, granting him 3 months of preparation time. He promises to provide Yuan with any training facilities, lodgings, and basic rations he needs. Yuan recalls that while Baeklim is the weakest of the 4 heavenly lords, his raw physical destructive power remains exceptionally high. Yuan thinks to himself that if it is only 3 techniques, he is confident. Baeklim grumbles, warning Yuan that he will not hold back. Muguk steps in, advising the Fist Lord to remain disciplined, as this is an official trial presented by the Heavenly Demon. Muguk tells Yuan they will grant him 3 months, advising him to use that time to train himself and find a way to survive 3 strikes from the Fist Lord. Yuan nods, realizing he has no other choice, and replies that he understands. Muguk guides him back down the palace corridor. The low-level cult members whisper as they pass, mocking Yuan's foolishness for underestimating the Fist Lord's raw strength. They gossip, assuming the rookie simply does not understand the terrifying gap between a player and a heavenly lord. Yuan ignores their whispers, his expression completely blank as they walk. He thinks to himself that they are gossiping way too much, completely unconcerned. Yuan asks if Muguk is guiding him personally out of curiosity or hostility. He decides to simply enjoy the royal treatment. Muguk admits he has high expectations for Yuan, stating it has been a long time since he last met such an interesting outsider. He believes Yuan actually possesses the potential to pass the Heavenly Demon's ultimate test. Yuan notes that Muguk's encouraging attitude is highly unusual compared to the other martial schools, who only want to recruit rookies for their own glory. He remains silent, observing the elder's calm profile. Muguk stops at a massive iron-reinforced double door, stating they are here. He asks why Yuan requested to visit the medical house first instead of the weapons armory or the martial arts library. Yuan replies that he will visit those locations later. Yuan reminds him of his promise to provide anything he needed, with the sole exception of high-grade elixirs. Muguk confirms it. Yuan pushes the heavy doors open, stepping into a massive room filled with thousands of rare medical herbs, smiling and telling Muguk he is going to regret making that promise. Yuan looks at Shin Muguk, asking if he remembers his promise to provide him with anything he wanted, with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts. Muguk nods, confirming he did indeed. Yuan smiles, telling him he is going to regret saying that. The scene transitions to the grand courtyard of the medical house, where dozens of guards are frantically packaging chests of rare herbs. Bags and baskets of medicinal ingredients are piled high, cluttering the paved stone ground. The chief doctor, Jin Il-hwan, stands completely shell-shocked, sweat dripping from his brow, asking if he wants everything. Yuan confirms he wants everything from there to there. Shin Muguk can only watch in absolute disbelief. He calculates that Yuan is taking several hundred kilograms of prime herbs, enough to fund an entire military campaign. He wonders how a single player plans to consume all this alone. Muguk sternly reminds him that any unused medicinal ingredients must be returned in perfect condition after his 3 months of training are over. Yuan nods, unconcerned, saying he remembers he has to reimburse him out of his own pocket for any damaged goods. Yuan says now then as he heads toward the training chambers. Il-hwan yells after him, desperately pleading for Yuan to return the leftovers. Yuan simply waves him off, knowing there will not be a single leaf remaining when he is done. The sun sets over the lush, green mountains of Mount Heaven. Deep within a subterranean cavern, Yuan raises a burning torch to inspect his designated training chamber. He stands alone in the vast, rocky vault. He notes that the heavy iron door is designed to only open from the inside, meaning he will not be disturbed. He mutters that it is perfect. He lays out the massive piles of toxic and medicinal plants across the cavern floor. The entire cavern is filled with thousands of rare, poisonous flowers, creating a dense, colorful garden of death. Yuan begins to consume the toxic herbs raw, the system immediately logging his rising poison resistance. A flurry of notifications floods his vision as his body successfully resists several minor poisons while gaining temporary immunities. Yuan grunts, feeling the physical strain. He coughs violently, wiping his mouth, groaning about how disgusting it is to eat medicine until he is full, admitting that getting stabbed would feel much better. He clutches his stomach, noting that while some of the reactive ingredients have formed a minor poison inside his system, he successfully avoided any lethal combinations. With his body fully saturated with antidotes, he retrieves the glowing red gem from his inventory. He is glad the cult provided him with free unlimited medicine, as securing enough ingredients to neutralize Orochi's extreme poison would have cost a fortune on the market. Suddenly, a notification flashes that the egg opens its mouth. Yuan mutters at it, calling it a rascal. Sensing his threatening aura, the egg immediately ceases its activity, and the prompt confirms the egg has fallen back asleep. Yuan mutters to himself as he holds the pulsing red heart. He swallows Orochi's 8th heart, and a brilliant crimson warning flashes across his screen, confirming he consumed it, and Orochi's poison is spreading throughout his body. His chest glows with a blinding, toxic light, and he collapses to his knees. The system confirms that his newly boosted poison resistance is actively fighting the lethal status effect. His resistance continues to climb, and he receives a permanent increase of 1 point to his arcane power. Yuan clutches his throat in absolute agony, a muffled scream escaping his lips. He coughs up a torrent of dark, toxic blood, his body trembling violently under the weight of the dragon's poison. He gasps that he needs more medicine, desperately crawling toward the remaining piles of herbs as his arcane power ticks up by another point. He crams several handfuls of toxic plants into his mouth, using their neutralizing properties to keep his internal organs from dissolving. His stats continue to climb rapidly as his body adapts to the extreme toxins. Yuan gasps, asking what the hell is going on, realizing this increase in arcane power is completely abnormal and a deeper change is occurring. A bright system screen flashes in his vision, confirming his Master of Mana skill is actively evolving. The skill sheet displays Master of Mana at rank S+ with a proficiency of 3%. The skill grants him absolute authority over the flow of mana, significantly boosting his recovery rate and mana sensitivity. He stares at his glowing hand, realizing he can use this skill to absorb and neutralize every single drop of toxic mana within Orochi's heart. He smiles, feeling the immense energy flow, marveling that the rule over mana is to this degree. He mutters that this is going to take quite a long time, preparing to fully refine the core as his stats continue to rise. A continuous stream of blue stat notifications scrolls down his vision. The scene transitions to 1 month later. The bright sun overlooks the misty peaks of Minheaven. A voice grumbles that it has been a whole month, yet he has not done anything. Hargan and his companions stand near the valley path. One grumbles that they thought he would have at least come out to learn a secret technique, but it seems he is planning to stay locked in there for the full 3 months. Hargan notes that any player who reaches the 10th floor would normally leap at the chance to acquire a martial art from the cult. He wonders what Yuan is thinking. He points out that the Fist Lord has been training relentlessly for the past month to prepare his strikes, while Yuan has done nothing but hoard herbs. He wonders what Yuan is doing with all those ingredients. Suddenly, a loud grinding sound echoes across the valley. Hargan's eyes widen. The massive stone doors of the training chamber begin to slowly creak open, dust billowing out. Yuan slowly steps out of the dark cavern, his posture relaxed. He walks up to Hargan and his companions, a calm look on his face, asking if they are here to welcome him. The team stands completely speechless, staring at him in utter disbelief. Later that hour, Yuan is sitting at a table in the village tavern, greedily devouring a massive roast chicken leg. The rest of the squad watches him in silent awe as he systematically vacuums up a massive spread of local dishes. Yuan replies that since he was planning on coming out eventually, he did not want to waste his appetite on bland grain balls. Sungyun can only stare, wondering if Yuan has 3 stomachs. Elidor asks if he really only consumed medicinal ingredients for the past month. She notes he does not show any injuries or signs of being poisoned. She gasps, finally putting the pieces together, realizing it was poison and an antidote. She realizes that some rare elixirs possess immense benefits but are too toxic to consume normally. Since Yuan had free access to the cult's entire inventory of medicinal antidotes, he could safely neutralize the poison. Yuan stands up, wiping his hands, thanking them for the food and saying he will be heading out first. Elidor asks if he is returning to the training chamber. Yuan replies no. He asks where the martial arts library is. The scene transitions to the Grand Pagoda of the Heavenly Demon Cult's martial arts library. Yuan approaches the gates, noting that the guards on duty are exceptionally skilled, some even approaching the level of rankers. He remarks that the library is undoubtedly the most heavily guarded and important sector of any martial school. The library proctor approaches him, bowing, explaining, it is the foundation where the history of their cult is preserved, and introduces himself as his guide. He pushes the heavy doors open, guiding Yuan inside. Yuan steps into the massive, multi-tiered library, the wooden shelves packed with thousands of ancient scrolls. He asks if he is allowed to read any book in this room. The proctor confirms it, though warning that the inner chambers are strictly restricted. The proctor tells him that as long as he keeps that in mind, he is free to browse, leaving him to his work. Yuan begins his search, his eyes scanning the endless rows of shelves. He is amazed by the scale of the facility, noting that the number of low-rank martial arts available to outsiders is several times larger than even the grand libraries of the Namgung clan. He pulls down an ancient scroll. Since he has 2 months left before the trial, he needs to find a specific technique within the next month to secure his victory. He begins to read, searching for a viable method to counter the explosive physical strength of the Fist Lord. He mutters that it has to be in here somewhere, turning the fragile pages. He focuses his golden sight, determined to uncover the ultimate secret of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Deep inside the administrative chambers, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Cult sip green tea, discussing Yuan's bizarre training schedule, questioning if it was for months. Another elder confirms the report, explaining that Yuan spent his first month locked in the training cave and immediately spent the second month reading scriptures in the library. The elder continues, stating he looked like he was attempting to read every single book in their collection, which is normally impossible to achieve in 3 years, let alone 3 months. Yuan sits alone in the center of the massive, multi-tiered library pagoda, surrounded by thousands of ancient scrolls. The elders grumble, calling his actions completely eccentric and questioning why the second-in-command, Shin Muguk, is paying so much attention to a simple rookie player. They dismiss Yuan as a fool who is simply throwing away his precious preparation time. Muguk smiles, enjoying their confusion, chuckling that he cannot predict his actions either. Muguk grins, stating that makes him look forward to his performance even more. Meanwhile, Yuan walks toward the exit, the library proctor stopping him in surprise, asking why he is leaving already at noon. The proctor points out that Yuan normally stays until late evening. Yuan simply replies that he has finished what he came to do. He flashes a confident smile, telling the proctor that he has successfully found everything he was looking for. 1 month later, the countdown continues, and the elders gather at the stadium, the lead elder reciting his schedule. He continues, noting he spent the final month locked back inside the training chamber, watching the arena gate. Yuan walks toward the Colosseum, mentally preparing for the upcoming clash. He knows the Fist Lord has been training his strikes for 3 full months to prepare. The surrounding balconies are packed with spectators, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the legendary rookie player. Peng Baeklim, the Fist Lord, stands in the center of the sand arena, grunting that he will have to make sure he does not accidentally kill him. The spectators whisper, excited to witness a heavenly lord demonstrate his combat skills in a public duel. They discuss Yuan's reputation, noting that major guilds across the lower floors are desperately scrambling to recruit him. The heavy, solid footsteps of the Fist Lord click against the stone as he steps onto the platform. The rookie players in the stands are completely intimidated by his massive, muscular frame, whispering that his aura is truly terrifying. Baeklim grumbles, calling the current generation of rookies weak and complaining about the lack of discipline in the arena. He lets out a massive roar, silencing the entire stadium, bellowing for everyone to be silent. He reminds the crowd that this is an official trial of the Heavenly Demon, not a simple show, commanding everyone to maintain their manners. The entire stadium falls into a dead, tense silence. The massive arena gates grind open, a cloud of dust billowing across the sand. Yuan slowly steps out of the dark entrance, his red cape catching the wind as he enters the courtyard. Yuan asks calmly what is with the heavy atmosphere. Baeklim grumbles, pointing out that Yuan is late. Yuan replies that he arrived exactly on time. Yuan smiles, noting that the main character always arrives last, and says it looks like his impatient attitude has not changed. Baeklim grins, readying his fists. He announces that they will begin the trial immediately, eager to see how much Yuan has scaled his power. Yuan draws his sword, stating he will regret granting him 3 months of preparation time. A massive surge of blue mana wraps around his blade as the combat settings finalize. The system quest parameters are logged, stating he must avoid or block the Fist Lord's 3 moves. Baeklim channels his internal energy, blue lightning crackling around his right arm as he announces the first move. His eyes glow with a brilliant blue mana as the charge finalizes. With a massive swing, he unleashes heavenly thunder, firing an explosive wave of electric energy directly at Yuan. The violent lightning blast tears up the sandy floor of the arena. Yuan leaps high into the air, narrowly evading the electric shockwave, sighing in relief. He looks down at the scorched crater, realizing that even with the system's floor restrictions, a high ranker's primary strikes are incredibly dangerous. Yuan thinks to himself that it would be extremely dangerous to take a direct hit from that, landing back on the sand. Baeklim praises his agility, calling dodging a wise decision because if he tried to block that head-on, he grins, saying he would be covered in blood right now. He explains that in the martial realm, mana is referred to as internal energy, and he has fully optimized his flow for this trial. Yuan notes that because Crises had a higher penalty during their previous fight, Baeklim's current mana output is significantly stronger. Baeklim says now for the second move, bracing his footing. He warns Yuan to try evading his next sequence, his fists starting to blur in the air as his striking speed triples. He unleashes 100-step Thunder Fist, firing a continuous, high-speed barrage of compressed air bullets. Yuan's Cinder Eyes immediately activate, the battle prediction subskill, mapping out the trajectories of the air bullets. The massive storm of sonic blasts rains down across the arena. Yuan weaves through the dense barrage, his body shifting perfectly between the narrow gaps of the strikes. He slides across the sand, easily dodging the continuous kinetic shockwaves. Baeklim stops, utterly stunned. He realizes Yuan is not just fast. The rookie is actively reading the path of his fists before they land. He notices Yuan's glowing red eyes. He grins, noting a skill that can see through his attacks and realizing that is why he was so confident. He chuckles, highly amused by the challenge. Baeklim sneers, calling it ridiculous, his expression turning serious. He channels a massive, swirling dome of blue internal energy, completely sealing the vertical space. He warns Yuan that the martial arts world is too vast to rely on a single defensive skill. Baeklim roars that this time, as long as they are under the same sky, he cannot evade. The colossal dome of blue energy expands, covering the entire stadium. Up in the observation deck, the elders panic. They realize the residual shockwave of the third move will likely shatter the Colosseum walls. Shin Muguk immediately orders the barrier team to reinforce the arena's protective seals. The stadium shakes violently, dust falling from the pillars. Yuan looks up, realizing the true trial is about to land. Yuan thinks to himself that there is something completely different about this strike, his expression turning grim. He realizes the blue dome has completely locked down the entire arena, making evasion impossible. He decides he has no choice but to block this one. He notes that because the area of effect is so massive, the concentrated destructive force of the strike should be slightly lower. Yuan reactivates his partial gigantification, his right arm bulking up with green giant mana, shouting he will block it. The system confirms the transformation as his muscles swell. Baeklim smiles, calling giving up on avoiding it a wise decision, but Baeklim roars that he met the wrong opponent, bringing his fist down. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Heaven-Splitting Thunder. A colossal, screen-shattering blast of blue lightning slams directly into Yuan's guard, completely consuming the arena in a brilliant flash.